797. The fairy was high above the ground and the wind was blowing. Even if it was not a celestial being, it was like a man in the clouds. Qin Pingon laughed and teased Li Huai. You've traveled so far to study and even traveled Jianghu with Pei Qian. Haven't you met a girl that you like? What did it mean to like? It was probably a glimpse in a sea of bustling people that was hard to forget. Li Huai shook his head and said, No, I'm ugly and I take after my father. As long as a girl is not blind, she won't like me. I don't lack self-awareness. Even if I want to be cheated of money and sex, I don't have the wealth and beauty. So there's one good thing. If a girl really likes me in the future, she must like me sincerely. So there's no need to rush. I'll wait patiently. In fact, Li Huai's appearance was not bad. He was a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His appearance could be considered decent. Daoist nun sighed and said, Master, you're so humble that it's scary. Lu Qiqing nodded and said, When I first saw Master Li, I felt that he was like a dragon and a phoenix with a natural disposition. Madame Xianyan thought of Miyu from Chunban's High and suddenly understood why she was not familiar with Qin Pingon. It was because of this. Li Huai did not take Taoist nun and Pavilion Master Lu's heartfelt words seriously. Scolding him was not serious and praising him was even lighter. Speaking of scolding, the real power was not in the books or on the mountain. It was the villagers in his hometown who were the best at scolding. Occasionally, 1 or 2 words could make people unable to raise their heads or straighten their backs for years. They had to choose a time when there were fewer people to carry water. Li Huai leaned on the railing and was lost in thought. It seemed that his life was always inexplicable and he was caught unprepared. He could only step on the watermelon rind and slide wherever he went. When he was young, he only thought that Mr. Qi was a strict teacher who imparted knowledge and was usually very easy to talk to. It was just that he was a little poor. Otherwise, how could he not even have a wife? Therefore, at that time, Li Huai had made up his mind at a young age to work in the fields with his parents. He could even go to the mountains to chop firewood and burn charcoal. He could even go to the dragon kiln to be an apprentice. However, he could never become a teacher. This was not a job that could fill his stomach. Later, he found out that Mr. Qi was much more knowledgeable than he had imagined. He was the headmaster of the 72 Confucian academies, the direct disciple of the sage of literature, and the junior brother of the Dali imperial tutor Tui Dong. Mr. Qi was a great scholar. The more he knew, the more amazing he became. After separating from Dong Shuijing and Shi Chuanjia, only he and Lin Shi chose to go on a long journey and catch up with Qin Pingon and Li Baoping. The mountains and rivers looked good during the day, but at night, it was dark and scary. He changed his straw sandals one after another. His hands and feet were full of calluses. Li Huai had never told anyone that when he went out with Lin Shi and caught up with Qin Pingon and Li Baoping, the sentence he said the most was to make Lin Shi swear over and over again that if one day Li Huai changed his mind and wanted to go home, Lin Shi must go home with him. Later they met Alliance, a sloppy man wearing a bamboo hat and leading a donkey. No matter how they looked at it, he would casually punch him to the ground and make him roll around. Many times, Li Huai saw that Alliance's words were the same as Jing Dafeng's. At first glance, he knew that Alliance was the kind of person who had a wooden box under his bed. Maybe it was filled with women's dresses and undergarments. Li Huai was worried that Alliance's mouth would accidentally offend Zhu He. After all, Zhu He came from Fulu Street and was very particular about things. That was why Li Huai always helped to smooth things over. He was young and spoke carelessly, so it was not good for Zhu He to hit him. Alliance came mysteriously and left without a clue. Then he met the big white goose on the side of the road. You're welcome. That "you're welcome" was very good-looking, at least as good-looking as his 2 sisters, Li Lu. At first glance, he knew that she was a girl who did not have to worry about marriage. Unfortunately, Lin Mu too still liked Li Lu wholeheartedly. Li Huai could not understand. Did his sister feed Lin Mu too a bewitching potion? When Cui Dongshan said that Qin Pingon was his husband, Li Huai was confused. He always felt that these foreigners' brains were not clear. Why don't you recognize your father? Father and mother went to a faraway place and moved. Sister became a deity on Lion Peak. Father and mother opened a shop at the foot of the mountain. The business was good. They lived frugally and did not have any expenses. He heard that this time his mother returned to her hometown. In front of the neighbors, her voice was a lot stronger. She brought his brother-in-law back to her mother's house. Now she dared to be picky. It was not that she disliked the cook's sister-in-law for not cooking enough oil. Otherwise, it was that the stewed dried bamboo shoots and duck was not chewy enough, and the fish had a slightly earthy taste. His best friend Pei Qian, she seemed to have suddenly changed from a little charcoal to a big girl. Li Huai was still not sure which country's princess Pei Qian was from. How did she fall into the common people? How did Qin Pingon pick her up and bring her along? The world was in chaos. The world was at peace. Jing Dafeng was no longer guarding the gate of Luopa Mountain. Old Yang was no longer there. Sister was married. Qin Pingon was a hidden official. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was taken in by the old blind man as a disciple. It could not be blocked or kicked away. Li Huai's arms and legs were thin. Who could he reason with? At that time Qin Pingon was not by his side. He never knew why. Anyway, when things came to it, he just muddled through. Otherwise, what else could he do? However, Li Huai felt that he was very lucky, so he kept reminding himself to cherish his fortune. Qin Pingon said, "Knowing your own weight and not complaining when you encounter difficulties is called a normal heart. This is probably from your father. It's not obvious usually, but it's actually a very impressive thing." Li Huai was happy to hear that, but he still said, "Come on, I'm just a coward at home." In his impression, Qin Pingon rarely scolded or praised people. On a street, the other Qin Pingon also did not scold people. He just threw stones. On Ao2 Mountain, Lu Jubao and Yu Panshui, the two cultivators, naturally met here as their Yin spirits. They had asked teacher Dong and Jing Xing Yuping beforehand. They left their real bodies in the Confucian temple and left their bodies with their Yin spirits. The Confucian temple allowed them to leave their bodies. Teacher Dong even joked that the Confucian temple did not dare to hinder the two gods of wealth from earning money. The number of divine coins Lu Jubao could earn in a day had always been a mystery in the world. For example, the Lu couple did not stay idle during this meeting. His wife went to the Baobao shop in the Parrot continent. Lu Jubao had secretly bought a mansion on the mountain at a high price. They were waiting for the meeting to end before announcing it to the public. After the Lu family took over Ao2 Mountain, the fruits and wine in each mansion improved significantly. Especially the 8 deities of water, they tasted very good. The Confucian temple was happy to see this. Other than the Wenjin ferry, the Confucian temple had already covered the cost of the other 3 temporary ferries. Lu Jubao already had a plan in mind. He would soon build the Ao26 sceneries on the mountain. There were 2 places to play chess. One was the Yangjiang Taigong's arena, and the other was the pavilion where the plaque was hung. Fu Jing, Lin Junbai, and Yu Qingqing could use it to promote themselves. As for Jiang Longxiang, he did not need to use it. Zhang Wenqian also had a poem wall. Dozens of people worked together to write poems and flowers. It was a gathering of sages. There was a painting of water and land by the ancestor of the painter. It was ochre red and green, and the colors were gorgeous. There were more than 500 people of different colors. Each of them had their own merits. In the future, whenever the Immortal Masters traveled or discussed matters in the Confucian Temple, they would definitely stay at Ao2 Mountain. The young Emperor Yuanzhou blushed. Good. Master Hidden Official is really strong. You used your sword energy to cast the body-fixing technique on that old thief Yunzhan. Lakiyen, you're really good at picking up scraps. Damn it, you picked up an Ascendant State cultivator. I'm so jealous of you. Why did you stop? Yunzhan, you little bastard, how dare you talk tough. Master Hidden Official, kill him with your sword. In the main hall, Lu Jubao and the others were quietly looking at the landscape painting. Each of them had their own thoughts. Only the young man was making noises. Yu Panshui couldn't stand the annoyance of this emperor. He said, "Your Majesty, aren't you thirsty?" Lu Suiyu smiled and said, "I'm fine. I'm not annoyed at all." She had already kicked off her boots and was sitting cross-legged on the chair. She didn't wear any socks, revealing a pair of beautiful feet. Her toenails were painted red, which was very eye-catching. The emperor of the Xuanmi dynasty sitting opposite her was like a young storyteller. The key was that he was sincere, and it was very relaxing to listen to him. The young emperor imitated the Jianghu people in the books. He cupped his fists and said, "Sister Lu, we hit it off at first sight. If you don't mind, we can become brother and sister. You're welcome to visit my house." Lu Suiyu smiled and said, "That's easy. As long as the salary is enough, it's not a problem for me to have a son, let alone brother and sister." Yuanzhou immediately stopped talking. He had met a master and he was no match for him. These Jianghu sisters didn't care about meat and vegetables. They were not comparable to those blockheads in the palace. Lu Jubao and Yu Panshui suddenly looked at each other. Someone rushed to Turtle Head Mountain like a rainbow. Pei Xiang was confused and said, "Why did Qin Pingon come to Turtle Head Mountain? What did he want to do with so many people?" Yuanzhou rolled his eyes and said, "Of course he wants to beat up that Jiang Longxiang who has a grudge with him. Normally people in the officialdom don't care about the cold stove. This guy on the other hand was blinded by greed. Now he has broken his old bones. It's a waste not to beat him up." After beating him up he ran away. "If I were Master Hidden Official I would beat the shit out of Jiang Longxiang and feed him until he was full." Lu Jubao waved his sleeve and another landscape painting appeared. It was Turtle Head Mountain. Soon a man in a green robe dragged Jiang Longxiang away. Yuanzhou patted the armrest of the chair and said, "As expected of Master Hidden Official, he is full of surprises. Dragging a dog and traveling far away, his style is unparalleled." The young man turned his head and said, "Grandpa Yu, I beg you help me build a bridge and talk to Master Hidden Official. If he comes to our side and doesn't become an imperial tutor he can start a sect. Our Xianmi will provide money and manpower. Everything can be discussed. As long as he is willing to ask, Xianmi will dare to agree. As an emperor, it's not a problem for me to go to his sect and be an honorary guest. When Master Hidden Official comes to the capital, I will ask the Ministry of Rights to make a good plan. We must leave a name in history. At that time, I will personally lead Master Hidden Official's horse into the palace. In the future when he enters the palace with a sword he will ride a horse and not be restricted by the palace." Lu Yuzhou said, "Count me in. I also want to be an honorary guest." The more he looked at the young emperor the more he liked him. If he had the chance in the future he must visit Xianmi dynasty more. Yuanzhou said, "Brother Lu, if you go to Xianmi dynasty to do business in the future, no matter what you like, from the imperial court to other places, up and down the mountain, the friendship price will be 20%. Every mouthful of saliva is a nail. Today I will leave my words here." Yu Panshui rubbed his forehead. How could he not have a headache when dealing with such a seemingly stupid but actually black-hearted little brat? Lu Jubao said with a smile, "My business in Tongye continent is a little big. It's not suitable to be too close to Qin Pingon and Luopa Mountain. Your Xianmi dynasty is no problem." Yu Panshui shook his head. He didn't think that Qin Pingon and Xianmi dynasty forming an alliance was necessarily a good thing. First, it was easy to attract the wind. Secondly, close proximity would cause resentment. Staying for a long time would make people cheap. These old words had to be listened to. The age of the old words was always older than the old people. Qin Pingon, this young man, only acted like an embroidered tiger, but he was not a real embroidered tiger. Xianmi dynasty's national power was thriving day by day. They didn't need anyone to send charcoal in snowy weather, let alone add flowers to brocade. Everything was stable and orderly. As long as they did things step by step, they could raise the dynasty's ranking within 100 years. If they could seize this opportunity to attack the wilderness, perhaps in a generation they could make Xianmi dynasty compete for the top 6. Yu Panshui began to nitpick. Tongye continent is such a mess. Looks like there is money everywhere and opportunities everywhere. But if Luopa Mountain's lower sect is located in Tongye continent, they might meet with the Lu family behind the scenes. Both sides will be red in the face. You are a fastidious person, but in recent years, the business people under your Lu family are mixed up with the good and the bad. They are very fierce in their desire to earn money, so they might not be fastidious. As long as there were many people in a family or a mountain, in many cases, doing things would be redundant. For example, they would be worried that they would fall into the awkward situation of not doing anything. In order to keep the glorious position under their buttocks and earn money, it was often easy for them to work too hard. Just like the people in charge of the Mountain and River Palace Bulletin, even if it was a clean office, they would often not be able to control the pen once they started writing. They would do things with good intentions. There were also those in charge of the Ancestral Hall and Ancestral Hall who had cold eyes and cold faces. They looked at people wrongly and were used to nitpicking. There were also those in charge of the money bags who would find trouble for no reason and make things difficult for the people in their mountain who were seeking money. The Lu family of the pure mountain continent had always handled these matters better than outsiders. Wealth was in one's life, not in one's body. When there was wealth, it was not in one's body. It sounded reasonable. But it was not entirely true. Without working hard to build a foundation, what was not a pavilion in the sky that could not withstand the wind and rain a few times? Hence, Lu Jubao cared more about the two words family style than anyone else. All the descendants of the Lu family had to climb up from the lowest position and rely on themselves to make a name for themselves. Often they would change their surnames, go to the marketplace, go to the temple, go to the jianghu. Each of them had many years of experience. In this process, the family would only secretly help them twice. When the ancestral hall confirmed that they were really talented, they would be able to return to the family. After that, there would still be layers of examinations waiting for them, one after another, and finally they would be able to take charge alone. As for the only son Lu Yuzhou, did he need him to earn money? Of course not. When Lu Yuzhou went out, he could spend as much money as he wanted. For example, that inverted mountain yuans were residents. Lu Jubao said, ambiguous matters, the vassal forces of the Lu family in the Tongyi continent, if there is a dispute in the future, can retreat a little. In short, don't be like the 9 true immortal school and get into trouble. There were actually many people in the Tongyi continent who were not particular about doing things. As time passed, they would only become more and more unscrupulous. The real person that the Lu family needed to deal with now was actually Wei Ying, who did not reveal herself during the meeting in the Confucian temple. A suzerain of the Jade sect who was willing to take the initiative to support the cultivators of the Tongyi sect was worth the Lu family's effort. Hence, the sword deity Su Ming, who was in charge of the driving mountain crossing, would soon receive a letter personally written by Lu Jubao. As for Qin Pingon and Luopa Mountain, the Lu family did not need to curry favor with them. As long as the other party's business was big enough and had more business connections, it was destined that they would not be able to avoid the Lu family of the Baijin continent who had already landed in the Tongyi continent. This was not Lu Jubao being arrogant and looking down on the young secluded official, but it was the truth. Yu Panshui asked telepathically, what do you think Xing Juzhong and Qin Pingon will talk about during the journey from the gate of the Panshui residence to the Wenjin crossing? Lu Jubao laughed, why would I guess this? If I can't guess, it's harder than making a loss in business. Xing Juzhong was too shrewd and intelligent. After all, he was someone who could win against Cui Dong in chess. Yu Panshui clicked his tongue. Listen, is this something a human would say? Lu Jubao hesitated for a moment and asked telepathically, if Xing Juzhong is at the 14th level of Dao fusing, what do you think his Dao fusing will be? In the early years, Cui Dong talked to you a lot. Did he give you any hints? Yu Panshui grimaced, get lost, get lost. Don't mention this to me. You'll get into trouble. I didn't hear anything and I don't know anything. I don't even know who Xing Juzhong is. Then Yu Panshui smiled faintly and looked at the Baijin continent's god of wealth who only fought with money. What about you, Lu Jubao? Where will your Dao fusing be in the future? Reaching the 14th level of Dao fusing was a silent struggle on the mountain peak. Lu Jubao laughed. I don't know anything other than making money. Yu Panshui was convinced. Lu Jubao said for no reason, the Confucian temple's meeting this time is different. It won't tolerate those ignorant people. Apart from Nanguangzhou, there were a few other ascendant realms who were not qualified to participate in the meeting. Even though the Confucian temple did not invite them, they did not dare to not come. For example, Jing Hao, whose Daoist name was Qinggong Taibao, was a cultivator from the Liuxia continent. There was also Feng Xuetao, whose Daoist name was Qingmi. He was born in the Baijin continent, but he was a wild cultivator who disappeared all year round. Both of them were ascendant realms who liked to live in seclusion and were great cultivators at the peak of Haoran Mountain. Yu Panshui put his hand on his chin. If the Confucian temple is peaceful, the dogs in the village won't stop barking. Lu Yuzhou laughed. Yes, it's time to kick them. In the past, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the Divine Grandeur sect walked side by side. Unfortunately, the two of them were not a pair of mandarin ducks. It was just the man's wishful thinking. Gao Jinfu looked at her and said softly, why do you have to do this? Many years ago he learned about something from the sect master. In the North Continent, He Xiaoyang had publicly announced that she already had a Daoist companion on the mountain. She was just waiting for him to nod his head. Gao Jinfu felt even more miserable. He muttered, why do I have to do this? He always felt that he was worse than Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. When a woman he loved was right in front of him, yet she was so far away. This feeling was even worse than drinking water. He could not accept that the Daoist companion Xiaoyang had chosen was the young man with straw sandals in the Lizhu cave heaven. No matter how much he thought about it, Gao Jinfu could only remember that the young man was a skinny man with a slightly tanned face. He was poor, timid, and inconspicuous. Xiaoyang turned her head and said softly with a smile, "Is it so hard to accept that your sweetheart has a sweetheart? I feel like the sky is not falling and the path is still there." Gao Jinfu looked sad. He nodded and said, "You can accept it but I can't." Xiaoyang shook her head and said, "Most of the time, you can't do it because you talk to yourself too much. Every time you ask yourself you can't do it. That's why we have to cultivate our hearts." Gao Jinfu said bitterly, "I'm not talking about the Tao with you." Xiaoyang smiled and said, "If you don't talk about the Tao with me, what can you say?" Gao Jinfu was extremely sad. The woman in front of him had always been like this. She always did things her own way and her Tao heart was clear. But the more she was like this, the more others would miss her. Xiaoyang reminded him, "If you don't care about her, your inner demons will make it impossible for you to enter the upper 5 realms for the rest of your life. This time Qi Tianjun deliberately brought you with him. Don't you know what he wants? He hopes that after reuniting with me you can cut off your feelings." Gao Jinfu turned his head and looked at the river of the Mandarin Duckshu. It was like the sorrowful wine in his heart. He hated that he could not drink it all. Xiaoyang sighed in her heart and stopped persuading him. Gao Jinfu looked at her for a long time and asked softly, "What's so good about him?" Some infatuated people only hoped that their beloved was out of reach. No man in the world was worthy of her, including himself. 7 emotions, 6 worlds, and 5 desires. People were rolling in the mortal world. Xiaoyang said, "My great path is where the opportunity lies. It's not about whether he's good or not." What she meant was that even if he was good, he would still be her Tao companion. Gao Jinfu murmured, "If I knew this, I would have died in the battlefield in the central region." Xiaoyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Gao Jinfu looked at the subtle changes in the woman's expression and was stunned. Old Josie, who was walking behind them with Madame Gui, also tried to find something to talk about. He said, "The Boorish Peach Pavilion lives up to his name. He's indeed a hero." An ascendant realm demon from the Boorish world dared to subdue Nan Guangzhou in the Mandarin Duckshu, which was an important place of the Confucian temple. Gu Qingsong was quite convinced. The only thing he was not convinced about was that Brother Peach Pavilion was an ascendant realm demon. Once his realm was high, it would be a little imperfect. He was not as good as Yu Pu, who had fallen from the immortal realm. Gu Qingsong glanced at the female immortal from the Qingliang sect. He heard that this junior martial sister had an unspeakable story with Chen Pingon. Old Josie was thinking about how to ask that little kid for advice. He should stop putting on airs as a senior. It's not likable. He was a person who knew what was important and what was urgent. He had always been recognized by the people on the mountain as someone who acted steadily and spoke appropriately. Chen Pingon, this little thief, really can't be judged by his appearance. Back then, even he had misjudged him and mistakenly thought that he was a hothead who didn't know anything about love. He didn't expect him to be a self-taught peerless master. When he missed the opportunity, he wrung his wrist and lamented. It was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Gu Qingsong was simply the most devout reader of the mountain and river travel book that appeared out of nowhere and abruptly stopped publication. He flipped through the book again and again and memorized it by heart. Many of the scenes where he met with various women and the subtleties of those conversations were circled by him one by one with a pen. It was a pity that after learning all kinds of martial arts he couldn't even speak when he walked to Madame Gray's side. It was too different from what was written in the book and what was in his heart. What was written on paper was ultimately shallow. On one hand, Gu Qingsong felt that Qin Pingon's talent was extraordinary. On the other hand, he was sad that his aptitude was too low. He didn't even know to humbly ask for advice from Qin Pingon. Even if Qin Pingon was willing to teach him, he didn't know how much he could learn. He couldn't help but call out softly, "Madame Gui." Madame Gui turned a deaf ear to him. This immortal Cha only learned one skill from Lu Chen, which was sticky candy. Gu Qingsong said tentatively, "It's a good marriage for Jin Su and Sun Jiashu to be together." Madame Gui still didn't say anything. It was fine if it was an ordinary person. Why would she care about him? Gu Qingsong was a little proud. Since he didn't get scolded this time, did it mean that there was some progress? On the road by the river, two groups of people walked past each other. Gu Qingsong had a strange expression. Zhou Xian and his friends were passing by. It was strange. Why did all of them insist on liking their junior sister Xiaoyang? Both parties didn't look at each other. They just treated it as strangers meeting. When they walked far away, Zhou Xian turned back to look. He sneered at Gao Jianfu, who was following beside Xiaoyang. Lin Su was still talking about the previous exchange. She said, "His swordsmanship is brilliant. He has been hiding his strength. When facing an immortal, he could still hold back. He's not a match for me. If I'm a step slower, I'll always be behind him." Zhou Xian said in annoyance, "Laugh if you want. That guy is the Daoist companion Xiaoyang has set her heart on the mountain." This person had once met Xiaoyang at the estuary west of Jibu in the North Continent. It was said that this man and woman had once climbed the high platform by the sea together to see the sky and the sea. After that, Xiaoyang and Zhou Xian fought in the territory of the Hualing dynasty. Xiaoyang was very serious. Not only did she hurt Zhou Xian, but she also killed two of Zhou Xian's Jindan realm maids and directly took the two swords, Cough Beads and Fu Yao. After that, Xiaoyang casually threw them at the gate of the Qingliang sect and said that Zhou Xian should get them himself. If he didn't have the courage and ability, he should ask his master Bai Chong for help. At that time, Zhou Xian had the chance to kill the green-robed man who was traveling far away. Unfortunately, Xiaoyang didn't give him the chance. At the entrance of the Love Pass, the lower 5 realms in the sect could easily laugh at the Ascendant realm outside. Lin Su smiled and said, "If you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't know about this. I know that he and Lu Jinglong are friends." Lin Su was a typical mountain traveler. She lived alone and focused on Dao, not asking about the outside world. The matters of the world were the matters of the people in the world. The matters of cultivation were the matters of the people in the world. Venerable Fiery Dragon once commented that Lin Su was a Dao cultivator who didn't lack immortal qi. It was just that she wasn't popular and shouldn't have been born in the North Continent. She should have been reincarnated in the Snow Mountain continent. There were both praises and criticisms. It was both scolding and praising. However, to the cultivators of the North Continent, not to mention being praised by the old Venerable Fiery Dragon, it was an honor to be scolded half a sentence. As for the fact that Venerable Fiery Dragon scolded the Snow Mountain continent, it was also a matter. This was called giving face to the Snow Mountain continent. In the past, among the 10 young people of the North Continent, Zhou Xian was first, Lin Su was second, and Lu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect was third. Because of Xiaoyang, Zhou Xian was severely injured. His originally smooth breakthrough to the upper 5 realms and become a sword immortal was greatly delayed. In the end, among the 10 young people who were newly released a few years ago, Zhou Xian was still first. However, Lu Jinglong and Lin Su were no longer in the list. Lin Su was because of a drop in realm. The grudges on the mountain wouldn't be settled just because one side stood aloof from worldly affairs. However, Lin Su was very open-minded about it. Lu Jinglong, on the other hand, was not suitable to take over the position of the sect leader. In addition, he had entered the pure jade state. Li Kai, Dong Zhu, Bai Shang, and Lu Jinglong had accepted the 3 Q-sword challenges of the 3 sword immortals. Therefore, the entire North Continent recognized Lu Jinglong as a sword immortal. They wouldn't use him to bully the juniors who were still climbing the mountain. Lin Su said in his mind, "Take it easy. Don't give yourself a reason to talk about it. That young sword immortal will be at an advantage no matter who Q-sword challenges him." Zhou Xian smiled and said, "The mountain path is long. There's no need to fight over who's better." Lin Su was a little confused. He felt that his good friend was implying something. However, he didn't want to get involved in the grudges on the mountain. On the island of the Mandarin duck Zhu, Yengu had already won the heart of the beauty. Tian Ni had also prepared a draft. He returned to his residence on Mount Ao and started writing. The incident at the Mandarin duck Zhu was worth writing about. They only had to wait for the Confucian temple to lift the ban. Only Celine was left. She found one of the 4 masters of the blessed land, the plum blossom god, Jade Face. In fact, the literati had given the plum blossom god too many titles. Let's not talk about the meeting at the Confucian temple. The sages of the Confucian temple, Suzi Lu Chi Chao group, all of them had written poems about plum blossoms. Every 100 years she would change her name. It was similar to how the lady changed her makeup every day. For example, she used to like the guest. When Rui Feng Air received the name Feather Guest, she banished her to the cold palace and completely abandoned her. Other than that, she was more fond of Yenpa and Gluttonous Fairy. As for Bai Huakue and Yu Shaoxian, their names were too big. The scholars dared to give them to her, but she didn't dare to use them. She only liked them in private and engraved them on the book collection seal and jade pendant. As for the courier, forget it. He was too old-fashioned. Celine smiled and asked, "Shall we take a look at the Yuping Stone scripture?" She nodded in agreement. The plum blossom god was close to a few mountain lords. For example, Mount Jiui, which was full of plum blossoms. The daffodil god, who was also the master of the blessed land, had a good relationship with the water lord of the 5 lakes. This was because they were close to the great Tao. There was once a swordsman who secretly strolled around the 100-blossom blessed land. He squatted on the wall of the courtyard and complained about how the East Lord didn't cherish her and how he was bullied by snow and frost. "Sister, don't worry. One day, even if I have to wear out my iron shoes, I will find Howren and help you get back at him." At first, she thought that he was a flirtatious lecher. Later on, she knew that she didn't misunderstand him. He was one. It was a pity that she didn't manage to meet that wanderer who liked to travel far and wide during the numerous drinking sessions at this gathering. When Yen Gu arrived at the mansion on Mount Ao2, Nan Guangzhao shook his clothes and suddenly woke up. The old man stood in the courtyard. His eyes were shining as he kept the immortal weapon-grade water robe. Just the repair alone would require a large amount of Guyu's money. What was more troublesome was not the money, but the refined river that Daoist nun broke. At this moment, Nan Guangzhao didn't look injured at all. Yen Ji's heart palpitated. In fact, Nan Guangzhao was seriously injured. He just didn't want to talk to Yen Gu. Previously in the small world, Daoist nun only gave him one choice. He could either pretend to be dead or be beaten to death. If he chose the former, he would have to remember to pretend for a while when he returned to Mandarin Duckshu. When Daoist nun said these words, he had already revealed his true body. He grabbed the avatar's body with one claw and bit Nan Guangzhao's head. Although Yen Gu was surprised, he still said with a guilty face, "Immortal Master Nan, this junior did something unnecessary." Nan Guangzhao obviously knew what kind of person Yen Gu was, but this time in Mandarin Duckshu not only did they lose their Dao but they also lost their face. Having an immortal Yen Gu by his side made him feel better. Nan Guangzhao's expression became more amiable. "Thank you for your trouble." Yen Gu was flattered and cupped his fists. "I don't dare." Nan Guangzhao went straight to the point. "Pick 2 or 3 disciples of the Yen clan and send them to my mountain to cultivate. Damn it, if Yunmu doesn't do anything after this, I'll go to his 9 true immortal pavilion." Yen Gu cupped his fists and lowered his head. "I don't dare to disturb Immortal Master Nan too much. In my clan only Yen Gu has a decent aptitude. He's worthy of Immortal Master Nan's guidance when you're free. It's already this child's great fortune." In fact, Yen Gu thought highly of Yen Lu. That kid was a sword cultivator and had even gone to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to train. But Yen Gu wasn't a fool. How could he send a sword cultivator to Nan Guangzhao's doorstep? Therefore Yen Gu benefited from it. Nan Guangzhao's eyes flickered. Back then Yunmu secretly deceived his master and killed his ancestor in Yun Bo's treacherous scheme. He told the public that his master was in seclusion and died. Yunmu and his Dao partner, this pair of bastards, obtained a great fortune and thought that no one would know. Did they really think that he was a fool who couldn't see the changes in 9 True Immortal Pavilion? Yunmu's master was famous for cherishing his life. As for Immortal Yunmu, he didn't directly return to his residence on Turtle Head Mountain. He landed at the lower reaches of the Mandarin Duck Shuzhu. He shook his sleeves and threw Li Qingzhu to the ground. Then he waved his sleeves again and cast the bewildering barrier. Yunmu remained silent. His eyes were cold as he looked at his once proud disciple. Li Qingzhu stood up in fear. He felt wronged. "Master, that sword cultivator is crazy." Yunmu waved his sleeves and hit Li Qingzhu. Li Qingzhu's body spun and fell to the ground. Then Yunmu used the white jade Ganoderma to hit his forehead. Li Qingzhu lay on the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. Yunmu sneered. "What? You can't get anything good from me, so you want to complain to your master's wife?" Li Qingzhu said with a trembling voice, "I dare not. I dare not cause any more trouble for the sect." Yunmu turned his head and looked at Turtle Head Mountain. He started to worry about that old bastard Nan Guangzhou. He looked kind, but he was just putting on a sanctimonious act. Otherwise, how could he be together with his master? They had been brothers for so many years. According to his master, he had joined forces with Nan Guangzhou to search for the ruins of the divine residence and secret realms in the early years. Nan Guangzhou did not do anything, but when he did, he was ruthless. Moreover, he did not leave any trouble behind. At that time, his master laughed and said that he would not have dared to travel with Nan Guangzhou if they were not in the same realm. Yun Mu retracted his gaze and scolded the disciple on the ground. What a piece of trash. You can't even take down a golden core realm girl from the Mei Mountain Sword sect. What about those tricks of yours? Haven't they always worked? How dare you say that as long as it's a woman, even if she's in the pure jade realm, she will be easily taken down by you? Do you think that the ancestral hall of the 9 True Immortal Gymnasium doesn't know about those bastards? Do you know that the Zhuolu Song clan spies know everything? They have already recorded it and will attack the 9 True Immortal Gymnasium at any time. Li Qingzhu raised the back of his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said softly, Master, I still have some sense of propriety when I'm at the foot of the mountain. Those women will be dead set on me in the end. The Zhuolu Song clan can't take advantage of these small matters to attack the sect. Yun Mu sneered, relying on those lousy soul-shifting techniques? A few unorthodox talisman that can't even be seen in public? You're really capable. How dare you say that? If the 9 True Immortal Gymnasium didn't need this disciple to do something, would this kid really think that his master's wife favored him? The female sword cultivator from the Mei Mountain Sword sect was called Su Wui. She was the granddaughter of the current sect master and the last disciple of the Mei Mountain ancestor. She was extremely lucky. For some reason, Lu Zhou, who didn't practice the sword but played chess on the banished Immortal Mountain, took a fancy to her cultivation foundation and made an exception to accept her as an unregistered disciple. With the combination of these 3 factors, Su Wui was famous for being in high demand on the mountain. In other words, if Li Qingzhu could really become Taoist companions with Su Wui, it wouldn't be as simple as a marriage between the 2 sections. Yun Mu had the means to carefully manage and support this disciple. Within 500 years, the Mei Mountain Sword sect would change its surname to Li and quietly become a vassal of the 9 True Immortal Gymnasium. Yun Mu thought of something and sneered. Earlier, by the river, the girl in the Plum Blossom Nunnery was heartless. Fortune favors fools. When she saw Li Qingzhu's elegance, she fell in love with him. Now that he had become a drowned rat, she was greatly disappointed. Presumably, when they met again in the future, she would not stick to Li Qingzhu. Su Wui, on the other hand, didn't have a good attitude towards Li Zhuqing before. Who would have thought that she would pity Li Zhuqing after falling into trouble? Was she dissatisfied with the green-robed sword immortal? Did she think that he was too domineering when he was a sword cultivator? The girl didn't know that it was that person who had indirectly saved her, this stupid girl, and saved the legacy of the Mei Mountain Sword sect. Once the incident at the Mandarin Duckshu occurred, the 9 True Immortal Pavilion's secret plan would go down the drain, just like Li Qingzhu. Even if Su Wui was stupid, the elders of the Mei Mountain Sword sect were not. They would never let her form a contract with a cultivator who had become a laughingstock. Yun Mu finally sighed. The great Tao was unpredictable. The immortal's expression softened a little. Qingzhu, get up. Li Qingzhu stood up and bowed. She lowered her head and sobbed. I've caused trouble for Master. I can't redeem myself even if I die 100 times. Yun Mu stretched out the white jade Ganoderma and helped her up. Just treat it as a mental cultivation. By the way, let's talk as we walk. Tell me everything that happened before. Don't leave out anything. Li Qingzhu wiped her tears and began to recall the matter. She only said that she seemed to have been possessed and that she didn't think before she spoke. According to her temper in the past, she would never provoke the green-robed sword immortal again and again. Yun Mu was shocked. As expected, it was City Lord Zheng, whom she respected like a god. As expected, Lu Daochuan's sudden appearance was a smokescreen. When Yun Mu brought Li Qingzhu back to Ao2 Mountain, she was shocked to learn about the Wenjin fairy. Yun Mu was speechless. The reverence in her heart couldn't be any greater. City Lord Zheng, who worshipped the First of Mercy, really deceived everyone in the world. If it wasn't Jing Juzhong, who else could it be? Money came and went like water in Ao2 Mountain. Many gorgeously dressed young fairies traveled the mountains and rivers. They also made friends with the young talents on the mountain, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. A mountain lord from a small country in Wuxia continent came painstakingly just to plead with the talisman to remove the floating talisman that was holding up the mountain. A middle-aged Daoist priest who claimed to be from the Jingwei temple found a family in a city near the Confucian temple. He said that the family's ancestor had taken a fancy to the family's child's foundation and that the child had an immortal fate. The child's parents didn't dare to casually hand over their only child. After confirming that the other party wasn't a swindler, they even dragged the good-tempered Daoist priest to find the Jingwei temple. Then they went to the county office to check the other party's customs and immortal residence records. Only then did they confirm that the other party wasn't a swindler. They learned that the Jingwei temple, which had a grand name, was actually a Daoist immortal residence with the word sect. That muddle-headed child seemed to have 2 green snakes hanging from his nose. The Daoist priest was the disciple of the Central Plains talisman Zhou Xian. The Jingwei temple was one of the 3 sects of the One Mountain. Some people copied a copy of the Jingwei temple's Xianping stone scripture. Some found it troublesome to copy, so they bought a copy from the nearby shops. Those who were more active spent money to hire a scholar who earned money by copying books to help them make a steal. Compared to buying a copy, it was more meaningful. If these scholars who were temporarily in dire straits became sages of the Confucian temple or scholars of the academy in the future, they might be able to use them as their family heirlooms. In Panshui County, many Qi cultivators bought a lot of books. The price was ridiculously cheap. Even the Immortal's money couldn't be used. How could it be considered spending money? They bought the books so that they could be more cultured. When they returned to their hometown, it would be easier for them to give them away. Moreover, who knew if these books had been touched by any sages or cultivators at the peak of the mountain? Everyone's trip to the Confucian temple was worth it. The young female cultivators were so excited that they felt like they were breaking through every day. Lu Qi was indeed unparalleled. With a willow branch hanging from his waist, he was the most exiled immortal in the world. Fu Jing, the little white emperor, lived up to his name. He didn't disappoint women and made them fall in love with him. As for Cao Xiai, when she smiled, she was simply mesmerizing. The young Su Bai was indeed ethereal. He was indeed worthy of the nickname Zhou Xian. Because Su Bai was guarding the arena at Ao2 Mountain, he was the easiest to find. Cao Xiai and her friends also appeared at Ao2 Mountain. Fu Jing and Yu Qingqing played a game of chess. Of course, he let his pieces go. As the well-deserved master, Fu Jing gave 2 pieces to Yu Qingqing. He had an extraordinary aura, like an immortal sitting in seclusion. He had the charm of, "I'm invincible except for my master." Lu Qi had once taken a night cruise in the Mandarin duck shoe. Therefore, some of the lucky ones did not hesitate to travel back and forth to meet 2 or 3 of them, or even all 4 of them. It was such a feast for the eyes that the women were about to eat until they were full of beauty. Some of the fairies started to imagine if there was such a sect in the world that could gather handsome men like Lu Qi, Fu Jing, and Cao Xiai to activate the catoptric deflection. Wouldn't they go crazy? They could even put aside the matter of cultivation on the mountain. A young man who was fishing at Mandarin Duck Shoe with his friends put away his fishing rod and returned home. He was a scholar who specialized in helping people copy the Xianping stone scriptures. In fact, he wasn't a Confucian disciple. However, he was good at writing small regular script. He had been earning money from this for a few years. He had already rented a shop in Panshui County and started to sell books. Unlike other foreigners, he didn't come here because of Zhang Tiexia and the other peak grandmasters who came here to fish. He usually liked to come here alone to fish. He didn't like to talk. Occasionally, when he smiled, he would be shy and sincere. For example, when he was bargaining with those traveling aristocratic families. This young man's real name was Lu Kai. He was a sword cultivator. 798. As the ferry approached the Parrot continent, Qin Pingon turned to look at the young Taoist who was exchanging saliva with Lu Qiqing and asked, "I heard that you are familiar with Jinsui City?" Jinsui City's robe refining skills were superb and famous in the wilderness. Otherwise, Yangji's black dragon robe would not have been made with the unique secret technique of Jinsui City's waterway dividing yin and yang. The Sparrow Mansion relied on the Jinsui City robe that Qin Pingon obtained, and Miyu gave it to them. They made a lot of money and helped the Sparrow Mansion, which was originally located in a corner, show signs of becoming one of the top immortal mansions in the North Continent. Just the Dali dynasty, through Wei Shanjun of the Cloud Mountain, made thousands of robes custom-made for the Sparrow Mansion. The robes were given by the Song clan to the gods of the mountains and rivers, the city god and the Wenwu temple. This gave the female cultivators of the Sparrow Mansion the nickname of the Weaving Ladies. Anyway, sewing and refining robes was the cultivation of the Qi cultivators of the Sparrow Mansion. Luopa Mountain also made a lot of profits through the established revenue-sharing agreement with the Sparrow Mansion. Every 5 years, a large amount of Guyu money would fall into the bag and be recorded by Wei Wenlong and kept in the treasury. Every time Wu Jiong, the law master of the Sparrow Mansion, went to the Oxhorn Mountain ferry to deliver money, she walked on the ferry with trepidation. She was afraid of encountering the bandits of the Upper Five Realms. After boarding the cross-continent ferry from the Sparrow Mansion to the Skeleton Beach, it was better. She was especially nervous because there was only one golden core sword cultivator, Yumi, with her. Several times when he escorted her to the Skeleton Beach ferry, Wu Jiong would repeatedly ask, "Do you really not need the protection of the Sparrow Mansion? Anyway, your Luopa Mountain has a good relationship with the Sparrow Mansion. It's not too much to hire someone to go to the Sparrow Mansion and ask for security, right?" Miyu said, "What's the point of wasting money? I'm here to squander the relationship between the Mountain Master and the Sparrow Mansion." Wu Jiong could not help but ask the man who looked like he was in the Upper Five Realms but was only in the Golden Core realm, whose fault would it be if someone robbed the money on the way? Miyu smiled and answered, "If the money is lost, it's on me." When a good-looking man talked big, even if people didn't like him, they couldn't hate him. Wu Jiong was helpless. The money belonged to Luopa Mountain. Luopa Mountain did not even care about it, so why should she worry? Fortunately, there were no accidents when she sent money to Luopa Mountain several times. After all, the Hemp Sex Fairy and Dali's Northern Peak were all protective talismans. As for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Middle Five Realms Mi Bongi, the Upper Five Realms Mi Shihua, and the stories of mountains and rivers that were far away in the horizon, the man in front of him was surnamed Yu and named me, and he came from Luopa Mountain. The two of them had nothing to do with each other. Qin Pingon knew very well that the magic robe that had become the biggest treasure bowl of the Sparrow Manor and the biggest windfall of the Luopa Mountain was as good as the lowest grade armor of the School of Military Warfare's armor pills. It could be improved by another level. The way to do it was to seek the ancestors of the Jin Chui city in the desolate land and improve the craftsmanship. It was just that the cultivators of Jin Chui city had never gone to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the booklet that he asked someone to help him pass to the Dali dynasty, Qin Pingon had reminded Dali that they must seize the magic robes produced by Jin Chui city on the battlefield. The more the better. They must dismantle more spells and restrictions. It would be best to capture a few cultivators of Jin Chui city. The higher the realm, the better. As if facing a great enemy, Daoist nun hurriedly denied, "We're not familiar with each other. We haven't contacted each other for hundreds and thousands of years. How could we be familiar with each other?" The ceremony of all the female Jindan cultivators in Jin Chui city, even the celebration of the city lord becoming an immortal 300 years ago, that woman Yang Ji personally attended the ceremony. "Have you heard of Tao Ting showing up to congratulate us?" "There's no such thing." Qin Pingon nodded with a smile. "So that's how it is. The secret file of the Summer Palace didn't say so, but I probably read it wrong. I'll look through it again later to see if I misunderstood, Senior." Daoist nun had a sullen expression on his face as if he didn't eat hot shit. The heroic spirit he earned from the Ascendant Realm's Nanguangzhao was returned to this black-hearted Daoist nun. Daoist nun quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart and tentatively asked, "Do you have a grudge against Jin Chui city?" "No cultivator from Jin Chui city has ever disturbed Howren." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "There's no grudge between us. Junior has always been fascinated by Jin Chui city's robe refinement. In fact, in the past, on the carriage at the Sword Qi Great Wall of the North, there was a group of female monster cultivators. Among them were the younger generation of the Great Monster Official Ali and a female cultivator from Jin Chui city. Because of the robe she was wearing, she was very eye-catching." Daoist nun suddenly said, "That's right. I heard that every time Daoist nun went to the battlefield he wore more clothes." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and said in his mind, "If Senior can take out enough Jin Chui city's secret refining technique, I can give you half of the profit." Daoist nun raised his hand and wiped his mouth. Master Daoist nun really knows how to joke. I almost laughed my teeth out. Most importantly, only half of the profit? Do you think I'm a beggar? 50% is more like it. Qin Pingon continued. In the Confucian temple, other than refining a certain kind of military armor pills, they might also make 3 to 5 kinds of standard robes. Since they're still focusing on quantity, the quality doesn't need to be too high. It's similar to the clothing store at the Sword Chi Great Wall in the early years. There's a sparrow mansion in the northern Reed continent. Taoist nun, I know you don't lack money. However, money in the world is the most precious. I believe you know this better than I do. Besides, earning money in the Confucian temple is a small merit. Even if you don't want the merit, the Confucian temple will still remember you. Of course, Taoist nun didn't lack money. Since he was already at the peak of the ascendant state, he didn't lack cultivation. So what did Taoist nun lack now? Taoist nun only lacked a sense of security in the world. At the end of the day, Taoist nun was afraid that Taoist nun would be disliked by the Confucian temple as she was an outsider. She was afraid that the Confucian temple would side with Taoist nun for many things that could be wrong or right. In that case, the young secluded official was helping the young Daoist to pave a winding road for him to seek out incense. The more sincere one was, the easier it would be to pass the new year. Taoist nun's expression turned serious. He said slowly in his mind, Jinsui City is a place that stands aloof from worldly affairs. I'm not talking nonsense. As for Castellan Yuanhu, she's a cultivator who doesn't like fighting. I'm not talking nonsense either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given herself the Taoist name of Scribe Wu. The Summer Palace must have detailed records of this. So, Master Taoist nun, is it possible? Taoist nun's words were vague. Qin Pingon understood. He smiled and said, I can't promise you anything now. Otherwise you won't believe me. Even I feel that I'm not sincere enough. However, you've helped Jinsui City to find a way out. If something happens, Castellan Yuanhu will have to make her own choice. You're already very kind and considerate. Taoist nun thought for a while and said, I'll have to talk to Li Huai's master later. This matter is too serious. I don't dare to make a decision on my own. Actually, there was no need to talk to him. Did the old blind man care about these trivial matters? However, Taoist nun felt that she was being led by the nose by Taoist nun during this conversation. She felt embarrassed. Qin Pingon nodded and said, Senior, you're older. You're experienced and prudent in dealing with worldly affairs. Taoist nun remembered something and asked cautiously, Master Taoist nun, when I sneaked out of the 100,000 mountains to congratulate you, how did the Summer Palace find out about it? I remember that I was very careful when I went out. You shouldn't have noticed my trace. Qin Pingon smiled and said, I didn't write it down. I just made it up. In the secret records of the Summer Palace, it only wrote that Taoist nun in the 100,000 mountains had a good relationship with Yuanhu in Jinsui City. Then there was the previous generation's hidden officer Xiao Chua's comment, which was written in a crooked handwriting, Mistress, no doubt. Taoist nun smiled awkwardly. Should he believe it or not? Both seemed to be bad. Qin Pingon was silent for a moment and asked doubtfully, Senior, don't you have any doubts about the 5% profit? In fact, I really hope you can ask for 10%. Taoist nun was about to speak, but Qin Pingon said with a sincere expression, I didn't expect you to be so generous and open. You didn't mention it at all. Junior admires you. This kind of demeanor is rare. What else could Taoist nun do? He could only stroke his beard and smile while cursing in his heart. However, after thinking about it, Taoist nun felt that he didn't lose anything. Of course, the young man beside him would only earn more. Taoist nun thought for a long time and said in his mind, doing business with a hidden officer is really refreshing. Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled, I'm far inferior to you. Senior, you're not a businessman at all. That's why you can be so calm and composed. What he said was true. This time Daoist nun felt really refreshed. The ferry arranged by the Confucian temple moved slowly and couldn't go fast. Along the way, a few ferries that left later for the Parrot continent arrived at the ferry port earlier. They were all private ferries on the mountain. However, when they passed by, they intentionally or unintentionally changed their route and chose to take a slight detour. Obviously, they were greatly traumatized by the extremely bad-tempered green shirt sword Immortal and the even bad-tempered Daoist tender. No one wanted to be the next Immortal Yunzai or the ascendant state Nan Guangzhou. Who knew if they would get in the way of the other party's eyes and their own ferry would be attacked? Only the private ferry of Liuxia Island's Qiu clan in Yuzhou approached. Qin Pingon took the initiative to salute the ferry from afar. As a guest of the Qiu clan, Lin Qing raised his hand and threw an item to the man in the green shirt on the opposite ferry. It was the newly carved landscape calligraphy seal. The old man smiled and said in his mind, "Welcome, sword immortal, to my blessed land." Qin Pingon reached out and caught the seal. He cupped his hands again and smiled, "Of course. Other than asking Mr. Lin for advice on gold and stone, I'll be thick-skinned to ask for a few Yushuan restaurant seals. I'll also have to eat the best Yuzhou hot pot before I leave. I'll definitely have to pay for the seals. However, if the hot pot doesn't live up to its name and disappoints me, don't expect me to pay you a single copper coin. I might not even go to Yuzhou in the future." Lin Qing smiled, "That's not a problem." The two fairies then parted ways. Lin Qing told the Qiu brothers about the sword immortal wanting to eat hot pot. Qiu Shengong and Qiu Xuanji, the two talents of Yuzhou's Qiu clan, looked at each other and smiled. Qiu Shengong asked, "Mr. Lin, is this unknown sword immortal using Yuzhou's hot pot to get close to us, or is he really a glutton?" Lin Qing smiled. "Why would a sword immortal who doesn't even care about Yun need to get close to Yuzhou's Qiu clan? Don't forget that the backer of Jiuzhen Immortal restaurant is Zhuolu Songzi, who's having a meeting in the Confucian temple. Did you see him being courteous?" Qiu Xuanji smiled. "That's good. The old ancestor is right. Most of the foreigners who like our Yuzhou hot pot aren't bad. They're worth making friends with." Qin Pingon sized up the old Tianhuang seal, which was of excellent workmanship and materials. It was extremely heavy in his hand. To the immortal teachers and scholars who liked this item, one tael of Tianhuang was equivalent to one tael of grain rain money. Moreover, it was priceless. Seal, west of the golden sky, disappearing in the daytime. Drunken immortals came from the moon cave. Flying swords like rainbows, kicking the south to open the earth veins. Overturning the Big Dipper, illuminating heaven's gate. Bottom line, once seen in green. Qin Pingon fell in love at first sight. He immediately felt the seal in his hand become even heavier. The ferry stopped at the Parrot Island's port. There were already people waiting there. It was a group of young boys and girls. All of them had swords on their backs. They were the 18 sword masters of the Elephant Sword sect. After Qin Pingon and the rest got off the ferry, one of the girls mustered up her courage and walked out of the group alone. She blocked the path. As the Elephant Sword sect's guest elder, Madame Xianyan pretended not to know this girl who was extremely talented in swordsmanship. In the sect she was the most daring. She was the one who spoke the most freely with her master Qi Tingji. Lu Ji had high hopes for this girl. Qin Pingon stopped in his tracks and asked, "You are?" The girl blushed slightly. "I'm a disciple of the Elephant Sword sect. My name is Wu Manyan." Qin Pingon nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. He waited for her to continue. The girl's face instantly turned red. She was afraid that this hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Mr. Qin in her heart, would misunderstand her name. She hurriedly added, "It's Yen as in 100 flowers bloom. Yen as in beautiful and ugly." Qin Pingon could only continue to nod. He could still recognize this word. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. The world's most embarrassing opening line, she did it? How could she forget the draft from before? How could she not remember a single word? Seeing that the girl did not speak and did not give way, Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Is there something you need from me?" The girl's forehead was dripping with sweat. She shook her head vigorously. No. She did not move a single step. In fact, it had only taken a few steps to reach this place, but it had already exhausted all of the girl's courage. Even though she kept telling herself to get out of the way and not delay the hidden official's work, she found that she could not move at all. The girl's mind went blank. She felt that her life was over. The hidden official would definitely think of her as someone who did not know the importance of things, did not know the slightest bit of etiquette, and was also ugly. She would just obediently stay in the sect and practice her swordsmanship. 10 years, 100 years hiding in the mountains and not going out. Her life, other than practicing her swordsmanship, was meaningless. Qin Pingon did not have the slightest bit of impatience. He only smiled softly and said, "Practice your swordsmanship well." Wu Manyan finally came to her senses. The smile on her face was uglier than crying. She sniffled and moved aside to give way. She lowered her head and muttered, "Okay." Qin Pingon was actually very embarrassed. He braced himself and said to the girl, "In the future, you can ask Mr. Lu more questions about your swordsmanship." Wu Manyan raised her head slightly. She still did not dare to look at the smiling face. She grunted in acknowledgement. Madame Ruoyan sighed faintly in her heart. What a silly girl. At this moment the girl seemed to have flown over like a cloud. Her beautiful face was like the rosy clouds of the morning sun. Fortunately, a young man came to her rescue. He said telepathically to the young hidden official, "My name is Xianxia. I will enter the upper 5 states in the future. I will have a sword fight with the hidden official." Qin Pingon turned to look at the energetic young man with a sword on his back. He nodded with a smile and said, "Sure." It seemed that he had good luck with the younger generation. After the two groups of people separated, Wu Manyan wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked the young man, "What did you say to Mr. Qin just now?" Xianxia said, "We agreed that when I reach the pure jade realm we will have a sword fight." Wu Manyan was puzzled. "When you enter the upper 5 states, won't Mr. Qin be at the 14th state? Why fight? What sword fight?" The young man said sadly, "Senior sister. Senior sister, just because I like you, you can't bully me like this." Wu Manyan shook her head. Her ponytail swayed slightly. She looked at the back of the green-robed figure. Suddenly she felt that sword training on the mountain was very interesting. Before he reached the Parrot continent, Qin Pingon stopped and turned his head. He looked into the distance. 2 sword auras dispersed, each going to a different place. One of the sword auras was the Parrot continent. Qin Pingon was puzzled. Why did senior brother use his sword? Who was he fighting with? And it seemed like there were 2 of them. One was the Parrot continent, the other was the Panshui county. Qin Pingon saw with his own eyes that the sword aura brought by the scabbard landed not far away. As for the ordinary cultivators, their realm was not high enough. They had already closed their eyes or turned their heads to avoid it. They did not dare to look at the sword aura. The Parrot continent itself didn't have many changes, but the river water around the island suddenly became shallow, causing the originally small Parrot continent to look like a receding river, with many mountain roots and earth veins exposed. All the cultivators who had just arrived from the Yuanyangzhu complained incessantly. What was going on today? Were there fights everywhere? Daoist Nun patted his good friend's shoulder. "Fellow Daoist Lu, thanks to you. Wherever Pavilion Master Lu went, there was bound to be a disturbance." Lu Qiqing smiled. "You're too kind." In a mansion in the Parrot continent, Ascendant Realm cultivator Feng Shuetao, whose Daoist name was Qingmi, was discussing with several friends on the mountain. The so-called good friends were actually just like Nan Guangzhao's lackey Yan, who knew how to talk and was tactful. They discussed together on how to spread their influence in the Tongye continent. Other than the Yugui sect of the Yugui sect, which needed to be treated with respect, the Yugui sect was not worth mentioning. In the Panshui county, the great cultivator of the Liuxia continent, Jing Hao, the master of a sect whose Daoist name was Qinggong Taibao, was also in a similar situation. However, compared to Feng Shuetao, who was a wild cultivator, there were more than 20 people around him. He was sitting on the main seat talking and laughing together. Previously, everyone disapproved of the sword cultivator who was the head of the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain. Some people said that this guy only dared to arm wrestle with Yunzhan. If he dared to come here, he would not even be able to enter the door. An unsheathed long sword broke the mountain restriction of the mansion and hung in the courtyard. The tip of the sword was pointed at the heroes on the mountain in the house. Jing Hao put down the wine cup in his hand and squinted at the long sword outside the house. It looked unfamiliar. Which unruly sword cultivator was it? Someone in the house stood up and cursed loudly. He came to the door and said, "Which blind fool dares to disturb Elder Jing's drinking mood?" A figure landed in the courtyard. He reached out and gently grasped the long sword. He said indifferently, "Swazwa." The person at the door looked like he was being strangled. His face was pale and colorless and he could not say a word. Swazwa said, "I'm looking for Jing Hao. Those who have no business here may leave." Swazwa glanced at the person at the door and said, "You can stay." The person was in a dilemma. He wanted to say to Swazwa, "Don't be like this. Actually, I can leave. I'll be the first to leave." Everyone here had heard of Swazwa's name even if they had never seen him before. The person outside the house was known as the person with the highest Howren sword art. He was recognized as the scholar with the worst temper in the Confucian school. Jing Hao stood up and twisted the wine cup in his hand. He said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, since you and I didn't know each other before, you're not here to drink. However, I don't think you're here to practice sword with me, Jing Hao." Zhou said, "After practicing sword, it's up to you whether I drink or practice sword." He was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. Zhou took a step forward and waved his sword casually. He and this Qinggong Taibao, who was known as the master of the 80 great spells, made their first move. The person at the door and the people in the house all used their special escape techniques to escape from this troublesome place. There were all kinds of spells and abilities and they were dazzling for a moment. Only the person at the door suddenly stopped at the top of the wall. Because the surroundings were like a cage, sword qi created a strict world. After Zhou made his move, he said to the person without turning his head, "Are you not going to apologize before you leave?" The person immediately cupped his fists and lowered his head saying, "I was wrong." In an instant, the pure Jade Realm cultivator was wrapped in the sword qi cage and fell heavily on a roof a few hundred feet away from Panshui City. Fortunately, only his robe was torn. After the person got up, he still cupped his fists and thanked Zhou before leaving. Jing Hao threw the wine cup in his hand, and the cup suddenly transformed into a pocket-sized mountain. The wine in the cup turned into a long green river that surrounded the mountain like a belt. At the same time, a small world with mountains and rivers of 100 miles appeared between him and Zhou. As he raised his hand, the great Tao of the world in the sleeve appeared. However, they were all slashed apart by the sword. The sword qi arrived in the blink of an eye after traveling 100 miles. Jing Hao stretched out two of his fingers and held an unusual green talisman. After dispersing the slender sword qi, the priceless talisman in the Qinggong Taibao's hand was also scattered by the sword qi and its spiritual energy was quickly burned to ashes. The small talisman was actually as bright as the galaxy. However, Zhou didn't know how much swordsmanship was used in this casual move of his. Zhou stepped over the door with his sword in hand and reminded, "Raise a world." Jing Hao had no choice but to perform several interlocking small worlds as if he was obeying orders. Moments later, the famous Grand Protector of the Azure Palace stood guard in his own world and unleashed all of his 80 great Daoists. However, he only unleashed a single sword strike each time, either breaking through one or several of Thornwormwood's attacks. As for Jing Hao's endless spells, even if they were lucky enough to escape under the sword light, they couldn't get close to him at all. They would collapse by themselves if they got close to him. In the end, Zhou seemed to have told Zhou that fighting was not complicated at all. Just use one more sword. Zhou really only used one more sword. He walked out of the house with his sword and left with the wind. In the sky, he stopped an Ascendant Realm cultivator who ran away when he saw the situation was bad and asked, "Where are you going? Shall I give you a ride?" Feng Shuetao didn't stop. He became faster and faster and said loudly, "I don't dare to trouble you, Mr. Zhou." Zhou was running side by side with the real body of the cultivator whose Daoist name was Qingmi. Zhou said, "Yes." 799. Feng Shuetao, who was born in the mountains and lakes, was more decisive than the Green Palace Grand Guardian of Panshui County. Seeing that Zhou didn't seem to show any mercy today, he immediately used his trump card to attack. The Ascendant Realm cultivator, whose Taoist name was Qingmi, suddenly shone with golden light between his eyebrows, as if he had opened his heavenly eye. Vaguely, it was as if a gate had opened, revealing a small and exquisite imperial palace. Then a young man in a boa robe and a white jade belt walked out from it. He had golden eyes and held two iron maces in his hands. Every time the two iron maces knocked against each other, a golden lightning would burst out. The lightning grew bigger and bigger and finally intertwined into a net, as if a thunder pool with infinite Taoist will had reappeared in the world. Every time Zhou sent out a sword, he would leave a clear and stable sword trajectory between heaven and earth, which was unshakable. Therefore, in the sky there seemed to be more than a dozen silk threads suspended in the air. This was probably the most real way to cut through the sky. In fact, Feng Shuetao had already used several kinds of mysterious escape methods, but somehow, Zhou could always accurately find his real body and arrive at him with his sword in an instant. The young man in a boa robe and a white jade belt was Feng Shuetao's yang spirit body, named Qingmi. The thunder whip transformed from the iron maces could also search for Zhuozhuo on its own. Unfortunately, as soon as those thunder methods approached Zhuozhuo, they would end up with more thunder than rain. It was not that Qingmi was an embroidered pillow, but this kind of offensive thunder method, which was as powerful as the heavens' tribulation, seemed normal when facing Zhuozhuo. If it were any other immortal, they would have been in a terrible fix. Qin Pingon raised his head and squinted. When he looked carefully, he found that each thunder contained a long string of golden words, as if they were a complete secret book of the Thunder Sect. With just this slight movement, the lightning whip in the sky was like a divine general of thunder that had sensed the offense of a mortal teacher. It swiftly and fiercely smashed down, charging towards Qin Pingon, who was near the Parrot Island ferry. Qin Pingon lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and instantly leaped several dozen feet above the ground. He stretched out a palm, his 5 fingers like hooks, and used his palm to block the golden thunderbolt. His other hand twisted his wrist, controlling the martial aura chi to prevent the true meaning of the thunderbolt from dispersing. Finally, he shook his sleeve, condensing the thunderbolt into a golden bead and threw it into his sleeve. It was equivalent to receiving a remnant of the true thunder talisman. It wasn't very meaningful, but it was better than nothing. When he had free time, he would try to refine a few more words. Even ordinary Ascendant Realm Chi refinement warriors might not be able to withstand this lightning whip without damaging the Tao of Thunder Dharma at all, unless they were half-step Heaven Ascension great cultivators like the Grand Heavenly Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain and Venerable Fire Dragon. The slightest mistake in the celestial treasured book secretly passed down from the top of the mountain could lead to a huge error. 1 or 2 sentences or a few key words might lead the cultivator astray. Later on, the blind old Taoist Jia Qing became a consecrator of Luopa Mountain. Putting aside his hidden identity, he had injured his internal organs because he practiced an incomplete thunder dharma, which subsequently led to his blindness. The young Taoist was anxious. Obviously, after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Chi, his swordsmanship had improved again. This was the first time Li Huai met this senior uncle Zhuo, who he had only heard of but never met. Thinking of the shallow knowledge in his mind, Li Huai felt very guilty. He always felt that he would be scolded to death if he met this senior Uncle Zhuo. Pei Qian had once told her that Uncle Master Zhuo was very knowledgeable. Back then she had traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Chi with the big white goose. She was lucky enough to meet Uncle Master Zhuo, who was even more knowledgeable than swordsmanship. During that examination of knowledge, Uncle Master Zhuo had asked so many questions that it shocked the heavens and the earth. It was only thanks to her rote memorization that she was able to pass the examination. One should know that Uncle Master Zhuo had asked her dozens of difficult questions in one breath, and she had only answered about 70 to 80% of them. Therefore, Li Huai's impression of this senior Uncle Zhuo was that he liked to catch the juniors and ask them a lot of questions. The young Taoist was about to say something when Lu Qiqing spoke first and praised, "Senior Uncle Zhuo, your swordsmanship is amazing." The young Taoist said, "Senior? Fellow Taoist Lu, you don't have to. According to your age, you are much older than me." Lu Qiqing sighed and said, "There is a seniority in learning the Tao and there is a specialization in the field. I sincerely call Mr. Zhuo a senior. It is my heartfelt words." Qin Pingon reminded the young Taoist, "Senior." The young Taoist was confused. What? He was pretending to be stupid. He cursed in his mind, "Motherf asterisk cur, your senior brother is attacking left and right. Why am I helping? Am I asking to be chopped?" On the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he would rather curse Alliance 100 times than look at left and right. This was a principle that even an idiot knew. Qin Pingon had to explain patiently, "There is a pile of free incense on the ground. Senior, are you too lazy to bend down?" The young Taoist was enlightened and laughed. "That makes sense. Many cultivators who came to the Parrot continent were not strong enough, but they were bold and didn't know what was good for them. They were used to the bustling scene on the mountain and didn't know the mysteries of the cultivators fighting on the mountain peak. Especially the thunder technique of Taoist Qingmi, it was too strange. It was as if it had eyes and could generate lightning on its own, smashing anyone who tried to peek. As a result, dozens of lightning whips fell down. The young Taoist rose from the ground and hovered above the island of the Parrot continent. He waved his sleeves and shattered the golden lightning bolts one by one. Qin Pingon reminded him again, "Senior, after saving people, remember to scold them. Don't be polite." The young Taoist lowered his head and scolded, Little kids don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't you want a pair of eyes? The sounds of thanks around the parrot continent were endless. Some of the Dao protectors who had failed to persuade the juniors did their best. The older cultivators were also able to protect the lives of the juniors around them. Of course, it was better for them to have someone help them, as it would save them a lot of cultivation and magic treasures. For a moment, everyone sighed endlessly. They never thought that this young Daoist who appeared out of nowhere, who acted so domineering and arrogant in the Mandarin Duckshu, was actually an otherworldly expert who cherished his juniors. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Qin Pingon reminded him again, if someone invites you to be a guest, you can pick 2 or 3 people you like and tell them you'll see when you're free. The young Taoist smashed a golden lightning whip with his palm and said angrily, "Do I need you to teach me the ways of the world?" Qin Pingon laughed and said, "I don't dare to teach you how to do things, but I can teach you how to behave." When getting along with this savage touting, one couldn't be too obedient. The young Taoist glanced at the person who seemed far away but was close to him with a sword. He flew back to his original place resentfully. Lu Qiqing asked softly, "Brother Touting, how long do you think they'll fight for?" As for the outcome, there was no suspense. The young Taoist sneered, "If you're not at the peak of the Ascendant Realm, you won't be able to withstand a few swords. Just treat them as more than half of the 14th Realm sword cultivator." More than half of the 14th Realm didn't sound as good as an Ascendant Realm peak. But in fact, not to mention more than half of the 14th Realm, even half of the 14th Realm was a natural chasm compared to an Ascendant Realm cultivator. Because it meant that a peak great cultivator didn't have the qualifications to reach the heavens. Because his life was not in danger, Feng Shuatao glanced at the green shirt sword Immortal on the parrot continent. He didn't expect that Taoist Qing Mi's distraction would cause him to take another sword for no reason. The sword slashed horizontally and then vertically, causing the lightning pool to be halved again and again. Whether it was when he fought the Green Palace Grand Guardian in Panshui City or Feng Shuatao in the Sky Canopy, he still held back a lot. He only used the sword technique realm he had when he went to the sea to visit the Immortals and fought against the 2 Ascendant Realm Q-swords. He didn't even use his full strength. This was equivalent to pressuring the border again and again. First of all, the 2 Ascendant Realm cultivators had many scruples when they fought. They were too worried about being questioned by the Confucian Temple, so they didn't dare to use their full strength. Moreover, they didn't know the depth of the Ascendant Realm cultivator's foundation. They didn't want to accidentally kill the other party with just a few swords. But if it was on the sea, it was a different story. If they were careless, then so be it. In the end, some Ascendant Realm cultivators in the vast world, such as Nan Guangzhao and Jing Hao, were inferior to the Ascendant Realm demons in the desolate world in terms of fighting and killing. The Qi cultivators in the vast world mostly did it for the realm, to prove their Dao and immortality. The desolate world was pure. They wanted the realm, immortality and immortality. But in the end it was for the pleasure of killing on the great Dao. They both wanted to live as long as the heavens and the earth, but they were on 2 different cultivation paths. Feng Shuatao was indeed a wild cultivator. He said in his mind, "If the left sword celestial wants to kill, don't blame the area within a 1,000-mile radius for spreading spells and spells. When the time comes, innocent people will be implicated. Of course I'll be the one to blame. But if they die, they can't blame me. They can only blame the left sword celestial for being overbearing." The left servant said, "You can try." Feng Shuatao was speechless. He was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. If it were someone else, Feng Shuatao would think that they were bluffing. However, the scholar in front of him who turned to sword practice could not be judged by common sense. Feng Shuatao asked, "Why do you want to fight with me? You need a reason to fight, right? I don't have any grudges with you and the sage of literature." The left servant said, "I don't like you. Does that count as a reason?" Feng Shuatao's face turned gloomy. "Why must I be involved in the battle? I've cultivated in peace on the mountain for thousands of years, and I've never disturbed Haoran Mountain. Do you think you're the hierarch of the Confucian Temple? Why do you care so much?" The left servant frowned and said, "I'll tell you one last thing. Only a stubborn person has the right to talk tough to me." These Ascendant Realm cultivators were not weak in cultivation, but they were good at finding excuses for themselves. Even if they couldn't imitate Zhou Xian's skills, they could at least imitate Pan Huayin. Of course, they didn't want to suffer any losses. It would be fine if that was all, but when the world was peaceful they would gloat. For example, there were several fierce battles in the south of the Liuxia continent. However, the Qinggong Taibao, whose hometown and sect were both in the Liuxia continent, never showed up. Zhou Xian, the sword cultivator from the Central Plains, died in the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent. Feng Xuetao, who had a grudge with Zhou Xian, went to the ruins to pay his respects. Even when they arrived at the Confucian temple, these peak cultivators who survived the tribulation of weapons still didn't know how to restrain themselves. When the sky was about to fall, it was fine to lower one's head and lower one's waist and drag out an ignoble existence. When the world was at peace, one could just close the door and secretly enjoy it. Don't push one's luck and pretend to be indomitable and upright, only to accidentally miss the war that swept the world. The left servant didn't talk much with Feng Xuetao, but every time he spoke he would feel more annoyed. Therefore the left servant decided to use his sword for the last time. At this moment, a figure suddenly stood up from the Confucian temple and shouted, "Let me do it." The left servant hesitated for a moment and didn't use his sword. He allowed that person to brush past him. He pressed Feng Xuetao's head, who had nowhere to hide, and they ascended and left Howren together. From the looks of it, they were going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The cultivators around the Confucian temple were all dumbfounded. The left servant sheathed his sword and returned to the Confucian temple. He didn't use his sword and he didn't say anything unnecessary. He returned the text. At the entrance of the temple, the left servant sat on the steps. Lin Junbai was still sleeping and the young celestial master, Zhao Yaoguang, was guarding her. Zhao Yaoguang hesitated for a long time before he mustered up his courage and said, "Mr. Zhou, I'm Zhao Yaoguang. I have a favor to ask." The left servant said, "He won't agree." "Don't say anything." Zhao Yaoguang hesitated for a long time before he said obediently, "Okay, I understand." When he returned to the celestial master residence in the future, he would be able to answer to the elder at home. It wasn't that he was heartless, but the left sword Immortal didn't even give him a chance to invite him. The left servant placed his sword on his knees and closed his eyes to rest. Back then, when he was practicing his sword skills at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Qingdu once told the left servant in private, "If you can't kill an Ascendant Realm cultivator within 10 moves, what's the point of ascending to the 14th realm? It's meaningless." At the end, the eldest sword Immortal patted the left servant's shoulders and said, "You're not young anymore and your sword skills aren't good enough. I'm worried for you." At the door, the scholar Yuping said with a smile in his mind, "Mr. Zui used his sword twice and it was lighter than expected." The left servant replied, "As long as the Confucian temple gives me a definite answer, I can use my sword more heavily." The scholar Yuping shook his head, speechless. On the Parrot continent's side, Daoist Nun said something fair. Compared to Nan Guangzhao, this guy with the Daoist name Qingmi is indeed stronger. However, he's more thick-skinned. He's willing to stand still in front of everyone and take that dog's paw. Anyway, Alliance wasn't here so he could scold him as much as he wanted. Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "Feng Xuetao is actually more than that. He's hiding a lot. Wild cultivators are all like that. Of course, it's mainly because Feng Xuetao doesn't dare to move." He had already provoked the left servant who would definitely ascend to the 14th realm. If Alliance, who had already experienced the glory of the 14th realm, came, no one in the world would dare to be so fearless. Qin Pingon said, "The great cultivator Qingmi is more suitable for fighting on the battlefield." Daoist Nun ignored it. Those who were weaker than him in fighting were not worth his attention. However, Lu Qiqing understood the meaning behind Qin Pingon's words. Feng Xuetao was more suitable than Nan Guangzhao to descend the mountain. Daoist Nun gave Qin Pingon a shiny jade tablet. It was engraved with the key secret techniques of Jinsui City's robes. It was written in tiny characters and there were about 7,000 to 8,000 words. Daoist Nun said with a smile, "It's agreed. 10% of the profits." Qin Pingon did not care about Tao Ting's shameless act. He quickly browsed through it with his mind and made up his mind. According to the secret record, it was indeed possible to upgrade the robes of the Sparrow residents by 1 rank. Not to mention 10%, even 20% was not excessive. Qin Pingon said, "Every 60 years, Lualpa Mountain will pay according to the agreement. Other than the immortal money, there's also an account book." There was a big difference between paying every 60 years and paying every 10 or 30 years. Daoist nun frowned and said, annoying, checking the accounts. Do you think I'm an abacus accountant? Do you not trust me, or do you think I don't trust you? If I don't trust you, why would I do business? If you don't trust me, you can walk your own path and I'll walk my own path. Qin Pingon smiled and said, friends have their own rules. Doing business has its own rules. Especially when friends do business together, there's no ambiguity. Senior cannot look at the account book, but Luapa Mountain can't not give the account book. If you think this will hurt your relationship, then it means we're not suitable to earn money together. Daoist nun said impatiently, whatever. The group went to the bundle house. It was a secret realm of mountains and rivers. It was similar to the Golden Millet wine shop in the inverted mountain. Along the way, many people looked at them and took the initiative to make way. An unreasonable green shirt sword Immortal, a young Daoist who almost killed Nan Guangzhou, and a famous white emperor city's Lu Daochun. These three people indeed had a unique aura of, please come and provoke me. Qin Pingon always felt that his bundle house was not bad. Until today, when he entered the secret realm, he knew what real family background was and what cultivation was. He felt a little ashamed of himself. In fact, his own Oxhorn Mountain, together with the ferry and those shops, was actually the work of the bundle house. It allowed Cloud-Covering Mountain and Luapa Mountain to benefit greatly. The bundle house was a loose sect. It was said that they did not have any serious golden jade records, nor did they have a mountain or an ancestral hall. The whereabouts of the founding ancestor was also uncertain. In any case, wherever the sect's cultivators went, business followed. As for how the Qi cultivators entered the bundle house and what the sect's regulations were, it was a mystery. It was only known that every time the founding ancestor of the bundle house appeared to do business, he would take out a Qi harmony house that he carried with him and open the door to welcome customers. There were a total of 99 rooms. Each room usually only sold one item. There were occasional exceptions. Qin Pingon and the group walked past the rooms one by one. Almost all of them would enter and take a look at the goods sold by the bundle house. There was the sea of brushes from the glittering jewel Immortal abode. There was a painting of an immortal horse. Each of the 24 solar terms was taken and displayed in sequence. There were extremely few small summer coins in seal script. There was a big colorful bowl with the 5 grains bountiful into the treasure map. There were a few stone heads of strong men, mountain ghosts and thunder gods spending money. A pair of large wooden boards with painted door gods. Qing Lu Blessed Lands landscape painting book. There was a small clay jar called the Descending Mountain Jar. It looked inconspicuous, but it was a mountain treasure that could suppress ghosts. There were also a few broken grotto heavens and blessed lands. As long as one had enough money, they could all be bought. If they had already sold the goods, the talisman beauty in the room would hang a small wooden sign outside the door. There were 4 words written on it: good karma has been formed. To be honest, if these were not treasures that the founding ancestor of the bundle house personally took a look at, there was no possibility of picking up a bargain. Qin Pingon really wanted to sweep them clean. He only said that the jade bamboo fan that he saw in the room had an excerpt of Suzi's prayer for rain post on one side of the fan. On the other side he wrote, Dragon Sting Poem in cursive. At the end he wrote, Grain of grain season, wind, rain, thunder and lightning. The inscription was from Lu Zhou of the banished Immortal Mountain. Qin Pingon almost wanted to borrow money from Lu Qiqing to buy this item. However, when he saw the price, he knew how difficult it was and retreated in the face of difficulties. There was no doubt that all the treasures in this bundle house were open to the public. However, the price was indeed too high. One could only hate that it was too difficult to earn money and that one's wallet was too thin. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to move. The delicate and pretty talisman beauty in the room seemed to have secretly received an edict from the founding ancestor of the bundle house. She suddenly bowed to the green-robed sword Immortal. She smiled gracefully and said in a soft voice, If sword Immortal takes a fancy to this item, you can buy it on credit and take this fan away first. In the future, in any bundle house in the vast world, you can make up for it at any time. This is not an exception for sword Immortal alone. Our bundle house has always had this rule, so sword Immortal need not worry too much. The biggest feature of the bundle house was that the buyer could buy it on credit. No matter if it was an immortal master, a mountain cultivator, or a poor cultivator, they all had the opportunity to sign a contract with the bundle house. Then they could take away the goods. It was much simpler than buying and selling houses at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, the contract was almost without any binding force. In other words, if the buyer could not pay the money, the bundle house would admit defeat and would not pursue the debt. Therefore, in the history of the vast world, there would often be cultivators who would appear every 100 years or even 1,000 years, to pay the bundle house back the immortal money they owed back then. Of course, not everyone could be like this. The cultivators also had to see if they could enter the bundle house's eyes. Qin Pingon had some guesses about this. It was most likely that the bundle house had a secret treasure that could check other people's fortune. Otherwise, how could there be such a way of doing business in the world? Qin Pingon thanked the talisman beauty first, then asked, "If I take a fancy to any item, can I buy it on credit?" The talisman beauty smiled and nodded, "Anything is fine. Our bundle house only has one request. After you have walked through all 99 rooms, Sword Immortal cannot turn back." Qin Pingon looked at Li Huai. Li Huai nodded and said, "Then let's go to the next room to take a look." Madame Ruyan said in her heart, "Hidden official, I actually still have some savings. It's enough to buy this fan." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "There's no need." Actually, Qin Pingon wanted to owe the bundle house a favor first. Only then would there be a return of favors. In the end, they had walked through more than 30 rooms. Li Huai's eyes were a little dry. Only then did they make up their minds. They took a fancy to a rather strange item. It was a stone the size of a fist, engraved with the two words Mountain Immortal. There was a pocket-sized willow tree with old roots entrenched in it like a bonsai. Under the tree stood a tree spirit of the sea-viewing realm. He looked like a white-haired old man, calling himself the Old Immortal of the southern city. Seeing the guests entering the room, the latter was slightly tempted. Just as they had the thought of buying it, the old man cursed loudly, jumped up and spat at the chi cultivators, saying, "You blind things, how dare you invite me to stay in your house? If you're so capable, why don't you just ascend to heaven?" The bundle house's price was only 10 grains of grain rain money. The realm of the willow tree spirit, the material of the mountain rock, and so on, the talisman beauty in the room would explain to the guests one by one. However, the items sold in this secret realm of mountain water were not all priceless and rare items. Even the dozens of grains of snow were also sold. The rooms with a high threshold would not be able to hang the wooden sign. The rooms with a low threshold would be able to afford it. The customers would get it on a first-come first-served basis. By the time Li Huai and the old willow tree were staring at each other, the old willow tree spirit was probably feeling thirsty after scolding the old willow tree spirit with its back against the stone wall. It took off the wine gourd from its waist and gulped down a large mouthful of wine. It was only 10 grains of grain rain money. Qin Pingon could have bought it himself. However, after some hesitation, he still signed a contract with the talisman beauty. It could be considered an IOU for only 10 grains of grain rain money. After that, Qin Pingon pooled his money together and borrowed the grain rain money from Lu Qiqing and Madame Ruan. One after another, he bought a few items that Li Huai found attractive. An expensive subduing demon pagoda, a pair of small golden gourd earrings with a heavy scent of rouge and powder, and a painting of a narcissus swimming in the night filled with shrimp soldiers and crab generals. During this time, he met a group of female cultivators on the mountain. Among them, there was a woman with a graceful bearing. She bought all the dozens of robes and dresses in the room without batting an eye. When he reached the next room, there were 10 sets of flower deity cups from the blessed land of 100 flowers. Altogether, there were 1,000 wine cups. She only left one set for the people behind her. The other 9 sets were all taken away. Most importantly, Qin Pingon didn't see the woman take out anything. She didn't pay the bill with the bag shop. The 2 talisman beauties seemed to be used to it. They didn't say a word. Qin Pingon recognized the woman. She was the Daoist companion of the richest man in the world, the wife of the god of wealth from the Snow Mountain continent. She didn't need to bring money with her when she went out. She could spend as much as she wanted. In the city not far from the Confucian temple, Qin Pingon clapped his hands and stood up. Jiang Longxiang, who was leaning against the wall, was beaten up and hit with dozens of stones. The old scholar was so angry that his body trembled. "Who are you? Tell me your name if you dare. As a sword immortal, do you think that you're afraid of a cultivator from the middle 5 states?" This middle-aged scholar's face was actually written with 4 words. Tough on the outside but timid on the inside. Of course, a scholar would not resort to violence when he was seeking revenge. It would be a disgrace to the scholars. He was going to ask the sages of the Confucian temple to uphold justice and discipline the cultivators who violated the rules with violence. Qin Pingon pointed at Jiang Longxiang's mouth and reminded him, "This is what you get for not keeping your mouth shut the last time you were here. Are you going to complain to the Confucian temple this time? Think about it yourself. You can say whatever you want, but you only have a few teeth. You should cherish them. Otherwise, you might not be able to speak clearly when you're teaching in your hometown. The students might not understand what you're talking about." Jiang Longxiang's face darkened. His biggest question at the moment was not why the man was attacking him, as it was no longer important, but why did the man have the guts to attack him? Why did none of the sages of the Confucian temple show up when they were so close to him? Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I don't dare to touch you at the Confucian temple today. However, don't think this is the end of it. I'll travel to the Shaoyuan dynasty in the future. We can catch up then. You don't have to seek revenge." Jiang Longxiang's heart was filled with resentment, bitterness, and fear. "You don't dare to touch me. What do you want the next time we meet?" Qin Pingon raised his hand and extended his palm. He said with a smile, "I'll settle the score with you. I'll make you pay with interest." Jiang Longxiang struggled to stand up. Qin Pingon pretended to hit him. Jiang Longxiang was so scared that he quickly turned around. Qin Pingon smiled and left. The woman with the hedgerow on her head appeared from the corner. She stopped and looked at the green-robed man from afar. Although her face could not be seen, her figure was graceful. She looked like a plum blossom in the corner just by standing there. Qin Pingon ignored Jiang Longxiang and walked toward the woman with the hedgerow. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Greetings, shopkeeper Yao." She smiled and cupped her fists in return. "Child Qin." Qin Pingon said, "You can call me by my name." The two walked side by side in the alley. The woman beside Qin Pingon was Junyang. She first left the Great Spring Dynasty with Sun Yuan and went to the Yugui sect. She cultivated there for several years. After that, she left the Tongya continent with the great celestial master Zhao Tianlai. She cultivated in the back mountain of the celestial master's mansion on Longhu Mountain. She and the ten-tailed celestial fox Lianzhen were of the same origin but different bloodlines. They were naturally close. After spending all these years together, they were like sisters. The celestial fox Lianzhen's Dao was high and extremely detached. He had lived in the mountains for a long time and had an ethereal qi. He was no longer comparable to ordinary demons. He liked to listen to Junyang's stories of Jianghu. Even the battles of wits and courage between the Yamen constables of Hue Town and the evil spirits were interesting to him. Junyang turned her head and lifted a corner of the hedgerow. She smiled and said, "I almost can't recognize you, child Qin." When they met for the first time at the Great Spring Border Inn, Qin Pingon was still a teenager. He was dressed in a white robe with a red wine gourd hanging from his waist. Beside him was a mischievous little girl with charcoal hair and a few different retinues. He was once a teenager, but now he was a slender man in a green robe. He was worthy of being called the Sword Immortal of the Mountain. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Yao is still as charming as ever. I miss the 5 years of plum wine brewed in the inn and the roasted whole lamb. It's really a delicacy that can't be found on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain." Junyang loosened her fingers and let go of the hedgerow. "Don't call me shopkeeper Yao. It's too formal. Child, just call me Junyang." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. The first time he heard of the phrase "life is narrow, and the wine cup is wide," was from this Junyang at the table. Junyang smiled and asked, "That Wei Haiyang, is he not following you as a retinue anymore?" That martial artist surnamed Wei claimed to have a great appetite. In the end, that man became a pile of mud after drinking a bowl of wine and snoring thunderously on the table. It left a deep impression. Qin Pingon shook his head. "Everyone has their own lives." Junyang sighed. "That's true." Qin Pingon said in his mind, "I heard that Zhong Kuei is still in the Western Buddhist kingdom." He missed this meeting. Junyang and Qin Pingon had nothing to reminisce about. Although their relationship wasn't bad, it wasn't enough for Junyang to come looking for him. She didn't ask him anything, but she was here to ask him questions. Junyang said, "What's the point of mentioning him? He's neither human nor ghost. He likes to ask for trouble." Qin Pingon said, "Zhong Kuei was timid back then. Maybe it was because he guessed what would happen later. He had no choice but to be bold. Junyang rolled her eyes. He's timid? She then smiled. His timidness has nothing to do with me. He's just an accountant. It's up to fate whether we meet or leave. Qin Pingon didn't say anything else. After chatting with Junyang about the recent situation of the Great Quan Empire, they parted ways. Zhong Kuei and Junyang, who had a special identity, were like a muddled account in a marriage book. Junyang, or Madame Huan Sha, was most angry with Zhong Kuei, who was the accountant. It wasn't even because Zhong Kuei hid his identity as a gentleman of the academy and watched her, Madame Huan Sha's, actions. It was just that Zhong Kuei was too cowardly. All of his seemingly audacious nonsense was actually cowardly. I might not agree to your request. But since you like me, why don't you dare to say that you like me? What's going on? Perhaps what she hoped for was for Zhong Kuei, the accountant, to behave himself and stand in front of her, sincerely saying the word like. Women weren't completely unreasonable. It was just that the reason a man spoke was often different from the reason they wanted to hear. A woman's reason was more in her mood. If a man couldn't even understand why she was being unreasonable, then there was nothing he could do. Naturally, the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. Qin Pingon had always felt that he was just a little late in understanding the relationship between men and women. In fact, he was really talented and knew a lot. Even if his senior brothers of the same sect were added together, they still wouldn't be as good as him. He even dared to say such words in front of senior brother Zhou and senior brother Zhou Xian. Of course, the prerequisite was that the teacher was beside them. Qin Pingon walked alone in the alley and suddenly thought of something. Previously, he had traveled with Xing Juzhong on the Wenjin crossing. Actually, the city lord of White Emperor City only said 3 sentences along the way. Qin Pingon just listened. Firen and Zhou Qinggao. Undoubtedly, they were the 2 most prominent people in the desolate world in this confrontation between the 2 worlds. Xing Juzhong only commented, Firen is very smart and has a bright future ahead of her. Zhou Qinggao's fate may be more pitiful. Therefore, if you have the chance to review the situation, you should satisfy him. Another sentence had a deeper meaning. Life is like a dream. With a single thought, one will be startled awake. The last sentence was truly the words of a senior. I called you Mr. Qin before going out to meet you. The reason is very simple. The person I am meeting today is not the young reclusive official of today, but the future Mr. Qin at the top of the mountain. Following this, Qin Pingon planned to go to the Qiuasking boxing competition. On the night boat in Consonant City, a handsome young man with antlers on his head followed his mistress. He took the initiative to greet Ning Yao's group, saying that they were welcome to stay. Qin Pingon didn't receive such treatment before. When they passed by Consonant City, the 2 sides nearly came to blows. They stayed in an immortal residence in Consonant City. In the night, Ning Yao brought Pei Qian, Xiaomi and the white-haired boy to sit on the roof and admire the moon. Along the way, every time Ning Yao passed by a city, she would slash out with her sword and break the ferry's restrictions. The night boat didn't have any intention of stopping her. At this moment, Ning Yao smiled and asked, Xiaomi, will you have to go to fewer places in the North Continent because of me? Xiaomi thought about it carefully and shook her head. No. She had to think about it carefully. She couldn't just blurt it out casually. That would be too insincere. Pei Qian sat at the side feeling a little nervous. He was really worried that Xiaomi would speak nonsense. Xiaomi glanced at Pei Qian from the corner of her eyes. Then she leaned back and secretly stretched out her hand behind her back. She gave Pei Qian a thumbs up to take credit and praise herself. She wasn't a little fool. Previously, there were some small mistakes at the inn in Entry City. In fact, she deliberately pretended to be a fool. Xiaomi hesitated for a long time and asked carefully, Madam Mountain Chieftain, are you worried that the good Mountain Chieftain will like someone else? Ning Yao smiled and didn't say anything. Xiaomi hugged her knees with both hands and said softly, That's not true. Back then, I was standing in the big wicker basket behind him and accompanied the good Mountain Chieftain to roam the pugilistic world. We walked for a long time and every time he met a pretty girl he would ignore them. The good Mountain Chieftain likes you a lot. Ning Yao said, Actually, I've never been worried. It's just that if I don't do this, I often don't know what to say when I talk to him. Ning Yao paused for a moment. Actually, I'm still worried. How could she not be worried at all? He was a little worried. If Qin Pingon wanted to go to a place, he would definitely go there. No matter how far he went, he wouldn't change his mind. However, if he wanted to leave a place, he would definitely not turn back. Xiaomi asked curiously, Madam Mountain Chieftain, I heard from the good Mountain Chieftain that the two of you fell in love at first sight. Ning Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She ignored this. What love at first sight? There was no such thing. She said to Xiaomi, just call me Sister Ning. Pei Qian deliberately choked on his wine and coughed a few times. Xiaomi immediately understood. Did she say something wrong? She immediately tried to salvage the situation. I know. The good Mountain Chieftain fell in love with Sister Ning at first sight. At that time, Sister Ning was still hesitating whether to like the good Mountain Chieftain or not, right? Ning Yao thought for a moment and shook her head with a smile. That's not true. When we first met at Mud Bottle Alley, I didn't like him and he didn't like me. Xiaomi immediately crossed her arms and turned to look at Ning Yao. She said seriously, that's not true. The good Mountain Chieftain said that at that time he just didn't know that he liked you. Ning Yao was so angry that she laughed. You even told him the truth. However, she was happy to hear this for the first time. The white-clothed youth and the green-clothed scholar swaggered back to the Immortal Inn at Egret Ferry on Mount Xingyang. Tianwan's real body was still hiding in Mount Xingyang. However, she was forced to show up at Egret Ferry by these two idiots. This was because the two of them had not only seen through her clone's escape technique, but they had also captured all of her soul. If it was only her soul or spirit that had been captured, Tianwan was prepared for the worst. He could just give it up. She had her own methods to make up for her great Tao. However, since she had both her soul and spirit, it was not up to her. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said to Sister Tianwan, who was dressed in pink and green, the moon on the water is as far away as the sky. The flowers in front of you are like looking in a mirror. It's easy to see a person dressed in jade but difficult to approach. On the other side of the Great Wall of Sword Aura, a figure fell straight to the ground. Feng Xuetao, a great cultivator who was forcibly ascended to another world, felt dizzy. He stabilized his body with great difficulty and looked into the distance. He was in the wilderness. As for a certain son of AB*, he stood on the shoulder of this ascendant state cultivator and stroked his hair with both hands. He sighed, look into the distance. 800, Feng Xuetao asked, why did you bring me here? The great cultivators at the peak of Haoran Mountain had to follow many rules if they wanted to ascend. First, they needed the permission of the Confucian temple, and then the Confucian sage in the sky screen to open the door for them. Otherwise, they would get lost easily and end up in all kinds of strange beyond heaven secret realms. Moreover, the process of cultivators ascending and traveling was extremely dangerous as well. They had to come into contact with the long river of time that was formed from the Grand Tao, and the slightest carelessness would cause their cultivation to be greatly depleted and their lifespan to be reduced. Therefore, this time Feng Xuetao traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi hand in hand, with Alliance. With Alliance opening the way, Feng Xuetao walked very easily. As for why Alliance did not go through the gate of the inverted hanging mountain and came to the wilderness, Feng Xuetao was too lazy to ask. He just took it as this guy showing off his sword skills. Alliance said, you're not the same as that Qinggong Tai Bao. Feng Xuetao sneered, not the same? Didn't I get hit by his sword? Alliance laughed, you're quite hot-tempered, aren't you? Nan Guangzhao Jinghao Feng Xuet. The three ascendants' Daoist names were Tianxiu, Qinggong Taibao and Qingmi. Each one was more arrogant than the other. I'm not. When Alliance thought of this, he felt a little sad. This Feng Xuetao beneath his feet had a personal grudge with the old sword immortal of the Central Plains, Zhou Xian. Feng Xuetao had been born as a mountain cultivator. His Dao name was Qingmi and it was not for nothing. Naturally, he would not be stingy with his shady dealings. There were definitely plenty of shady dealings that were unethical. Jing Hao, on the other hand, was the most authentic library master. He was born on the mountain and was a natural cultivator. His cultivation in this life was very smooth. Back then, the demons of the wilderness crushed the mountains and rivers of the Jinjia continent and crossed the sea to the southern end of the Liuxia continent. Jing Hao was in the ancestral hall for a meeting. At the beginning, at least half of the cultivators of the Dragon Gate realm and above would go down the mountain and rush to the south to fight to the death. Some of them were old and had no hope of breaking through to the next realm. There were also many cultivators whose family and friends had died in the drifting Dawn continent. Thus, they came out of the mountains to kill demons, both for the greater good and to avenge their personal grudges. However, this great sect that was second to none in the flowing Dawn continent had unexpectedly chosen to seal itself off from the outside world. Not to mention the constant criticism from the outside world, even the sect itself was puzzled. It was said that the sect master who was going to personally lead the team down the mountain suddenly changed his mind at the end of the meeting at the ancestral hall. This was because he had received secret instructions from the old ancestor, Jing Hao, to preserve his strength. It would not be too late to wait until the army of the demon race advanced to the north and fought their way to the gates of their own mountains. They could take advantage of the geographical advantage and learn from Fuyao Continent's Heavenly Rumble Village and Tongyi Continent's Lotus Flower City. They could defend their mountains to the death and do things more steadily. They could also contribute to their hometowns. If the drifting Dawn continent lost, they would strive to protect themselves. If the world won, then the vast southern territory of the continent would be cleared of all the immortals on the mountains. It would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the sect to expand their territory and gather vassals. As for how the outside world learned of this rumor, it was because that sect master immediately lost his position as sect master after the ancestral master came out of seclusion and was punished. Nominally, he was a hindrance to the war effort. As a sect master, he was irresponsible and ashamed of his ancestors who were hung on the statues. He had to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes for 100 years. Feng Shuatao asked, "Can you come down and talk?" In the ruins of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, apart from a Confucian temple accompanying a sage, there were also several great cultivators from various continents who were stationed here. They were all watching the show. Alliance complained, "If you tell me to come down, I'll come down. Do you think I don't have any face? You're just stupid. If you told me not to come down, do you think I wouldn't come down?" Feng Shuatao could only pick up his identity as a rogue cultivator. "Anyway, I'm a rogue cultivator. What face do I need?" Alliance did not embarrass Feng Shuatao too much. He floated to the ground and sat on the edge of the wall. He tapped the wall with his heel and took out a pot of wine. Feng Shuatao hesitated for a moment. He squatted down and looked towards the south. He asked, "That's the old blind man's Sherwan Mountains?" Alliance nodded. "It's considered my territory. I often go there to drink and eat meat. Back then the old blind man took 18 of my swords. He admired my swordsmanship very much. He said that if I wasn't young and handsome he would have mistaken me for Qin Qing. He would have used all his strength to attack." Feng Shuatao's words went in one ear and out the other. He just said to himself, "Alliance, why did you stop me from using my swords? At most I'll just stand still and take a hit. At most I'll drop my realm." Alliance said, "In my impression, rogue cultivators like you are very good at calculating. If you want to drop your realm, go to the south. What's going on in the vast world? Your reputation is not good." Feng Shuatao asked, "That's why I don't understand why you want to help me." Alliance said, "Do you remember the 16th year of the autumn hunt of a certain dynasty in the Central Plains? That dynasty ordered a few vassals, joined forces with a few big neighboring countries, all the immortal masters of the archives, and the gods of the mountains and rivers to hold a great hunt and kill demons and ghosts?" Feng Shuatao was expressionless. "I don't remember." Alliance said, "I remember that there was a rogue cultivator who was passing by. He fought and beat up 2 immortals. Those immortal masters of the archives were very embarrassed." Feng Shuatao was puzzled. Why mention such a small matter? He just couldn't stand the way those immortal masters of the archives acted. They were young, but all of them were old and cunning. They were good at currying favor. Alliance drank his wine and said casually, "If the immortal sects where cultivators gather only moved the government from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, I think it's very boring." Feng Shuatao just squatted and felt bored. Alliance turned his head. "Can you have the courage to prove that the Confucian temple misjudged you and attacked the wrong person?" Feng Shuatao sneered. "Forget it. To be honest, I don't think I'm wrong, but I don't think they're wrong either." Alliance rubbed his chin and sighed. "There's no rogue cultivator in the upper 5 realms in the world." Feng Shuatao felt a little sad. If this son of AB** Teach was willing to talk seriously, he wouldn't be as bad as the rumors said. Alliance asked, "Do you have any sword cultivator friends in your life?" Feng Shuatao shook his head. "I have many fair-weather friends. I don't have any close friends." To be precise, he didn't have any friends. A long time ago he had one. Alliance stood up and laughed. Then I'll have to congratulate you. Feng Shuatao knew something was wrong. As expected, Alliance said seriously, as long as you accompany me through the boorish land, you'll have a sword cultivator friend. Feng Shuatao smiled bitterly. Do I have no choice? Through the boorish land? Feng Shuatao wasn't an idiot. Alliance said earnestly, don't worry. I can protect an Ascendant Realm cultivator. Feng Shuatao sighed and began to think of a way to escape. However, when he thought about the boorish land, he felt that the son of AB*T beside him was much more familiar with it than he was. How could he escape? The man threw away the empty wine bottle and held his forehead with his hands. Invincible boorish land cultivator, sword cultivator Alliance. He didn't want to wait for Sister Luji. He wanted to leave her with a handsome and majestic back. Feng Shuatao sorted out the messy emotions in his heart and sighed. He raised his eyebrows and looked to the south. After a moment of silence, he smiled and imitated Alliance's way of speaking. He muttered to himself, Wild cultivator Qing Mi Feng Shuatao of the snowy mountain continent. In the Parrot continent, after visiting 99 rooms, Qin Pingon didn't return with a full load, but he gained a lot. Qin Pingon asked Lu Qiqing if he could help find a place to stay on the island. He planned to cook a meal for everyone. Lu Qiqing said of course there was no problem. He had a lot of friends on the mountain. There were not many who didn't know him and had never heard of him. The old tree spirit who called himself the Lord of Heaven in the south of the city, seemed to have an immortal restriction on his body. He couldn't return to his true form for the time being. He was about 3 inches tall. At this moment he was sitting on the shoulder of the young Daoist and drinking. He squinted at the boastful Lu Qiqing who was dressed in fancy clothes and cursed him for being a sissy. However, Lu Qiqing grabbed him and squeezed him in the palm of his hand before throwing him back to the young Daoist. The old tree spirit was drunk and disoriented. He asked Li Huai, your trusted subordinate was bullied. Are you not going to do anything? Li Huai said he couldn't do anything. The old tree spirit immediately stood up and put the wine bottle on his waist. He straightened his clothes and bowed. This immortal master is wearing a pink robe. She is really unique, like a peerless beauty who stands alone in the world. Lu Qiqing felt bored and slapped the old tree spirit gently. The old tree spirit held the mountain with both hands and complained incessantly. Li Huai had to intercede for Lu Qiqing. Lu Qiqing stopped. The willow tree spirit didn't dare to scold the pink-robed immortal master. He turned his head and spat. Suddenly he remembered that this was the young Taoist territory and quickly wiped it with the tip of his foot. Li Huai remembered something and said to Qin Pingon telepathically, the old man left a package for you at the Yang family's drugstore. He said in the letter that you can go to his house and get it. Qin Pingon nodded. Li Huai took out a yellowed book from his sleeve. Luopa Mountain became a sect, but I didn't attend the ceremony. It's overshadowed, right? The old man gave it to me. It's full of messy scribbles. I don't want to learn it and I can't learn it. Just looking at it gives me a headache. I'll give it to you, don't mind it. Qin Pingon didn't refuse. He took it and said, consider it a loan. I'll return it to you after reading it. Li Huai said angrily, give it back to me. Qin Pingon smiled and said, you haven't finished reading it yet. Qin Pingon suddenly stopped and turned around. It was the old sword cultivator Yu. He had also finished walking around the bundle shop with the other tycoons. Other than the Xianxia clan, there were also young ladies from the Xianxia clan. However, they were not as likable as sword cultivator Zhu Mei. Yu said to the young man beside him with a smile, Xie Yuan, I'm in a good mood today. I'll tell you a secret. Can you keep your mouth shut? The disciple of the Xianxia family from the Snow Peak continent was a little shameless. He said to the chief foreign minister of his family, I promised Mr. Yu first. As for whether I can keep my mouth shut, I'll see. After all, it's not up to me. Yu said, you came to the Confucian temple to join in the fun. The person you want to meet the most is right in front of you. Xie Yuan walked over quickly. This handsome disciple didn't seem to have any doubts. He bowed to the green-robed sword Immortal but didn't say anything. Silence spoke louder than words. This was called Xie Yuan bowing his head to the hidden official. Qin Pingon looked at Yu. The old sword practitioner laughed in his mind. Master hidden official, don't worry. Xie Yuan looks like he doesn't know what's important, but he knows what's important. Otherwise he wouldn't have been groomed as the next master of the Xia family. He heard about Master Hidden Official's deeds through the family's secret channel in his early years and admired you. He even wrote erotic books about Lady Ruyan from the Plum Blossom Garden, Nalan Saihuan from the Great Wall of Sword Aura, and the female sword Immortal Song Pin from the Golden Armor Continent. Senior Hidden Official may not know this, but in the past 10 years in the Pure Jade Continent 40 to 50% of the most widely circulated erotic books on the mountain were written by Xie Yuan. The number of female cultivators who wanted to beat him, if not 100 then at least 80. Qin Pingon returned the greeting with a fist salute to the young man. In fact, he wanted to punch this Jiang Shangzhen from the Snow Peak Continent to the ground. Xie Yuan straightened his back and suddenly reached out his hand. He probably wanted to grab Qin Pingon's sleeve, but he didn't succeed. The young man said resentfully, "I want to touch the celestial aura so that I can write like a god." Qin Pingon reminded him with a smile, "Master Xie, there are some books that shouldn't be spread." Xie Yuan looked at Lady Ruyan beside the young hidden official and nodded. They were both men, so they understood tacitly. They parted ways. Xie Yuan wanted to visit a senior who was staying in the Parrot Continent. The young flower goddess, whose nickname was Rui Feng, was full of joy. She rode the wind and rushed to the Parrot Continent. She curtsied to the young secluded officer and thanked him sincerely. She said that Teacher Zhang was not angry but happy. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. He invited the flower goddess to be a guest at the Luopa mountain in the future. In fact, at the entrance of Lu Xianyang's ancestral home in his hometown, there was a small canal passing by. Between the cracks of the rocks, there was a balsamia that was suspended in mid-air. The flowers bloomed in 5 different colors. In the early years, many young girls in his hometown seemed to like to pick the flowers and crush them, dyeing their fingernails bright red. Qin Pingon didn't think it was pretty at that time. Lu Xianyang had always talked about this flower growing in front of his house. The elders had a story about feng shui. In the end, a greedy little slug came to his house with a small hoe and secretly dug it away in the middle of the night. After daybreak, Lu Xianyang squatted in front of the door for a long time, cursing and swearing. That night, the little snot bug that had secretly planted the balsamine elsewhere was pulled by the ear and returned. To Lu Xianyang, who was in the dark, the balsamine at the door seemed to have grown legs of its own, running away from home and returning to its home. Lu Xianyang was very happy to have regained what he had lost. He said that this flower was indeed strange. At that time, Qin Pingon nodded and the little slug rolled his eyes and made a face. In fact, when Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingon each went to study and returned home, they both became mountain dwellers. It was then that they realized that the balsamia that looked beautiful in the past was actually just ordinary. Madame Huayan bid farewell to Qin Pingon and left. She brought the balsamia flower goddess to the bag shop again. She had secretly taken a liking to a few items. Lu Qiqing walked to the door of a mansion in Parrot Island halfway up the mountain and knocked on the door. A timid girl walked out. Her family's elders and a few good friends on the mountain were all on guard. They didn't dare to come out to meet this Lu Daochun from White Emperor City. In the end, they let her come. As for the green shirt sword Immortal and the young Daoist, the young female cultivator didn't even dare to look at them. Even if she came from a sect, she didn't dare to be rash in the face of these fierce people who could arm wrestle with the leaders of big sections. Lu Qiqing smiled and said, "Miss, I am close friends with your family's elders. Can you let me borrow your house to entertain my friends?" The female cultivator nodded vigorously. Her master said that as long as Lu Daochun asked, she would agree to anything. Lu Qiqing pinched out a grain rain coin with 2 fingers and said, "Miss, after you take this grain rain coin, remember to return me 2 small summer coins." Her eyes were filled with doubt, but she didn't dare to disobey. After accepting the grain rain coin, she took out 2 small coins from her sleeves and handed them to the famous pavilion master of the colored glass pavilion with fear and trepidation. Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "There are so many beauties in the world. If 10 small summer coins were the full number, you would be very beautiful. Today I see that your marriage is not shallow. It is a feast for my eyes. May I ask your name, where do you live, where do you cultivate, and whether you have a Taoist companion?" Qin Pingon came to Lu Qiqing's side and slapped him on the back of the head. Then he apologized to the young female cultivator and said, "Sorry to disturb you." If he knew that Lu Qiqing had friends all over the mountain, he wouldn't have asked. The girl shook her head and didn't say a word. She just made way for the door. The cultivators in the house had already left from the side door. They didn't dare to ride the wind. They met the young female cultivator at the ferry and left Parrot Island by ferry. The girl was anxious, but her master smiled in his heart and said, "You have made a contribution. When we go back, the ancestral hall will record it." After entering the house, in a secluded courtyard surrounded by cypress trees, Qin Pingon first took out the fish basket from his sleeve. Then he opened the box and took out the tools skillfully. He was ready to show off his skills to Li Baoping and Li Huai. Li Huai and Daoist nun brought in a table and chairs. Lu Qiqing took out a few pots of immortal wine. The table was full of dishes. There were a few golden carps, steamed, braised, and stewed fish. They looked, smelled, and tasted good. Qin Pingon asked with a smile, "How is it?" Li Baoping nodded and said, "It's delicious." Li Huai said, "It's much better than Pei Qian's." Lu Qiqing and Daoist nun looked at each other. They both felt that they had to show some strength of character and not say anything that went against their conscience. Qin Pingon glanced at the two guys who were eating so much that they became mutes. He nodded with satisfaction. Maybe this was what it meant to be beautiful without words. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Qin Pingon put down his chopsticks. Li Baoping was still chewing slowly and Li Huai was still wolfing down the food. Li Huai suddenly felt embarrassed. He approached Qin Pingon and said in a low voice, "Qin Pingon, I've read a few books. Can I talk to you about the principles in the books? If it's not right, you can forget about it." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Of course you can. Just say it." Li Huai still didn't seem to be very confident. He only dared to talk to Qin Pingon secretly through telepathy. The books say that when a person has both great achievements and worries about himself, his life will be more tiring. Because he works hard on the outside, he works hard on the inside. You have a lot of titles now, so I hope you can find a few ways to relax. For example, liking fishing is good. The eyes of this young man in a scholarly robe were full of worry at this moment. Li Huai had never been good at reasoning with people. Today he had done his best. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Such a good principle. I will definitely take it to heart." Li Huai laughed. If he could reason with Qin Pingon, then it would be a pity if he didn't become a sage. Qin Pingon clenched his fist and gently knocked on his stomach. "All the good principles I read in the books and heard are my principles as long as they are in my stomach." Li Huai looked at him and said, "Qin Pingon." Qin Pingon was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Li Huai chuckled and said, "You are called Qin Pingon, so you must be safe. With you here, we will think about finding a chance to get together. Even if there is nothing to talk about, we still need to get together." Qin Pingon was not here, so it seemed that everyone was leaving it up to fate. Of course, they were still friends, but it seemed that they didn't want to meet again. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. Li Huai lowered his head and continued to eat. "You are welcome." Blockhead Lin, of course, they were all good friends, but his temperament was a bit light. He didn't care about meeting after a long separation. And that Yulu, the reverse homonym, was Yulu. He probably said that there are survivors of the Lu family, or perhaps he was expressing his will and not forgetting his origin. Yulu constantly reminded him that, "I am a descendant of the Lu family." That year, only Yulu would take the initiative to keep watch with Qin Pingon. In addition, that year at the Great Sui Kingdom Academy, Yulu stood up for him and hit him the hardest. Li Huai always remembered that. In fact, Li Huai missed them. Of course, there was also Shi Jiachuan, that little abacus. He heard that even her child had reached the age where she could talk about marriage. That year on the long journey, Li Huai was the closest to Qin Pingon, but he was also the most afraid of Qin Pingon. Because Li Huai intuitively knew that Qin Pingon was patient, good-tempered, generous, and most willing to give things to others. He always cared about others first. If such a good-tempered person became angry and ignored him, then it would really be difficult for him to travel the long journey. There was no water in the mountains and the sun was scorching. It was really difficult to find a stream. His mouth was dry and his lips were chapped. The straw sandals youth held a hatchet and said that he would go take a look. When Qin Pingon returned, more than an hour had passed. His body was covered with bamboo tubes filled with water. Li Huai would forget many trivial things, but he would never forget the feeling that Qin Pingon gave him. It was as if he was saying, "I'm here, everything will be fine." At that time, Li Huai would think that Qin Pingon was older and had suffered since he was young, so he knew everything. Naturally, he knew more than Lin Shi, who was a child from a rich family. He knew how to climb mountains and go into the water. He knew more about how to make a living from the heavens. When Li Huai himself was 14, he realized that this was not the case. Later on, even if he was 10 years older, he would wait until he was 24. No one would be willing to deal with those trivial things every day. Li Huai always felt that taking care of other people's hearts was a very tiring thing. He did not know how to and did not have the patience. Luckily, Mr. Qi had abducted Chen Pingon for them. On the road, there would always be a straw sandals youth with a hatchet at his waist, leading the way. On the road of life, walking together with Chen Pingon would be a very stable path. Because Chen Pingon seemed to always be the first to think of trouble, and when he saw trouble he would solve it. Cui Dongshan had once said the simpler the reason the easier it was to understand, but at the same time, the harder it was to understand the reason that truly belonged to oneself. He had also said that many people relied on luck to get to where they were. But many people relied on their own abilities to make their lives more and more difficult. Lu Qiqing looked at the red-clothed lady and then looked at Li Huai. This fearless owner of the glazed pavilion had a lot of emotions in that moment. The younger generation of Pearl Paradise was gradually being viewed as the opening the door generation by the Aquarius continent. But because the Mountain Water Bulletin was not up to date, there were currently a lack of people. But Lu Qiqing was different. At that time he had brought Brother Longbo and personally walked through the small town of Huaihuang County, and had personally seen all the different young people. If not for Li Lu and the lady. There was also Luopa Mountains Chen Pingon, Dragon Spring Sword Sex Lu Xianyang, White Emperor Cities Gukan Apricot Blossom Alleys Ma Ku Xian, Clay Bottle Alleys Song Jisun Dali Vassal King, Fortune Streets Xiao Yao, Dali Capital's Ministry of Justice Assistant Minister, Peach Leaf Alleys Xieling, Dragon Spring Sword Sex Direct Disciple, Lin Shuyi from the Construction Supervision Office. Of course, there was also Cliff Academy's Li Baoping Li Huai. Chen Pingon laughed and asked, Baoping, what books have you been reading recently? Li Baoping shook his head, not reading, just thinking about some things. Chen Pingon asked curiously, what things? Li Baoping said, there's one thing I'm thinking about, why I lost to Yuanzhen in the last argument. On the way here I already figured it out. There are two other things that are difficult. Chen Pingon laughed, tell me about them. Li Baoping thought for a moment and pointed to the table. For example, the books say that literary thoughts are like a fountain. I've been thinking about how scholars get their literary thoughts. I thought of a way, imagining that I have a chessboard in my mind and then I put a word in each grid, like living in a house, sad, happy, lonely, sad, angry, and so on. After I filled up a chessboard with great difficulty, there was trouble again. Because all the words were very troublesome. Should I take a step in each grid, just like how youngest Marshal Uncle had to greet Song Jisun next door when he walked in Clay Bottle Alley? Or could I take a few steps in one go? Could I walk directly to Gu Kan or the Chow family's ancestral house? Or could I just jump from one grid to another? Could youngest Marshal Uncle jump from Clay Bottle Alley to Apricot Blossom Alley in my house on Fulu Street? Or could you go directly to Sister Tao Ye's Peach Blossom Alley because you want to see peach blossoms? I can't even think of a good rule. Apart from this, there's also the addition of sad and sad words. If sad and happy words meet each other, it's subtraction. The addition, subtraction and subtraction will need another rule. Li Baoping swiped horizontally, then raised his hands vertically. Then he tilted and tilted as if he was overlapping two worlds. Other than emotions, I thought of a second chessboard. It's a more concrete word such as a bridge, flowing water, a door, a friend, a book. There's another chessboard. Because there are many thoughts, other than staying in the grid, it's like thinking blindly at home. They must have seen something, that's why they have the synesthesia, translocation and imagination. When I was thinking about this, I thought of another thing which is even more difficult. For example, the book says that one is born from one. I'll assume that this one is 1 point. Youngest Marshal Uncle, for example. Li Baoping's thoughts jumped around and she spoke quickly, making her seem very imaginative. When she said, Dao begets one, Li Baoping pressed her thumb and index finger together, as if she was pinching a mustard seed. She reached out and placed it in the air. The moment she said, one is born from two, Li Baoping suddenly let go and immediately had two horizontal lines. Two vertical lines pierced through the mustard seed. In the blink of an eye, countless more straight lines were formed. Chen Pingon instantly took out a caged sparrow. This immortal inn built on top of Egret Fairy Mountain was called Cloud Crossing Inn. In addition to the reed marsh at the foot of the mountain, there were large terrace-like paddy fields nearby. Egrets flew in circles and sparrows grabbed the reed stalks. It was quiet and peaceful, giving off a rustic vibe. Fishermen on the water and farmers in the fields were already used to the rise and fall of the immortal fairies. Egret Ferry was less than 100 miles away from the nearest Qingwu Peak. These people at the foot of the mountain had lived in the boundary of Xingyang Mountain for generations, so they had seen many immortals on the mountain. Cui Dongshan personally brewed tea for the guests. The white-robed youth was like a cloud, making people forget about the world. After Tianwan sat down, she took a cup of tea from Cui Dongshan, but she did not dare to drink it. After all, she was here with her real body today. Previously, she had used all her means, including using her Yin spirit to travel far away, her Yang spirit to escape far away, and her camouflage technique. Unexpectedly, they were all intercepted by the two people in front of her. Moreover, they seemed to be certain that her real body was still in Xingyang Mountain, which made Tianwan feel helpless. She had manipulated the red string and played with people's hearts in the Aquarius continent for many years, and this was the first time she felt that her plans were not as good as God's. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "This is the tea that my husband brought back from Qingyuan Prefecture's Xianyu County. It's very precious and priceless. I'm usually reluctant to drink it. Sister Tianwan, try it. If it's good, you don't have to pay. After drinking the tea, we'll talk about business." Tianwan sneered and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll send people to Xianyu County to track you down?" Cui Dongshan said helplessly, "Smart people don't say stupid things. Sister Tianwan, you're being insincere." Tianwan was smart because she never did anything superfluous. This was also the reason why she could live in seclusion in Xingyang Mountain in the Aquarius continent. This junior sister of Zhou Zi could make many smart people think that she was only a little clever. Xingyang Mountain's sect Master Bamboo Emperor, Pure Jade Realm's Patriarch Xianxia, Tao family's Patriarch Tao Yanbao, and the sect's Discipline Master Yanji. These old sword immortals whose names shook the entire continent felt that Tianwan's seat in the ancestral hall of Xingyang Mountain was actually dispensable. Jiang Shangzhen did not go over to drink the tea. She stood alone by the railing of the observation deck and looked at the children playing by the water. A group of children formed a circle and played a flower tug-of-war known as a shy girl. There was a girl with a red face who won against her peers. She grinned as if she had a decayed tooth. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and squinted her eyes. She leaned on the railing with a gentle gaze and said softly, "Today I've won the grass tug-of-war." Smiles come from both faces. Cui Dongshan extended a hand to signal Tianwan to be tactful. "You didn't drink the tea I offered you. Are you determined to drink it as a forfeit?" Tianwan could only force herself to drink the tea. A moment later, her face turned pale. Even though she was prepared to cast a secret technique to seal the mountain and gather spiritual energy in a few natal aperture points and was prepared for the worst, the remaining spiritual energy in her meridians were only strands that could be ignored. However, when the spiritual energy froze, she felt heart-wrenching pain. In the end, the frozen spiritual energy gathered like rows of driftwood boats and rampaged on the river in her small world. Tianwan frowned slightly. Jiang Shangzhen turned her head and smiled. "Old weather and old clothes. The egret spies on the fish." Cui Dongshan scolded, "What are you talking about? Do you think Sister Tianwan can understand you?" The next moment, Tianwan's face turned pale. She suddenly raised her head and stared at the young man in white. "Aren't you afraid that I'll die with you?" It turned out that at the front of the floating boats, there was a mind of the young man in white in front of her. It was like a boatman carrying wormwood. He wore a green bamboo hat and a green straw raincoat and was singing a poem of the evening on a fishing boat. Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. In Tianwan's heart lake, the boatman took out a green bamboo fishing rod and threw it out. He lifted the rod and directly pulled the mind out of the heart lake. Tianwan felt a heart-wrenching pain and couldn't help but cover her chest. The young boatman reached out and grabbed the fish. He looked at it carefully and shook his head. "It's really scary." Cui Dongshan crushed the mind and threw it back into the water. He continued to drive the floating boats that were gathering under his feet and swam away. "The egret spies on the fish," Cui Dongshan said, "then let's get down to business." Tianwan was about to speak. The boatman in the Heart Lake lifted the rod again and reached out to grab a fish. He laughed and said, "It's fine as long as senior brother is here." "Sister Tianwan, you're not being kind." Tianwan could only hurriedly activate a heart room, Daoist supernatural power. In the Heart Lake, the raging river water froze 1,000 miles. The floating boats that were swimming away froze and stopped. The young boatman put his palms together and jumped down. His head hit the ground in the middle of winter. He shouted and flipped his head and feet. He spread out his hands. When his feet touched the ground, colorful ripples spread out on the ice. He squatted down and tapped a few times with his fingers. Then he slid to another place and tapped a few times with his fingers. He tapped here and there as if he was looking for a suitable place to fish so that he could hammer a hole and throw a rod to catch a big fish. Cui Dongshan's mind turned around and smiled. "It's finally here." A palanquin with gold foil and flower decals appeared in the distance. It was a little like the so-called Wangong palanquin in the folk. It was extremely luxurious and exquisite. There was no one to carry the palanquin. The palanquin floated over by itself. Cui Dongshan stood up and said with a smile, "Sister Tianwan won't be convinced if I don't reveal your secret dowry." He looked around and asked loudly, "Where are Li Tuanjing and his Daoist companion?" He lifted a corner of the curtain of the palanquin and revealed half of Tianwan's face. She held a mutton-fat white jade toast token in her hand. "Here I have all the advantages. Are you sure you can defeat an Ascendant Realm Sword Cultivator?" Inside the palanquin, it was like a luxurious lady's boudoir. There was the gold-threaded Phoebe, the cypress wood Fu hanging screen, a vermilion bamboo painting by Suzy spread out on the painting table. There was also a copybook which was the third chief of the Baek-ok-kyung building, Lu Chen's swordsmanship. There was also a seal that was written by an unknown person. It was suspended in the air in the carriage. The young helmsman formed by the mind ran wildly around the palanquin shouting, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Outside the Heart Lake, Cui Dongshan said with a horrified face, "Chief Shou, what should we do?" Sister Tianwan said, "We definitely can't defeat an Ascendant Realm Sword Cultivator." The young man in white opposite Tianwan held a teacup in his hand and trembled. Tianwan really couldn't stand the poor acting skills of the guy in front of her. Was it interesting? Jiang Shangzhen turned around and leaned against the railing. He asked with a smile, "Tianwan, since when can the combat power of us sword cultivators be calculated on paper? A few nascent soul realm sword cultivators are one Yupu? A few Yupu is another immortal? The last Ascendant Realm Cultivator is an Ascendant Realm Cultivator? I don't read much and don't know much. Don't fool me." Cui Dongshan had already estimated Tianwan's trump card. Chief Shou alone was enough to deal with half an Ascendant Realm Sword Cultivator. However, he still needed his help to catch the big fish, Tianwan. Cui Dongshan put down the teacup and said, "Let's not talk nonsense. Let's talk business." Tianwan was about to ask. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "Yes." Tianwan was about to speak again. Jiang Shangzhen took out a folding fan and gently fanned it. He said with a smile, "Brother Cui, as the proud disciple of our mountain master, you will keep your word." Jiang Shangzhen added, "What's more, if I don't keep my word, what can you do?" Without waiting for Tianwan to speak, Cui Dongshan said again, "You don't have any leeway. If you want to live, you have to agree to one thing." Jiang Shangzhen closed the folding fan and pointed to his wrist. He said, "Don't you like to play with marriage and matchmaking? Very good. Once you refine this red string, come at me. I will bear the full brunt of the consequences." Tianwan, who had not had a chance to speak, was livid. "In your dreams." The other party's move was really hitting the nail on the head. He grabbed the lifeline of her great Tao. Tianwan's biggest fear was, of course, that Jiang Shangzhen seemed to be flirtatious but was actually the most ruthless. If it were ordinary men such as Wei Jin and Liu Baqiao, who were infatuated with love, even if she pulled the strings, she was still confident to get out of trouble. She might even gain some benefits. But once she was involved with Jiang Shangzhen, her end would definitely not be good. Especially when it involved the root of the great Tao. In other words, no matter how far away they were for Tianwan, no matter where she escaped to, even if she was in another world, she was still trapped in the cage of love all the time. The most terrible thing was that the longer she delayed, the deeper she would be involved. It was like a willow by the water and a mainstay in the middle of the river. If the two were tied together by an iron chain, the mainstay would definitely not suffer. Xianxia's Taoist heart was as stable as a rock, and there was even a turbulent current surging. She could only suffer alone. Xianxia complained, "I'm not bad-looking and I have a small family background. Now I'm single and I don't have a Taoist companion on the mountain. How can I not be worthy of Sister Tianwan?" Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "I've already said that it's not that difficult for Chief Zhou to return to the Ascendant Realm, right?" Xianxian cupped his fists, raised them high and shook them heavily. "I'm convinced." Tianwan seemed to be flipping through the marriage book randomly and messing up the destiny of the sword principle of a continent. But once she and Xianxian were connected, their relationship would be more like a Taoist companion than a Taoist companion on the mountain. It was a bit similar to the contract between Qin Pingon and GQ. If he didn't break the contract, he could now share the water fate and enjoy the fruits of others' work. Moreover, Qin Pingon was close to the great Tao of water, which was of great benefit to him. He would only get twice the result with half the effort. Therefore Tianwan had always thought that the young man was crazy. Seemed to be right. Only such a person would have such a student and disciple. Only Luapa Mountain would have such a chief. Tianwan sighed and said, "I can take out all the information and secrets of Xingyang Mountain in exchange for my freedom. This is a scheme against Lu Xianyang. I'll take out an unrecorded cave to compensate Luapa Mountain." Cui Dongshan laughed and said, "An unnamed cave? Since it's not among the 72 small caves, you still have the face to take it out?" Tianwan said with a gloomy face, "Although this cave is unknown, it can support the cultivation of an Ascendant Realm cultivator. Among them there's a Jiangke Immortal mansion which is more mysterious. In addition there's a Dan stream which is very heavy and gloomy like jade. It's most suitable for alchemy. There's also a red pine mountain which has poria, ganoderma, ginseng, spirit trees and heavenly treasures everywhere. I know Luapa Mountain needs money, a lot of immortal money." Xianxian said with a shocked face, "Money?" Cui Dongshan frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. "Do we need it?" Tianwan was really disgusted by this pair of clowns. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't talk about this. If you take out the cicada shedding cave, I might be willing to consider it." Tianwan shook her head and said, "It's not on me." The cicada shedding cave was one of the most important ruins of Gushu. It was rumored that many ancient sword immortals had ascended from this place and died in the daytime. Their immortal hearts were shed, leaving behind a cicada shedding its skin. Cui Dongshan sighed and said, "Then there's nothing to talk about." Tianwan was silent for a long time before asking, "What are you guys after?" Cui Dongshan crossed his arms and said, "My master said that he wants you to return the sword techniques and fate to Aquarius continent. Everything will go back to where it came from." Tianwan sneered, "Return it to Aquarius continent? You mean to give it to Luapa Mountain?" Cui Dongshan shook his head, his eyes were pitiful. The frog in the well talks about the sky and the ocean, the summer bug talks about the ice and frost. Time. Heart 2. Sort of Coming Chapter 801. On the side of the Parrot Island house, when a woman in a green shirt and that red shirt suddenly disappeared, Taoist Nen and Lu Qiqing looked at each other. Qin Pingon was not easy. Li Huai was picking the meat with a toothpick and it seemed that he didn't realize it. "Don't think too much about things you don't understand." Lu Qiqing was surprised and asked curiously, "Friend Nen, when will Qin Pingon be ready to start the world?" As for the vision brought by Li Baoping's random words, Lu Qiqing was not interested in it at all. The tender Taoist caught a large chopsticks dish, chewed the fish, cheeks bulging, and said, "It is not the magic of the immortal family but the magical power of this kid, a flying sword. The sword of the Great Wall. By the way, there are all kinds of weird flying swords and Qin Pingon is a hermit official, so there is no need to make a fuss about friends Lu." The Taoist Nin lifted the chopsticks again and dropped it with his hand. A pair of chopsticks were as fast as flying swords and they flew in the courtyard. After a while, Taoist Nin reached out his hand to catch the chopsticks, frowned slightly, and fiddled with only a small half of the braised carp on the plate. Originally, Taoist Nin wanted to find where the Zhou Xian barrier was so I could say something like, "Lu Qiqing, see if you see it, this is the sword chi barrier, I just broke it." Never thought that the small world of young hermits is not ordinary. It seems to have completely bypassed the long river of time. Taoist Nin is not really unable to find clues, but it is equivalent to asking the sword, and the gain is not worth the loss. Taoist Nin made up his mind that as long as Qin Pingon entered the Ascension realm in the future, he would have to hide away from him. You should go to your mother's account if you get 10% of the income. Let Luopishen always owe Laozi's favor. Lu Qiqing didn't know what was the meaning of Taoist Nin's use of sword control and asked, Daoist Nin, is this? Taoist Nin laughed and said, help the hidden officer to protect the road 1 or 2 so that there are still old rascals in the Ascendant realm who know nothing about life and death, and spy on this place by looking at the mountains and rivers. Lu Qiqing will doubt it. Now the Ascended Realm monks near the Confucian Temple, especially those who are not qualified to participate in the proceedings, Nan Guangguang and Jing Hao are half dead, Feng Shuatao drags alien to another world, and the rest are shattered with courage. Tail life? God knows if a Haoran Nin Taoist will stop and then run out of an old Taoist. From left to right, a Liang has already taken action. Will it be Qi Tingji's turn next, and Lu Ji's sword repairman will join in the fun? The Jingsheng who was in charge of the gate of the Confucian Temple was peaceful. But from beginning to end he didn't intervene once, and it was up to these mountain monks to blame themselves. Therefore the 4 ferry crossings at the moment seem to be haunted by wind and rain. Many big monks have some hindsight that Confucian Temple is different. Ripples around the table. Qin Pingon and Li Baoping appeared on the spot. As if nothing happened, Qin Pingon began to clean up the dishes. Li Baoping was startled and seemed to be thinking about things. Li Huai glanced at Li Baoping, accustomed to it anyway. She was like this when she was a child. There were always endless questions, endless puzzles. Maybe this is the so-called seed of reading? However, Li Huai felt that Li Baoping was a little cute. She often didn't know why she had a leg with a cast on her leg and limped on crutches to the school. After class it turned out to be Li Baoping. The fastest, dare to believe it? Lu Qiqing felt that pretending to be stupid seemed unhelpful on Qin Pingan's side, so he tentatively said, Qin Pingon, these clever methods are most suitable for use as a killer, so you need to be cautious when using it. Don't leak the news easily. Don't worry, I will not mention a word with anyone except the brother. And I promise that as long as the brother does not take the initiative to ask, I will never say it. Qin Pingon nodded. Lu Qiqing's ability to say this shows his sincerity. Taoist Nin began to put on the predecessor's prestige on the path of cultivation and said, Dao Yu Liu's golden and good words are loyal to your ears. Qin Pingon, you must listen to it, don't take it seriously. Qin Pingon smiled and said, the wind knows the strong grass, I know the character of Dao Yu Lu in my heart. Taoist Nin suddenly asked, what are your plans in the future? If we go to the wild world, the 3 of us can get together. Qin Pingon said, I have no long-term plans to take a step at a time. I have no plans to go back to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the time being. You and Lu Qiqing should be more careful. For example, first go to Beiju Luzhou, then Tongyi's Hao, travel to the divine continent of Middle-earth, and then go to Wuxia Faishanshinj, go to Qingmin Xianxia, Sui Tu Gong Dashuan Duguan by Yujing will visit. In short, it's a step-by-step thing. Looking through the map of the 5 sacred mountains, I think I know the mountains and am not as good as a woodcutter. People in the mountains do not believe that a fish is as big as a tree, and people in the sea do not believe that a tree is as big as a fish. In fact, as long as you have seen it in person you will believe it. Qin Pingon finished clearing the table and asked with a smile, would you like tea? On the side of Xianxia in Chunlapu, I learned the magical tea-making skills with my friend Lu Qiqing. Lu Qiqing nodded and said, try it. Taoist Nin took out a pot of wine by himself, I'll save it. Qin Pingon took out a set of tea sets from a nearby object and began to make tea, drew symbols on the table with his fingers and boiled the tea soup with 2 dragons. The things at hand, and the things in his heart are actually waiting for Qin Pingan to solve one by one. Some things will be handled very quickly, and the things that used to be a big trouble with a few punches and swords are gradually no longer a trouble. There are some things you need to think more about and go slower. Qin Pingon gave Li Baoping a cup of tea each and suddenly asked Lu Qiqing, is it difficult to build a mountain ferry? Lu Qiqing nodded and said, shipbuilding is not difficult. Find a few mahists and artisans to train gas. As long as you are not a liar you can piece together one. The hard part is to make money. The knowledge is not shallow here and the water is deeper. As for transcontinental ferry boats have a higher threshold. The vast world relies on this Xianxia mountain to eat. There are only a dozen such ferry boats that can be built. In fact, there are only a handful of them. Why, you need to cross continents. Ferry? Qin Pingon, it's not that I poured cold water. I advise you not to go to the muddy waters. You are too expensive to spend money with people. I can help match the bridge, save worry, effort and money. Qin Pingon reluctantly said, It's like knocking on the door today? Thanks for this kind of worry and effort. Qin Pingon really needs to help Luopishan find a few new ways to make money. Once the next clan is established in another continent, Shantao has an intercontinental ferry, which becomes an urgent need. Lu Qiqing complained, You underestimated me? Forgot that I was in Baidi City and there was a pavilion master? Before the disaster in Aquarius, there were a lot of business contacts on the mountain. I took care of it myself. Speaking of this, seeing Qin Pingon still unmoved, Lu Qiqing suddenly became proud, tapped his finger on the table, squinted and said with a smile, Qin Pingon, let me tell you a secret matter on the top of the mountain in front of Huolong. In the past few years I sold many glaze tiles that I had searched from nowhere. They were of excellent quality, and they could rank among the first-class treasures of the Lioli Pavilion. There were 100 pieces of green glaze tiles. The real fire dragon only bid one price. Thousands and 500 grains of rain money. Now my Lioli Pavilion, with this opportunity, finally refined into a flawless immortal soldier. Every time after the rain the sky will be colorful, the radiance will be bright and the beauty is so beautiful. In the future there will be the selection of the Howren 10 scenic spots, and the Lioli Pavilion, which has been unsuccessful many times, will definitely be able to rank amongst the place. Old gods like the fire dragon will have to do business with me. What about other sect monks? Qin Pingon looked strange. Lu Qiqing smugly said, It's not that I am boasting. My brother has not set foot in Lioli Pavilion for 2,000 years. Before he went to Fuyao Island he specifically climbed to the top of Lioli Pavilion to enjoy the scenery. Qin Pingon declined to say, Forget it, I don't bother you about the intercontinental ferry, I will find the way myself. I remember that I made a half-fold and sold the 120 pieces of green glaze tiles that I had worked so hard to sell to the real fire dragon on the side of Longgong Dongshan, and received 600 grains of rain. When the old man changed hands he got 1,500 in his pocket. The key to the old man seems to have left 20 glazed tiles? Daoist Nin exclaimed, Can account for a large number of people from Huolong cheap. Lu Daoyu is really a rare business genius. I think Brother Lu can be a god of wealth in Luopa Mountain, and he won't let Qin Pingon take a lot of trouble to break the ferry boat. Others look hard to bear. Lu Qiqing glanced at Qin Pingon, eager to try. It's okay to be a registered accountant on the side of Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingon twitched the corners of his mouth and said nothing. Li Huai casually said, This time the Confucian temple discussion, so many big people have come. Qin Pingon, your elders are so good and you are fair in doing business. Hearing Pei Qian said, All those who trade with you have made money, but still lack. Did you have an intercontinental ferry? I don't think it can. Qin Pingon laughed off. Looked at Qin Pingon, who fell in love with drinking and also learned to make tea. Lu Qiqing sighed for no reason. He knew Qin Pingon very early. It seems to be a trance, not a teenager for a while. A visitor came to visit, an old man with the appearance of a wealthy man, Yu Panshui, with a young man in genie Yuansu, the emperor of the Xianmi dynasty. In fact, the two groups of people are only the guests of this house. Qin Pingon immediately went to the door and after opening the door he said, I have seen Mr. Yu, it should have been a younger generation visiting. Li Baoping smiled and called to Grandpa Yu. Li Huai hesitated and followed Qin Pingon to call the other party Mr. Yu. In fact, he didn't know who was sacred. The expert surnamed Yu only knows that there is a Yu Panshui who seems to be the supreme emperor of the mystic dynasty. He is very powerful. He has a smiling face with needles in Mianli. As for his appearance, I only heard that he is an old scholar who has a refined temperament and describes Qin Huang. Especially when he was young, beauty wind god, didn't match the chubby old man in front of him. Yu Panshui nodded in greeting, smiled so that his eyes disappeared and finally looked at Qin Pingon and nodded, as if the kind elders in the family, seeing the family Junyan who had returned from a long journey and had not seen each other for a long time, it was both gratifying to the young people. Ishi, complaining about the unfamiliarity of the younger generation, said, What kind of courtesy is with me? It's heartbreaking to see it like this. In fact, the two parties have never met before, but they are already as good as their own family members. After the two groups of people took their seats, Yu Panshui smiled and asked, Will you play chess? Why don't we talk with hands and chat? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, I play chess, the juniors are laymen. Yupanshui regretted it and did not force it. The young emperor's eyes widened, and he always felt that the sword fairy in Xianxia he saw at this moment was a fake hermit. How could he be so gentle and modest? Sitting opposite Fatty Yu, respectful, the younger generation considers themselves. Play chess? Swish, swish, sacrifice those flying swords, stop on the head of this old stinky chess basket. Fatty Yu, teach him to play chess and play wherever he wants. The outsider may not know, he will not know. Every time Yu Lauer wins chess, he colludes with the maidservant who is a wood wild fox to cheat. Yupanshui pointed to Yuan Su next to him and smiled. This time it is mainly because your majesty wants to see you. Qin Pingon smiled and clasped his fists, shaking lightly. A husband, I have seen your majesty. Yuan Su finally did not continue to be disappointed. If the young hidden official stood up and thought or something, he would be really not interested in talking. The young man clasped his fist and said, My name is Yuan Su. I hope to invite the hidden official to come to us. Be a guest over there, walk around, see the treasured land of Feng Shui, build a sect and collect disciples when you see the embryonic cultivator. From the court to the mountain, the mysterious dynasty will open a convenient door for the hermit. The hermit is willing to be the national teacher, better no matter what he does, he will be justified. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Thank your majesty for his love, but the art industry has specialization, swords and woods, not as good as catty axes. Mysterious national power, flourishing, the court and the martial arts will be suitable. Where do I need to be a sword repairer from a foreign country to point out? It's too inappropriate, I don't have the shame to be embarrassed. But if I travel to the Middle-earth god continent in the future, I will definitely stay in the Xianmi dynasty. Yuan Zhou was disappointed, still unwilling to give up, and asked tentatively, His master, what can I do to help? Qin Pingon handed over a cup of tea and said, I believe that there will be trouble with your majesty in the Xuanmi dynasty in the future. Yuan Su still had to speak, and Yupanshui smiled and said, Dignified 955, don't be like a lady. Yuan Su was not upset, he sighed, took the tea from Qin Pingon and was bored. The result was so hot that he stood up, screamed and finally took a stance, his face flushed and his dantian became angry. Li Huai opened his eyes to the side. This young man is the emperor of one of the 10 great dynasties of Hauran. Very promising. Yupanshui smiled and asked, In our mysterious arsenal, there is an idle fairy boat which is still eating ashes. I don't know if there is a need for Luopishan. Yuan Su said vaguely, As long as you need it, you can give it to the hermit. Anyway, that fairy is a private item in my name and no one can control it. Those old men in the clan mansion who dare to talk, I will let Grandpa you broke with them. Yupanshui smiled and nodded. Your majesty is true, Qin Ping, and what do you mean by this? Qin Pingon said, No merit is not rewarded and Luopishan can be bought with money. I don't know how many grains of rain money is needed. Yupanshui stretched out and said, Not much, just this amount of Gu Yuqian. I said in advance that this intercontinental ferry named Feng Yuan has been around for quite a while, and I want to travel across continents. It can withstand the wind and rain, the sword fairy hacks, and it may need a bit of stitching, which will be a lot of money. Qin Pingan's eyelids trembled. A wind and kite cross-continent ferry can be bought. The Luopishan treasury managed by Wei Wenlong has small savings, but if they are used to buy the boat and build the next project, they will be stretched, especially this repair. In one matter, even Yupanshui said it was a not small ferry money, and Qin Pingon was really unassuming. Yupanshui is self-confident, but he is not hypocritical. If it was the embroidered tiger at the beginning, there would be no talk of nothing meritorious. As long as you dare to give it in vain, I dare to accept it. Qin Pingon put down the teacup in his hand and smiled and said, Then let's start with Mr. Yes, your majesty's words are true. Then Qin Pingon said sincerely in his eyes, We need this ferry at Luopa Mountain. As for the repair costs, we have to pay for it with the Xuanmi dynasty first. Yupanshui was speechless for a while. The young emperor felt that this was the hermit who was familiar with him. On the side of Bailudu, Tianwan still insisted not to lead Jiangshangzhen, only willing to come up with a cavernous secret realm that could support the monks to ascend to the ascending realm. Cui Dongshan was not in a hurry. Jiangshangzhen sat next to Tianwan and took out a piece of colorful paper with flowers and birds watching the beautiful flowers and the moon. The mist rose and a landscape painting appeared on the table. Tianwan said, My bottom line is to protect my own avenue. I have worked hard for thousands of years. I can't put it into running water. Otherwise it will be different from death. Besides, as long as I have everything you can just take it away. I just hope you don't. It's hard for a strong man. I don't believe in either of you either. This time I came to see me on a special trip. I was just asking for a bamboo basket to fetch water. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, what if we are really just having fun? Tianwan shook her head and said, I have decided I want to kill or cut whatever you want. Cui Dongshan shook his sleeves and took out the soul and soul of Na Tianwan from the big white sleeves, twisting his fingers into a wick. Even if she was close at hand, Tianwan didn't dare to fight for it, but her mind was drawn and her body trembled with pain. She still gritted her teeth and said nothing. Jiang Shangzhen's mind is on the scroll. Cui Dongshan glances after wearing glasses. Washuyu said in shock, Chief Shou, your taste is a bit heavy. In the picture scroll there is a fat woman with heavy makeup, her head full of head, scratching her head there. Jiang Shangzhen sighed, Brother Cui, this is where you are inferior to the old cook. The woman just turned a deaf ear to her ears, began to dance lightly, raised her orchid fingers, her figure turned, and suddenly she looked back with a shy smile. Someone dropped the fairy money and began to curse wildly. Jiang Shangzhen left a small summer money, was familiar with the road, changed his voice and shouted, Sister Jean, oh, this is so beautiful today. The woman scolded with a smile. It's a dead, unconscionable thing, how long hasn't seen my sister? Afterwards, the woman talked about the sword fairy of Fengxue Temple in the Wei and Jin dynasties. Between words, the love and admiration was beyond words, and many men began to curse again. And some fairies who were silent before began to compete with those men and scold them. They are all female sisters on the mountain of Wei de Xianxia. While helping his sisters to scold men, Jiang Shangzhen took out an inkstone, and this side just started a beautiful scene. In the picture scroll, a burly man, Jean Dema, sitting on a chair, laughed and said, everyone that Jiang thief was successfully usurped by Wei Ying. He didn't say that he could not be the sect master of Yugui but even the next sect. The true realm sect's position cannot be kept, it must be the situation of the rivers going downhill. It is very pleasant to drink a bowl. The cheers are constant, the chittering and drinking one after another, can make a sound of course by throwing money. It seems that they are all those who are not short of money. Among them is Jiang Shangzhen. Someone lost money and wondered with the man, Sect master, this embryo was just a fairy back then, how could he stray around Tongyi's house without being killed? What's the matter? Jiang Shangzhen immediately followed and while throwing money he shouted out of his throat, it doesn't make sense, it's broken, I'm so angry. Well, the true monarch is also there. Jiang Zishi, it's been a long time since I saw you, so lucky to meet. Jiang Shangzhen kept spending money and talked about the old with those in the same way. Someone asked, after the true monarch collapsed, your son must be a savage anti-thief who is extremely hidden. The thrones of Yuan Shou and Fei Fei deliberately released water. Isn't it? Jiang Shangzhen sneered and said, when the Xianxia Di report is lifted, we can say a few words of justice so as to teach the old master Jiang to correct the mistakes. If there is no error, I will give him more encouragement. As the father of the thief, I must just kill my relatives. Someone sighed with emotion, the true monarch is broken, he is indeed kind. Broken true monarch? Jiang Zishi Jiangshang is really his father? Rao is Cui Dongshan with a look of doubt. Jiang Shangzhen said in a serious manner, this mountain named Jiangzong has gathered heroes and heroes from all over the world. There are monks from Tongye, Aquarius and Baijilu. I have contributed money and efforts and I spent almost 3 years on promotion. After 10 years of hard work, I have finally made it my last consecration. At the beginning I was misunderstood because of my surname Jiang and I finally explained it clearly. Someone suddenly cursed. His mother, I traveled to Tongyi's house before. It was not Jiang Thief's Cloud Cave blessed land. It was just a hilltop of Yuguazong's vassal. However, he said that Jiang Thief is a waste and a prodigal. A guy jumped out and made noise with me. Someone asked, have you hit? I hit someone. I was also charged with grudges and I was not allowed to go to those ferry crossings in the future. Jiang Shangzhen immediately smashed the money. Her pride. There are so many people on the other side, brother. You are a glorious defeat. It's Jiang Zishi who speaks quickly. The monks of Yuguazong are not good things. The upper beam is not upright and the lower beam is crooked. They bully others. They don't have the ability to fart. They're really capable. Why didn't they just kill Yuan Shou? All his mother is the Jiang thief's credit, and Yuan Shou's throne has not been able to kill this stumbling ant. It is hateful and hateful. This fellow Jiang Zhe in fact doesn't have any abilities. It's just that the old sect master Sun has dim eyes and he was chosen as the sovereign master. It is nothing more than relying on the big tree of Yuguizong to enjoy the cool, and Yunku Fudi has the slightest scenery today. Jiang Shangzhen immediately urged the heroes from all walks of life. Dear brothers, who of you is proficient in blindfolding or escaping? Why don't you go to the blessed land of the Cloud Cave and do something quietly? All of a sudden there was a lot of discussion, making suggestions and going back and forth. Never thought that the Lord waved his hand. I waited for the hero to scold and beat, but I couldn't do that. Jiang Shangzhen made a small sum of money. The true meaning of the suzerain is Yun Tian. Tianwan looked stunned and could not hear. Are these people really so determined, or are they playing around? Cui Dongshan hugged the back of his head with both hands, shook the bamboo chair lightly and said with a smile, compared to the bookstore where Lao Xiucai and I wandered back then, it is actually better. Jiang Shangzhen nodded and heard that story. It was at the gate of the Tapingshen site that Qin Pingon once chatted casually. Some people are in the sky and Yunxia protects them. Some people blindly fly to camp. Some people open their eyes with the day and rest their hearts with the month. Some people just bow their heads and plan to eat. Some people only hate reading and writing, not as good as the ancients. Some people are working hard, not talking about peace of mind, just looking for a place to stand. There are good people doing wrong one day and bad people doing good one day. Perhaps the best student boy in the school has become an official and will never return to his hometown. Maybe the stubborn boy in the school, walking around the city and going wild, met the teacher one day in a back alley and respectfully gave way. There are many inevitability in life, but there are just as many accidents. They are all possibilities, large and small, just like stars hanging in the sky, bright and dim. Those who were in the midst of the sky suddenly fell into the mud one day, and their bodies were covered with the shoe prints of passing passengers. The generation of those who live in the camp and go out can also shelter people around them. The visionary man suddenly became disappointed in the world one day and his life began to go downhill. Those who bow their heads and plan to eat occasionally raise their heads, they give birth to hope for life and go far and high. Some people think that life is meaningless, boring, just interesting. Some people think that life is boring, hard, but meaningful. Some young people are depressed and some old people are young. Someone has a big dream and never wakes up. Some people are extremely painful and hard to get drunk. Some people think that only the sages in the books can reason, and some people think that the hard work of the peasants is the truth, and a lonely and helpless old woman can lead her life calmly. Some people think that they understand all the truths and that they have a bad life and blame the truth. If you have a bad life, grit your teeth and blame others. Go for nothing. Some people feel that they don't understand anything, that they have a bad life because they don't know much about the truth. If you still have a bad life, tell yourself so be it. In the end. Some people have never been Yonglu Yi or Chao Chonging Fei. On the road of life he has been paving roads and bridges, planting willows all the way. Someone's eyes widened, struggling to find the shadow of this world. Sleep soundly when the night falls and get up again when the sun goes 3 poles. Mingyue Mountain, thorny forest, green pond, spring wave, peach blossom. The same rice raises hundreds of people on different life paths in the dreams last night. The flowers and the moon are in the spring breeze. In addition, Qin Pingon was bidding farewell to Jing Juzhong. After leaving Wenjindu, he found a martial artist from the Duduan dynasty and said he wanted to ask Quan. The man was puzzled. Why? Qin Pingon said, no. Sort of coming. Chapter 802. The bamboo forest is like a forest and there are huts. Facing the 2 sides at the door of a thatched hut is the great disciple of the female Valkyrie of the Duduan dynasty, Zhou Xian. The visitor man with a slender figure, a blue shirt and a long coat, wearing cloth shoes, stands in the bamboo forest. From the 2 huts elsewhere 2 women walked out separately. Their faces were young but their real age was not that young. They were Ma Zhuoxian's 2 younger sisters. One was born in the Topan Tycoon Yun Chuangdo, and the other Yamazawa Yishio was born. He turned into a pure martial artist and joined the army. In the end, in a tragic battle, he was accepted as a disciple from the national teacher Pei Kup, who presided over the war. Dou Finxia, with her head pierced in a snake bun, leaned on a green bamboo with a lazy mood and a plump body. At this moment she squinted and smiled. carefully looking at the man in the green shirt who was bad. Just before she stopped, she bent down and picked up a few stones and a few bamboo leaves from the ground. Leaning on a green bamboo, she lifted her toes and poked lightly on the ground. Not far away, the younger sister Liao Qing'ai, because she had been involved in spiritual practice and entered the cave realm early, so even if she was half 100 years old, she was still a girl with a very thin waist and a long sword. These three fellows, Zhou Xian as the big brothers, are on the top of the mountain. Daoist and Liao Qing'ai are both pure martial arts with the bottleneck of far travel. The three pure martial artists all hope to be among the 10. Therefore, in the eyes of the outside world, if there are 5 martial arts of 10 realms at the same time in the future, the martial arts of the Daoist dynasty will be prosperous. The breeze passed through the bamboo forest, the green shirt in the distance. The hair on the temples was slightly fluttering, the sleeves swayed gently and the clouds and water rippled. In a daze, this person seemed to be in the secluded mysterious realm where the heavens and the man are one. This scene of the Qingling scroll is really eye-catching, and Daoist is so glamorous to see. A young hermit who has never seen her name for a long time. It is no wonder that when she was a teenager she was able to play 3 games on the city with her little brother. However, Liao Qing'ai had a frosty face and didn't have any good feelings about this person. He couldn't beat the junior, so he took advantage of Chao Si's participation in the Confucian temple discussion to find the senior's trouble. What's this? Zhou Xian smiled and asked, Qin Pingan, did you find the wrong person? When did Ma become so famous? If you just want to ask for fist and learn from each other and practice martial arts, are there other seniors? It seems it is not my turn. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, I didn't find the wrong person, just looking for you. Unless you are not Zhou Xian. When the great master standing on the top of the martial arts mountain around the temple below, the light and the dark are added together about the number of hands. Middle-earth Zhang Tiaoxia Beipingzi Song Chongjing Beiju Luzhou Wang Fuyu Tongis Hao Wu Tan Ai Aizhou Peia Xiang are all 10-level martial artists of Quanggao Izhou. Although Zhou Xian has always been arrogant, he doesn't have his eyes higher than the top and feels that he can now compare with these predecessors. Among the 10 young people in the world previously selected, the hidden official in front of him is the 11th, with his dual identities as the 9-realm warrior and Yuanying Jianxiu occupying a place. It's just that Zhou Xian learned from the master and the younger brother that Qin Pingan had actually already reached the 10th realm on Tongyi's Hao. Therefore, Qin Pingan visited the house today and asked him about his posture, which is equivalent to asking 9 states from 10 states. It is absolutely unreasonable and it is not honorable to win. Of course, Qin Pingan really insisted on asking punches, and Zhou Xian didn't mind receiving punches either. Zhou Xian is a great warrior, and even a battlefield general who has emerged from the ranks. He now commands an elite frontier army of up to 200,000 people. So Zhou Xian was too lazy to think and asked with a smile, how to ask? Give you 2 choices. If you lose a punch, first apologize and admit your mistake and then return something. Qin Pingan said, if you lose a punch you will fall into the realm. There is no hope for 10 realms in this life. Later I will ask Pei Cup for a punch and retrieve that thing. Zhou Xian was confused when he heard it. What is this all about? What apology? Who admits wrong? What to return? There is no intersection between him and Qin Pingan. Dou Fengxian smiled, clenched the stone in her hand, raised the back of her hand and pressed her lips, feeling that this young hidden official was a little bit cute and aggressive. Liao Qing'ai said coldly, Qin Pingan, this is not a place where you can go wild. Qin Ping placed it on deaf ears, but stretched out a palm towards Zhou Xian, indicating that the opponent can punch first. The grievances are clear. When I visited today I only asked Zhou Xian about the boxing. I wanted to use the principles that Zhou Xian was good at, and use his own way to treat his body in the martial arts. Naturally, it has nothing to do with the Daoist dynasty with the pair of masters and disciples like Pei Cup and Chao Ci, and with the 2 female martial artists Dou and Liao. But if someone must blend in with it, Qin Pingan would make sense together. Liao Qing'ai turned her head to look at one place suddenly, with a displeased face. Even the monks on the mountain dared to watch the mountains and rivers from the distance. At the same time, Daoist smiled and raised her hand. There was a bamboo leaf at her fingertip and it disappeared in a flash. The bamboo leaf was like a pocket flying sword pulling a straight line, and the green bamboo leaf finally hovered somewhere like a sword repairing a sword. An immortal monk who performed magical powers in the immortal mansion of Auto Mountain had to take his palms and withdraw his magical powers. In the mansion, the fairy shook his head and smiled bitterly. He was a royal worship in the Daoist dynasty. For the disciples of the national teacher Pei Cup, I will protect the shortcomings. The three martial arts masters at the bamboo hut may not know the roots and feet of the fist side at the moment, but the immortal Daoist has seen the beginning and the end of the storm in Yuanyangzu, and knows how powerful the sword fairy is. And the reason for the immortal's wry smile is that the sword immortal in the Xianxia sword is in the bamboo forest. That kind of demeanor, really familiar, is actually the Yunshui body of the immortal Yunya in the Zhou Immortal Pavilion. Similar in shape. But in fact, although the Zhou Xian and Qin Pingon were the first to meet each other, they were not ignorant of the last hermit of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When he was a teenager, Qin Pingon met Zhou Xian, who practiced boxing at Jianqi Great Wall, and had 3 battles and 3 losses. Moreover, Qin Pingon later collected a large disciple of the mountain, a young woman named Pei Qian who went to the Daoist dynasty during a solo tour of the Central Earth continent, found Zhou Xian, asked her own registration number and won 4 games. There is no suspense about the burden, but Pei Cup admires this wufu from a foreign country with the same surname. During the period when Pei Qian was recuperating at the national teacher's office, even Pei Qian's daily medicinal meals were prepared by Pei Cup himself. Recipe. Dou Finxia smiled charmingly and asked, Master Qian, can I discuss with you before you fight Zhou Xian? Let me ask you a half-and-half trick. It's not serious. Ask a punch. Zhou Xian reprimanded, Sister Dou, don't mess around. However, Dou Finxia had already moved several steps horizontally, and 3 stones were thrown out quickly, and a few more bamboo leaves were like flying swords and went straight to the green shirt. She stretched out her hand to press on the green bamboo beside her. The bamboo leaves rustled and fell one after another. A large group of emerald green bamboo leaves gathered in the air, condensed into a large group of green color, as if offering hundreds of flying swords. Qin Pingon waved his sleeve with his left hand, and scattered the stones and bamboo leaves that were coming to his face. Then he lifted his right hand, brought his fingers together and gently pointed. Dou Fengxia's brows were awe-inspiring, as if there was a strong sword aura. It was a mustard seed, gently pressed against her eyebrows, like a visitor standing at the door without knocking. Dou Fengxia's entire white face was slightly puffed away, and the snake bun on her head quietly loosened. She didn't dare to make any movements anymore. The bamboo leaves that had lost the spirit of a martial artist and supported by pure innocence slammed apart. Many of them fell between her hair and shoulders. She stomped her foot, revealing the shy appearance of a girl, and complained, Sure enough, there is no fight at all. Dou Finxia patted her palms, and she patted the stones and bamboo leaves that had previously been broken by Qin Ping's sleeve and disappeared. Qin Pingon knew that this Dou Finxia was a knife hunter who deliberately revealed his identity. This martial art is a pure martial artist, but it can naturally defeat the martial artist through secret methods. When a fighter from the same realm meets her, it is like a chi trainer encountering a sword repair, extremely difficult, and the chance of winning is extremely small. It's just that the sword hunter has a line of martial arts. It seems that I only heard that there are many in the Qingming world, but Haoren has rarely done anything here. It's a pity that even student Cui Dongshan knew nothing about this technique of catching the sword, so Qin Pingon learned a little bit of fur, and he could only use it to scare and frighten people. In the face of life and death, there was absolutely no chance to use it. Dou Finxia smiled, still looking at the calm and relaxed green shirt guest, secretly gathered the sound into a line, and reminded Zhou Xian, Brother, I guessed it. Apart from being a sword repairman, Qin Pinyin is still deep. The hidden knife hunter can be regarded as my colleague. In the next questioning punch, the senior must be careful. He can't be too careful. Zhou Xian didn't appreciate it. It was just a questioning fist, conceded in life and death. Dou Finxia calculated the opponent like this and lost more uselessly. It was not just that she was inferior in skill, so she replied with Junior Sister. Junior Sister doesn't have to spend so much thought. Dou Fengxia's expression was complacent, as if it was the young hidden official who was flirting with each other, but the words with the senior brother were angry. When you look at the other party, you are not a good stubborn. You will be asked by a 10-level martial artist. What face do you want? For the face, you are the most squeamish old man. If I am you, the 3 of them will bore him together. Qin Pingon smiled. I roughly guessed Dou Fengxia's thoughts, but he didn't explain it face to face. Zhou Xian began to move forward slowly and the other party came to the door. As the perfect martial artist of the 9 realms who was only half a step away from the top of the mountain, and the big disciple of the master in name, there was no reason not to receive the fist. Pei Bei originally intended to accept only one disciple in this life, that is Xianxia. It was because the war ended a few years ago. The emperor of the Duduan dynasty asked Pei Kup to ask for something. He said that he was an old man who likes to read Jianghu romance novels the most. He is his own Jianghu and Pei who is still very young. Go please. Let the rivers and lakes after Duduan dynasty be more lively. There are more masters. What are the 4 great masters and what are the top 10 masters? Pei Kup agreed. So now Pei Kup has 4 progeny in name, the big disciples Zhou Xian, Dou Finxiao, Liao Qingai and the closed disciple Xianxia. Internally the 3 except Xianxia are actually just anonymous disciples of Pei Kup. Xianxia is still the big disciple of the mountain and the disciple of the closed door. Externally because Xianxia was the youngest he became the younger brother of Zhou Xian. Xianxia didn't care about this matter, but the 3 senior brothers and sisters, including Zhou Xian, knew that only when they reached the 10th realm would they have the opportunity to be truly regarded as a succession by the master. Qin Pingon always stood in place, only gently rolling up his 2 sleeves. Zhou Xian sank slightly and there was a slight collapse in the mud under his feet, and his figure instantly left the place. Zhou Xian was full of fists, and the large bamboo forest surrounded by the green shirt fell backward at the same time. Thousands of bamboo poles bend a huge arc. Qin Pingon remained motionless, pressed his palm against the opponent's elbow, slid back a few steps, handed it out with the other, tilted upwards, supported Ma Zuxian's chin and suddenly exerted force. Zhou Xian suddenly turned his head, avoiding Qin Pingon's seemingly understatement, but it was extremely fierce. He bends his knees and twists his waist and shoulders, his body sinks, his body rotates, one leg swept and then no green shirt was seen. Only a large piece of green bamboo was cut off by the waist. Zhou Xian stood in the clearing wearing a green shirt in the distance, falling on the top of a broken bamboo, making a fist with one hand and after the other with a smile he smiled and said, I like to make a fist? Just being older. It's not a high level, you don't need to be so polite. Dou Finxiao narrowed her eyes and replaced her with herself. She must have been able to hide from the young hidden official just now. She was hit hard and it is estimated that the punches will have ended, and she will be obediently recovering for another month. Zhou Xian kept silent, took a deep breath and opened a fist frame with a bow full of the moon with this 9-level martial artist as the center, and the bamboo forest around him bowed his head, instantly bending down the pole body and the sound of breaking. Unstoppable. It turned out to be a boxing technique that draws the aura of heaven and earth and then refines it into a mouthful of pure true energy? How is such a martial artist different from a refiner? Playing against a gas trainer is not equivalent to sitting in an impossible place by nature? Zhou Xian passed away in a flash. Dou Finxiao and Liao Qingai were unable to capture the trace of the big brother. I only heard the fists from both sides, like a string of spring thunder blowing in the bamboo forest. The next moment, it was Ma Zuoxian's turn to stand where the blue shirt was standing, and the arm that threw the fist trembled slightly with blood oozing out. Sleeves. The vision of the 2 women Wufu was farther away. The man stood on a green bamboo pole that seemed to be nodding to the ground. With his hands folded he was condescending, still seeing only Zhou Xian in his eyes. He smiled and asked, I still want to make a fist. When I am a friend from afar. Liao Qingai said solemnly, if you ask for a fist, ask for a fist. Use words to humiliate others. You are also worthy to be a master. Qin Pingon nodded. It makes sense, it sounds a lot like that. There is an old man in Aquarius with a standing sword and a yellow bamboo scabbard. Every time he walks in the rivers and lakes he flips through the old almanac before going out. As a result, the old man once was at home and was visited by a Takeshi from Bezu to buy a scabbard. If he didn't sell it he died. He had to take the 2 lives of his grandson and daughter-in-law. Probably from that day on the old man no longer had the world in his heart, and he began to obey the old, unable to read the old almanac. Why, I, Qin Pingon, just chatted with you a few words today and thought I was not worthy of being a martial artist. Zhou Xian thought of the young hermit who was from Ao Pingzhou, and suddenly remembered something and asked tentatively, what is the relationship between you and an old man named Song in Susui State? finally remembered. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "What's the relationship?" "The relationship between senior and junior. Senior Song taught me a sword skill. A sword goes, 1,000 troops make a change. It is connected to the Great Wall of Xianxia and the main road." Qin Pingon moved a step sideways, stepped off the bamboo pole and touched the ground with his feet. A green bamboo beside him instantly straightened, and the bamboo leaves swayed violently. Qin Pingon asked, "Have you forgotten the old man's name?" Zhou Xian sneered and said, "So that's it. Yes, I can't remember the name of the old guy." "Remember the old martial artist in that Zhuangzi? Is it the 6th or 7th martial artist? For the small country of Aquarius, it is probably the great master of a country's leaders." Ma Zhuoxian only vaguely remembered that the other party didn't know good and bad at first, was low-level and courageous, and determined not to sell the scabbard. A pair of young men and women in Zhuangzi seemed to be the younger generations of the old man, and they had to spare their lives. In the end, the old man probably thought that in order to make a scabbard, it was not worthwhile to make a home and destroy, so he obediently handed over the scabbard. Qin Pingon frowned slightly, because that weird riverside meeting seemed to be over. All 14 realm great monks have returned to the bank of the long river of time. Ma Zhuxian seized this fleeting opportunity and came to Qin Pingon in an instant, quietly handing the most perfect punch to the birth of Pingquan. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand, grabbed Ma Zhuxian's punch and gently pushed it away. The first time he took the initiative to punch, it was the Godman beating drum style. A punch was settled and Ma Zhuxian's burly figure retreated 10 feet straight, above the line, smashed countless green bamboos fisted together, and Ma Zhuxian retreated and then retreated without the power to parry. Dou Fengxia's face is pale. Is it true that the senior is going to be knocked down by this person? Wufu's fall is a rare event, and the aftereffects are more terrifying than the fall of the Qi practitioner on the mountain. Liao Qing'ai was about to take a step subconsciously to interrupt the continuous force of the punch, but she still suppressed the idea of punching, and watched her brother being punched by that blue shirt. Wufu Wenquan has the rules of Wenquan, which is even greater than victory or life and death. Dou Fengxia didn't really believe one thing until this moment. Qin Pingon now may be really qualified to compete with Chao Siwenquan. Senior brother Ma Zhuxian once said that there are countless martial artists in the world, but only junior brother Chao Xi, before reaching the 10th realm, can completely crush the opponent when fighting in the same realm of any realm and want to win with a few punches. It only takes a few punches. When that little junior brother Chao Xi reached the 10th realm, dealing with any 9-stage martial artist in the world, no matter what his aptitude, as long as he wanted to tell the victory or defeat, it was only a matter of one punch and there was absolutely no need to pass a second punch. When the young woman came to Deduan to ask the boxing, Chao Xi's attitude towards her was more like treating Yi Yufu at the battlefield site of Jinjiazu in his early years. However, Pei Qian did behave surprisingly. In those few fist games, although Chao Xi was a bit similar to handicap, and deliberately suppressed the situation, Chao Xi was extremely serious every time he punched from start to finish. Especially during the 3rd round of questioning, Chao Xi accidentally hit the opponent twice. So much so that after the questioning fist, Pei Qian, who lost the fist, fainted, but still leaned back against the wall, not letting himself fall to the ground. It's like saying, "I haven't lost a punch." Afterwards, Chao Xi had to sit on the wall of Deduan capital, resting his cheek in one hand and rubbing his forehead with the other to loosen the bruise first. The bamboo forest was smashed into a 3-mile road by Ma Zhuxian. On both sides of the road were bamboo poles that were crushed by fist gangs. In the end, the martial artist who was broken by the mountains and rivers in the small world, the martial artist of the 9 realms in the previous moment, the 8 of this moment. Jing Wu Fu, with his back on a green bamboo, his face covered with blood stains, his eyes widened, his arms drooped, his feet tried his best to hold on, and he tried to let his body lean against the bamboo, but he still couldn't stop the slow slipping trend. Dressed in the blue shirt, he bent over, stretched out a hand, held Ma Zhuxian's forehead, helped him stand barely, bowed his head and said, "Remember that senior, whose surname is Song Yushao, is the sword sage of Susui country." Qin Pingon let go. Ma Zhuxian's pure qi was completely dissipated and fell to the ground, leaning on the green bamboo. After being seriously injured, he drooped his head as if lethargic. It's not strange to fall into a state after nearly 20 punches, but it's strange not to fall into a state. As for the number of punches Ma Zhuoxian suffered, Qin Pingon didn't remember what he did. Qin Pingon turned his head and glanced at the two women Wufu over the hut. Dou Finxia was in a heavy mood with a solemn expression without any more charming expression. She glanced at the blue shirt, the latter nodded slightly, then went to the top of the bamboo sea, stepped on a bamboo branch and looked into the distance as if the feast was over and Yufeng was about to leave. Dou Finxia swept away, squatted down and reached out to support Ma Zuxian's shoulders. Her face was full of sorrow for a while and the brother really fell. Liao Qing'ai stopped at the entrance of the hut, took a step forward, suddenly clasped her fists and said sharply, "Qin Pingan, in 30 years wait for me to ask for a fist." Qin Pingon turned his head and glanced at her. "It's up to you." The next moment, a green shirt disappeared out of thin air on the top of the bamboo sea. At the same time, Qin Pingon in the house of Liaozhou Island also disappeared. Two Qin Pingon who had been swaying around outside the Confucian temple were able to return to the riverside, and the three became one. This riverside discussion is the biggest weird thing. Earlier on, following the 14th realm monks including Wu Shuangjiang, climbed to the Tuyue mountain where the illusion was close to the truth. After Qin Pingon reached the top with 1 foot, Qin Pingon found himself back by the river. Qin Pingon only vaguely noticed that there were some subtle changes in that long river of time, and he couldn't guess what he did or said between the 2 feet. Qin Pingon always feels that things are not that simple. When he returned to the river he only saw Li Xing and Bai Zai. Sir Yaxing, like the other 14th realm monks, disappeared. She's also missing. Qin Pingon had to squat by the water's edge and continued to stare at the long river of time, learning from Li Huai and not thinking much about things that he didn't understand. Only when I learned from the Parrot Island that Lu Qiqing, a local rich man, had spent a full 1,500 grains of rain money to buy 100 green glazed tiles from the Huolong real person. Just such a good at doing business, not to mention going to your own Luapa mountain as a clerk. You just learn from the great sword fairy and show the door to your wealthy god Wei Wenlong. You Lu Qiqing are not qualified. On the other side of Bayazizi at Liaozhou Island, they borrowed money from others, but when they met Yu Panshui and Yuanzhou they owed money again. So Qin Pingon looked at the mysterious river of time and didn't really think much about it. He felt that he was staring at a fairy money river. Can't help turning his head and looking at Li Xing. Li Xing smiled and said, "It's better to change your money bag." Qin Pingon knew his idea of spending a lot of time on his own, it must be out of play. So I turned to ask about the knowledge of the Posy Ling. The Li Xing only replied, "When you leave here, Sheeping will allow you to read the secret files of the Confucian temple." Qin Pingon stood up and thanked him. Li Xing smiled and said, "There are often sword lights on the night boat. I hope you won't make people feel waiting because you may need to see someone later before you can return to the night boat." Qin Pingon nodded, puzzled. Who is he? Isn't he the most holy master? Qin Pingon didn't dare to ask more. Bai Zai left the saint of ceremony and walked to Qin Pingon alone. The two sides of different ages sat and squatted by the water, chatting about the customs of Aquarius. When Bai Zai went out that year with the fox charm who looked like a woman in the palace dress, he traveled through the vast world together. The encounter with Qin Pingon on the border of Dai on the snowy night plank road, of course Bai Zai intended it. Regarding Qin Pingan's situation in carrying the real name of the great demon, Mr. Bai Zai said with a smile, "The situation will be much better when the hermit is in the fairyland." Listening to Mr. Bai Zai calling himself a hermit, Qin Pingon was unavoidable. If one day in the future return to the Great Wall of Jianqi, and experience the barbaric world in the lower reaches of the south, it doesn't matter if Qin Ping meets anyone, just hope that he will not meet the one around him. But as long as you go to the barren world with only 2 bright moons left, it seems that it will be difficult not to meet Mr. Bai Zai. Qin Pingan, you don't have to think too much, just do your own affairs well. Bai Zai smiled and said, "No matter what others are, as a scholar, you should be sure of one truth in your heart. You should do good things, and there are people who are books. Then you may not be able to profit from this on the road of practice, but at least it can make you feel at ease step by step." A tall woman dressed in white, she appeared next to Qin Pingon first, sitting cross-legged with a horizontal sword on her knees. Then came the old scholars Yaxing, then Yudou Lu Qin, the monk Xinqing, the female crown, the dragon slayer, the old Guanju Wu Shuangjiang, and the rest of Qin Ping's unknown identity, all reappeared on the riverside. It seemed that everyone had traveled far away and scathed, as if all the 14th level monks had a big dream. When they first awakened they thought about that dream and became blurred. Everyone is like watching the moon on the shore by the water. Any thought is a pebble and the thought is throwing a stone into the water. The ripples of the water will only make the moon in the water more blurred. Therefore the great monks who really stood on the top of the mountain were all lost in thought and no one spoke. Perhaps with the exception of the second head teacher of Bai Yujing who was arrogant, Lu Chen seemed to hesitate to tell Qin Pingon, and asked, "How is the writing now?" The white-clothed woman sitting next to Qin Pingon took the lead and smiled and said, "A few years ago I was outside that day and I had nothing to do. I opened up an ancient battlefield site and opened up a place to practice swords. The master can fly there in the future. Practice there, go as you want and return as you want. The Confucian temple will not stop it, right, Saint?" Li Xing smiled and nodded. "Senior has the final say." Qin Pingon was frightened. Sure enough, the saint turned his attention slightly, looked at the sword-backed young man and added, "Right, Qin Pingon?" Qin Pingon had to bite the bullet and said, "Mr. Li Xing said it's fine." Lu Chen raised a palm and supported the crooked lotus crown on his head. Then he smiled with his palm and exclaimed, "My hometown, the country of etiquette." The old master of Donghai smiled and said, "I haven't seen it in a few years and I have great skill." The old monk folded his hands together, said Amitabha Buddha, nodded and said, Hui Zhen. Qin Pingon was rather helpless. "You are all 14th realms and you count it all. The riverside atmosphere is relaxed." Li Xing suddenly made a beating with everyone, then got up, smiled and said, "After the discussion is over, we will go back to each house." No one asked anything, but in the midst of it they seemed to have guessed something. Although the patriarch of the three teachings had never appeared in this discussion, he definitely looked at everyone behind the scenes. After going back to each house, there will probably be a clear result, waiting for everyone. Li Xing opened the restriction. Bai Zhe stood up and disappeared from the riverbank first. The old scholar Pidian trot all the way, replaced Bai Zhe, sat next to Qin Pingon, reached out his hand and said disappointedly, "This old Mr. Bai Zhe, how he is an elder, didn't pull a golden lump on the ground." Lu Chen stood on tiptoe and waved away. "Qin Pingon, see you later, waiting for you." Qin Ping's placement is deaf. The old monk Xinqing seemed to fight Qin Pingon with a smile and said with a smile, "The weather in Dongshan, the romantic wind in the North Sea, the practice of Ding Huijia, the god will be the medicine master Buddha." Although Qin Pingon didn't understand anything, he still stood up, folded his hands together and respectfully returned the old monk. Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction and nodded to himself. "Sure enough, you should be more intimate with Xiao Dao. You don't have to pay attention to these polite manners." On the banks of the long river of time, in the end, a 14th realm great monk like comets from the earth went to the sky and disappeared for a moment. Wu Shuangjiang will continue to travel through the wild world, looking for the trouble of the old deaf child on the Great Wall of Jianqi. Yu Dou glanced at the sword-backed young man in a blue shirt before returning to the world of Qingming and continuing to sit in Bai Yujing. The dragon-cutting man who is now alias Chen Zhuoliu intends to find the Jinghao that has occupied the magpie's nest for 3,000 years. It is time to move the nest to the old master. Qinggong Taibao? What green palace? Naturally it is his place of cultivation. If he hadn't decided to cut the dragon back then Howren wouldn't have only one Baidi city, there would be a Qingdi city first. Qin Pingon sat back where he was. She turned around, stretched out her hand, clenched her fist and handed it to Qin Ping. An unknown Qin Pingon went inside, stretched out his palm, but she suddenly held it and smiled. "Since it seems to be just a blink of an eye, 20 years have passed, so thinking about it, the Jiazi covenant is nothing. I just take a nap in the place where you practice swords. Don't take other girls to the outside world at that time. If you don't enter the ascended realm by that time, you can say hello to Li Xing." Qin Pingon sighed and nodded gently, which was regarded as agreeing to her. The old scholar gasped in air without squinting, sitting upright like a clock, and said awe-inspiringly, "The scenery on the other side is beautiful." She let go of her hand and stood up. Qin Pingon got up and said, "Why do you have to go to Tianwai? You can go to the Howren world. For thousands of years I have actually been in my hometown and there is nothing to move around." She blinked. "Stay in Howren world? I'm afraid it will be too jealous." Qin Pingon looked embarrassed and immediately shut up. She looked at Qin Pingon, saw herself in his eyes, and in her own eyes, there was only him. She smiled, took a step back and said softly, "Go." Qin Pingon nodded. She turned the rainbow away, broke the sky and went straight to the sky. At the next moment, Qin Pingon found himself at a mountain top. The top of Mount Sui. An old gentleman stood not far away, smiling and looking at him. Qin Pingon couldn't afford it and he didn't know what to say. The old scholar jumped his feet and said, "How can this be done? How is it done? The ceremony is too great. I am a closed disciple, no matter how young, no matter how diligent in academics, no matter how good the mind and cultivation ability, no matter how outstanding people are in the world. After all, I still cannot afford this. What a great honor." Li Xing stood aside, most not seeing the old scholar's virtue of being cheap and good-favored, and said with a smile, "The gift is too big? Who was begging for it before?" The old scholar rubbed his hands and said, "It's not good to hit people without slapping them in the face, or curse people without revealing shortcomings. I don't understand the rules of the saint of rituals. As a husband, why not ask for what you can ask for?" The old gentleman smiled and said, "Shuai, you disciple, didn't you say that you are so handsome?" Qin Pingon straightened up, a little embarrassed. Immediately the inspiration came and Qin Pingon was shocked. So before the 14-realm great monks gathered at the riverside in the end, they didn't even know what to discuss, and it made sense. The old man hummed, nodded and smiled. "Smart, it's smarter than imagined. That's right, you don't know how to read. What do you do with reading?" The old man laughed and said, "One person is good." Qin Pingon hesitated, waited for a moment and had no choice but to answer, 10,000 people are exciting." The old man continued to ask, "Ask more?" Qin Pingon replied, "It's okay." The most sacred master smiled and nodded, "Very good." Sword of Coming Chapter 803. Qin Pingon, who was backing his sword again, appeared under the steps outside the gate of the Confucian temple. Lin Junbai is so courageous, it seems that he just woke up from alcohol. Seeing Qin Pingon who was climbing up the stairs, Lin Junbai immediately dispelled his drunkenness, shouted, "Lord Hidden Officer," then smiled and said nothing. Qin Pingon nodded and praised, "Dare to be drunk at the gate of the Confucian temple. Junbai is so powerful and aggressive. You must not bring a big basket with you when you go out to avoid hurting others." Lin Junbai was embarrassed. There were also some monks who came out to drink and relieve their boredom. They all looked sideways at the blue shirt. It was really impossible for them to care. Those who are eligible to discuss matters here are better informed by the gossip. I know that this young man with a sword back in front of me, don't look at the smiling man, in fact has a very bad temper. When the hidden official in the previous discussion, he was this person, dare not to take a Tuoyue mountain and the entire wild world in his eyes, and said that he would fight, and now the Confucian temple really followed the fight. Then he became a disciple of Wensheng's line, even more so than the brother. Under the eyelids of all the sages of the Confucian temple, Yuan Yangzi hit a fairy Yunlu, as if Yunlu was about to sacrifice the treasure of the town of Jiuzhen Immortal Hall. That was fighting for life, not fighting. Still refused to give up and later provoke the Shao Yuan dynasty? Not far from the city, Jiang Longxiang was beaten. It is said that just now Zhou Xian, the big disciple who also beat the Pei Cup, only used the way of martial arts to ask the boxer. It seems that Zhou Xian has only been in the 9 realms for less than 20 years. As a result, he gave people a martial arts future that was expected to reach the top and then ascended to the sky. It was abruptly defeated. Can Zhou Xian return to the 9 realms afterwards? Is a big question. In 3 games, the trainer, the scholar and the pure martial artist, have they all fought? Fighting is really capable, but bad temper is really bad. The little heavenly master Long Hushan said in surprise, "It's you." At that time I met at the inn in the night ship entry city. At that time, Xiao Yaoguang could never imagine that he would meet Qin Shi, the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword, if he met a green shirt casually. A leaf of duckweed returns to the sea wherein life does not meet. Before going down the mountain, please help me out. It is a good lottery. If it is true, I will always meet noble people on my own trip. Just talking about the Confucian temple, there is Mr. Zhou who has heard of his name for a long time and has not seen him. There is also the famous hermit in front of him. As for that Aliang, forget it, not a noble person, a good brother who shares weal and woe. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's me, I didn't expect to meet again so soon." It is estimated that the noble Huang Zi, who is full of moral energy in the mountains, could not even think of the shop assistant who sold things to them. It was Wu Shuangjiang at that time. Zhao Yaoguang beat the chief inspector, got up and apologized again. He smiled brightly and said, "Last time on the ferry the trail was offensive. Mr. Qin has a lot of it. Don't care about it. Mr. Chen really wants to care about it. When I went to Longhu Mountain, Xiaodao would definitely have to move out a few jars of good wine, and Mr. Chen would go with them. Qin Pingon clasped his fists and smiled. If you don't go to the Longhushan Heavenly Master's mansion when you travel to the Central Earth continent, wouldn't it be a waste of time? But if you say in advance, you won't be able to greet guests with drums and drums. The Five Thunders of Dragon and Tiger Mountain is a well-deserved authenticity in the world. Qin Pingon has been fascinated for a long time. He only hopes that next time he visits the Tianqi's mansion, Longhu Mountain can allow himself to read a few more books. Zhao Yaoguang was stunned. The sound of gongs and drums? How to say? Could it be that the Hermit Sama implied that he was tossing more lively and pompously? The point is that I am not a contemporary celestial master, so I don't want to be foolish. His own ancestor master is so strong he looks younger than himself, standing on his fists and walking on his arms. Qin Pingon apologized when the little heavenly master didn't understand him, saying that he was nonsense, don't take it seriously. Lin Junbai had to explain to an unconscious friend around him. A Liang stole into Longhu Mountain once. The hospitality of your heavenly master's mansion. I heard that the battles are huge, the thundering methods are constant, and the gongs and drums are noisy. Zhao Yaoguang was stunned immediately and smiled. No, I really can't. Because of the relationship between Wenxing and old scholars, Longhushan is actually in the same line with Wenxing, and the relationship is not bad. As for Mr. Zhu's early sword development, it was a personal grievance between Xianxia. Besides, the elder of the Heavenly Master Mansion, who was destined not to be a sword immortal in this life, later turned to peace of mind to practice thunder law, broke and stood up because of a blessing in disguise. The Taoist heart is clear, the road is promising, and whenever he drinks with others he does not shy away from his back then. In the Great Catastrophe, I like to take the initiative to mention the questioning sword with Zhou Xian. I always said that I had suffered more than 8 swords from the left and the right, and suffered a few more swords than any other sword embryo or a certain sword repairer. This is what a hard record. Between his looks, there is a heroic spirit that is glorious despite defeat. A few groups of people drinking and chatting on the side steps all have a similar impression at the moment. This young hidden official who returned to Howren's hometown looked good at talking, but it didn't mean it was easy to mess with. Among them was an old man who took a long sip of wine and glanced at the figure of the young man. He was still young with a sword back in his blue shirt. The old man couldn't help sighing, "It's nice to be young." Qin Pingon and the two crossed the threshold together, and after entering the Confucian temple, they happened to sit in the position of a Liang. Knowing that a Liang had traveled far, Qin Pingon gave up the idea of visiting Mrs. Xianxia. I was planning to come to the door to apologize. After all, the shop has been under the guise of Xianxia Jiushui for many years. By the way, I wondered if I could buy a few bamboos with that lady. After all, the little bamboo forest next door to Mr. It started a few times. The old chef always urges the millet to miss so much every day. Qin Pingon, the master of the mountain, has a conscience overwhelmed. I found that the table near me was empty and all the fruits and drinks were swept away. Is this a robbery and runaway? Lu Ji asked. It's so troublesome. The Confucian temple doesn't care about you? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, I don't care. I have a sense of measure and I am in the rules. Qi Tingji joked. The sword came out of Yuan Yangzhu and punched out a mountain. It was only a kick over the Parrot Island. Qin Pingon smiled and said, Sect Master Qi has a good literary talent. Lu Ji said, Will Pei Cup trouble you? If Pei Cup had to stand up for his disciple Ma Zhuxian, Qin Pingon would certainly not be able to get the slightest advantage. Qin Pingon said, Furthermore, the boat will naturally be straight when it reaches the bridge head. If it is not straight, just disembark and go ashore. Left and Right calmly said, Ma Zhuxian has a master and you also have a senior brother. What are you afraid of? Jun Qian's fist is not light. Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled. Senior brother asked the sword and sword. If the husband knows, he will be very happy. No matter what the Great Wall of Jianqi, the senior only said that in the Middle-earth divine continent, he hadn't made a sword for too long. The left and right did not say anything about this, but just said, about the Jiozhen Immortal Hall, Zhuolu Songzi has already apologized to me, and I hope you can go to Zhuolu County Academy for a few days and be responsible for the master of the Confucian scholars in the academy has made a brief battle. This is the advantage of having a husband and brothers. Qin Pingon doubted. Zhuolu Songzi has asked the wrong person. I might as well go there. He glanced around at Qin Ping and Qin Pingon immediately said, I will definitely go to Zhuolu to attend the class if I have the opportunity. The lecturer at the college will be exempted and I must refuse. Nodded left and right, stopped talking and began to close his eyes to rest. Lu Ji asked curiously, how old is that pei cup? Qin Pingon replied, if the official history books of the Duduan dynasty are not deceiving, they are not very old, less than 200 years old. Lu Ji said, that's more than 200 years old. Qin Pingan was speechless. What is the truth? Afterwards, Qin Pingon and Hulong asked about Zhang Shanfeng's current situation in their hearts, and they said that they were going to Luzhou in Beiju soon, and this time they would be a guest on Diffing. The real fire dragon smiled and said, good guest, your kid must go. The mountain kid, the realm has soared over the years and he can't stop it. This is not a long time ago, you just left the customs, you are visiting Baijulu this time. So you can definitely see him. Of course it's good for someone to be a guest. Baiyandifeng has a door-to-door reception. After all, Baiyandifeng is still poor. It won't be enough if you can't open the pot. But it's not a mountain with rich wealth and no confidence to speak. It's the same in Beiju Luzhou. The money is the hero has the courage to go to Aizhou where the mountains and plains are full of immortal money. He still has to keep his head down and talk to people. Hulong has always felt that his mountain friends are more ignorant of etiquette and thick-skinned because of their old age. They are all cultivating immortals on the mountain, and they are not doing business properly. Apart from being rich, they have not seen how high your cultivation level is. People, who are you with a bunch of bulging bastards? So every time you leave the customs, the old true person has to ask Yuan Lingdian and several of his descendants, if you have made new friends recently, can you invite them to visit the mountain? It's a pity that one is better than a fool not understanding the true meaning. Qin Pingon was relieved to hear that Zhang Shanfeng had just broken through. After hesitating for a long time, he cautiously raised a mouth with the old real man, saying that he had touched Lu Daochun in Baidi City at Yuanyangzu. The old man wondered, Lu Daochun? Pin Dao had heard of this person, but wasn't he suppressed in Aquarius Island by Brother Zhao? When did it appear? Brother Zhao, did he have what's the matter? Why was Lu Daochun sneaked out? Is it because Lu Daochun's cultivation base is too high, or my brother, you slapped it in the early years and you couldn't make a solid seal of the Heavenly Master in your hand? Zhao Tianlai smiled and replied, I don't know, it's estimated that after a long time the Celestial Master's Yin Dao meaning has disappeared, not to mention that there was no ruthless hand. As for how Lu Daochun got to Yuanyangzu, it is even more unclear. In the past, when Hulong was still a great celestial master outside Longhushan, he met each other, one celestial master in one mouth, and now it's all right after removing the title one mouthful of Brother Zhao. It seems that at that time Longhushan rejected Zhang Shanfeng's succession, so that the real fire dragon was still a little bit unreasonable and the grievance was not small. Yu Xian sighed with emotion. Yes, this talisman is difficult to preserve for a long time, just like a talisman in the old way that supports a mountain. If you don't take the initiative to withdraw it, it will be loosened a few hundred or 8,000 years. Separated. Qin Pingan's scalp numb when he hears the small talk of the three old Daoists. How could the separate words between himself and the fire dragon be heard by others? Fu Lu Yuxian and Great Heavenly Master, the two masters of Taoism, certainly wouldn't overhear the conversation. If they weren't so idle, would they follow some ripples in the long river of time and evolve? Qin Pingon had to take the initiative to greet the two seniors. Zhao Tianlai smiled and said, the one-hand mine method used by the hidden official in Yuanyangzu is not tacky. Yu Xian smiled and said, throwing rocks and hitting people is too much, but just watch to relieve your anger. Hulong continued to doze off. I once defeated 1,000,000 sandmans, which made me feel more vigorous. The old and the young left Parrot Island and took the ferry to the Auto Mountain Mansion. Because the young emperor wanted to take this simple ferry for good reasons. He said that he could see a few monks from other villages. Maybe there are sages such as the hidden officer hidden inside. Then when he saw his roots, to be accepted as a disciple, I finally learned that he was an emperor, so I had to miss a cultivator with good materials and jade. The expert left sadly and regretted his life, and every time I thought of it on the mountain, I would have a handful of bitter tears. But when Yuan Zhou boarded the ship, he found that no one was responding to him. Yuan Zhou stood by the railing and said, Grandpa Yu, I always think something is wrong with our business. In the second meeting, even though Yuan Su was Emperor Xianmi, he did not participate in the meeting. The reason for Yu Panshui is the year of your Majesty Ji is too young and the limelight is too big. When the wind blows, it is easy to blow his head away. So it was the result of his hard work in the Confucian temple. If your Majesty feels aggrieved, he will endure it. Of course Yuan Su was willing to endure it. The Xianmi Yuan clan was only a few years after the founding of the country, and he could never be the last emperor. Yu Panshui smiled and said, "Something's wrong? Why didn't you say it just now? Your Majesty's mouth didn't sew it on." Yuan Su said, "I am an emperor at any rate. If I speak out, the water poured out is a sacred decree. I really want to repent and I have to be taken lightly by the hermit." On the way here, the two of them had negotiated and sold the kite ferry boat, half sold and half delivered, as if there was no such thing in the Imperial Library. The mysterious dynasty and Luopa Mountain are on the line, and there is some personal friendship between the two sides. In any case, half of this favor must be counted on the Yu Panshui head in the end, so the emperor was forced to come down. As the result came, Emperor Yuan Su not only gave a cross-continental ferry in vain, but the Xuanmi dynasty seemed to have to pay for the repair of the wind kite. Even Yu Panshui boarded the boat and left Parrot Island, still feeling a bit on credit? Well, your kid should tell you when to pay the money. If we don't ask, you won't say anything? You owe money like this in the world. In the end, there is still a face to say, "But I am disrespectful and I have suffered it before?" Yu Panshui shook his hand with the handle and rubbed his aging face, thinking that when he was a little girl in the Hakka family, Pei Qian looked very honest and honest. He was a well-mannered girl, so polite. Counting a child, if it weren't for an old scholar, it would be shameless and stubborn. That old valuable thing was almost never sent out. After a whirl, it will be successfully returned to the bag. How can Pei Qian, who is not greedy for money, share such a wealthy master? Yuan Su looked around and said for no reason, "Grandpa Yu, it turns out that there are so few yellow objects in the outer world. At home in the palace it's different." As far as he can remember, when he thinks of that side, the young emperor's mind is full of yellow objects, and the high roof ridges can't be seen at a glance. They are all yellow. The clothes he wears, the cushions on his hips, the dishes on the table, and the sedan chair swaying between the high walls on both sides are all yellow. It seems that there is only one color in the world. Other colors, for example, there is a library in the palace which is black. There are many precious books that young people will not touch for a lifetime, but outsiders will never see it. As for the color of the generals, the color of the body is similar to that of a few circles of streams. They come and go in his house every day and the cycle is repeated. There are often old people speaking childish words and young people speaking unpredictable words. And then he sat on that chair, didn't know how to pretend to understand, and when he encountered something big at a loss, he glanced at Fatiyu. For the supreme emperor of the mystic dynasty, many gray-haired old civil servants had more or less hinted a teenager with words when Fatiyu was not around. Yuan Zhou actually understood it but pretended not to understand. Some old people are really good for him and some are thinking that Yu Panshui left the court so many official positions will move forward. But Yuan Su didn't pay any attention, and at most occasionally cooperated with the elderly, gritted his teeth or slightly red eyes. In fact, it was very troublesome. At last he reminded the eunuchs around him to talk to Grandpa Yu when he turned his head back to talk to Grandpa Yu, and don't forget his little actions when they came to the scene. What is it and what good is it for him? Yu Panshui would not be the emperor, and the Xuanmi dynasty was also destined to be unable to lack the backbone of the Yu family. In that case he is a fart eldest child, don't mess around. The old apricot tree in the palace, which has lived for 700 to 800 years, is said to have been planted by a founding emperor himself. In autumn the tree will be covered with golden leaves and leaves every year. Green leaves every year? The deep-rooted Zhongtu Yu family is evergreen without deciduous leaves. Yu Panshui rarely looked kind, touched the young man's head and whispered, "It will be hard to be the master." The boy tilted his head and complained, "The emperor dares to touch his head." Yu Panshui laughed and patted the face of the young man. "Grandpa Yu is in a good mood to accompany you on this trip, so whoever the queen will be in the future, you can choose for yourself in the future. It doesn't matter if you have the surname Yu." Yuan Yu stamped his feet and said, "I heard that Yu Fu and Yu Qingqing, these two best-looking sisters, you have their own hearts. Who can I pick?" "Ah?" Yu Panshui smiled and said, "Qingqing's girl is interested in Lin Junbai. I know. As for the husband, I heard that with the hermit. I asked him twice at the Great Wall of Jianqi. Hey, do you understand?" Yuan Yu slapped his boxing hands and exclaimed sincerely, Sister Huahu, oh no, it's a sister-in-law, it's not right, it's a sister-in-law with a good eye. Yu Panshui slapped the little boy into a daze. Panshui County is over there. A young scholar full of shabby air found an ascending realm great monk who was recovering from his wounds. Qinggong Taibao Jinghao, even if he was injured on the left and right, still did not leave as if waiting for justice from the Confucian temple. The one who blocked the road and ran away and then apologized was the first monk who ran back to the house to become the door afterwards. It's just a jade realm and it's not ashamed to take care of the nursing home for an ascending monk. Most of the rest of the mountain helpers were scattered by birds and beasts. The good name is that they dare not delay the rest of the ancestor Jing. It's just that the jade cultivator fell to the ground with a flower in front of his eyes. Before fainting, I only vaguely saw a blue shirt passing by myself. This courtyard is quiet, and a cluster of emerald green plantains is as fat as dripping water. Jing Hao walked out of the house and looked at the young scholar standing in the courtyard. Since he couldn't see the depth of the other's cultivation level, his realm was very high. The uninvited guest seemed to have nothing to do, stand on tiptoe, pull down a banana leaf and flick. With the lessons learned from asking the sword from left to right, Jing Hao was not anxious and angry, with a gentle expression, and smiled. The Daoist will come to the door and there will be a loss. Qin Zhuliu looked at this Qinggong Taibao, who is known as the crown prince in magical skills at Xiazhou, shook his head and said, "You Qinggong Shan, one generation is inferior to one generation the more you go back." Jing Hao smiled and said, "Does the Daoist fellow have an old relationship with our Qinggong Shan patriarch?" Qin Zhuliu didn't bother to go in circles with this guy and asked, "Your master, there is no picture of me in her house?" This Qinggong Taibao said nothing. He couldn't afford to say anything, but there was a trembling sound, whether it was excitement or awe. Junior Jing Hao, pay homage to Qin Xianjun. To be respected by an ascendant realm as an immortal monarch. Of course it can only be a 14th realm great monk, at least a swordsman in the ascended realm. Jinxiu, the dragon slayer. The preaching teacher of Jing Juzhong in Beidasheng. None of Jing Hao's senior brothers and sisters knew about this secret matter. It was the master who told him before his death that she had a complicated look at the time, and she and Jing Hao broke a shocking truth, saying that the Qinggong mountain at her feet was something of others, but it was temporarily lent to her and never belonged to her. The school that man accepted a few disciples. The most famous one is Zhou Xian from Baidi City. If there is a problem in Qinggong mountain in the future, you can take this painting down the mountain to find him. If you can't find him, just look for him. Zhou Xian. Jing Hao is the only son of a pair of patriarchs in Qinggong mountain. When he was a young child, he was caught by his parents who were not very qualified for practice. Here comes a direct identity. Later he became a master and apprentice, and because of his young age he was able to go to master's residence several times, knowing that there was a hanging portrait of a man and a poem, probably because the scroll material was too crude and the handwriting it's too long, missing a lot of content. Qingshan smiled outside the white clouds. Yeme was as thin as nothing. When Jing Hao was a teenager, she asked an older senior sister about this matter. The senior sister guessed that it meant that some people went down the mountain to swim, leaving only the beautiful woman living alone in the mountain, and she was very haggard and thin. The line of Jing Hao has been pushed up for 2 generations, that is, the ancestor of Jing Hao. In fact, he is a mountain and wild repairer who has been rampant all over the world. He has stood on the top of the mountain for thousands of years, but he has not found a suitable place to stay. I heard that it was Master Fu. The fate is profound and helped the ancestor find this Qinggong mountain. Then he began to establish a school, accumulate merits at the Confucian temple, rank among the sects, open up branches, and eventually become the top immortal palace on Wuxia mountain, and now it is firmly in the top spot. Qinggong mountain has been smooth for more than 3,000 years, so Jing Hao never had the opportunity to take the painting down the mountain. The land of master's cultivation has long been designated by Jing Hao as the gate of the teacher. Except for arranging a female nun with smart hands and feet to clean it occasionally, even Jing Hao himself has never taken a step. Qin Zhuliu sneered and said, "Isn't I here to climb my relatives today? So I can ask for a few kowtows with a trash junior?" Jing Hao shook his sleeves lightly. He actually knelt on the ground and couldn't afford it. His forehead lightly touched the ground 3 times. This junior will give Qin Xianjun out of Qinggong mountain. Jing Hao's master as well as the ancestor who once ranked among the 10 Haoren in history, are both in the Ascension realm, especially the latter who was born in Zhongtushen's Haoxiu and his real name moved the world. This is the real inheritance. When Jinghao took over the Qinggong mountain, it was not bad and it was built into an ascending realm smoothly. However, the current lord of Qinggong mountain, or the former mountain lord, is much inferior, and he will only be a fairy in this life. This person has now obtained Jinghao's decree and has passed away in retreat. When Jinghao returned to Qinggong mountain this time, he had to make another decree for this unabashed disciple. How dare you pour dirty water on your master if there is less success than failure? The descendants of this person have the highest realm but Yupu, and the achievements of the future road may not be higher than this person. Therefore, the scholar in Qingshan who neither carried a sword nor a sword in front of him said that their Qinggongshen generation is not as good as the generation, and there is no water at all. As for Jinghao's master, in the last 1,000 years of her monastic career, she was quite pitiful and hopeless. She suffered severe injuries from a grievance on the mountain. She had to turn into the wrong way. The young realm can only be able to avoid the calamity of the soldier's solution with a clear mind, leaving the secluded into the dark. The shape and spirit fits the ancient earth immortal, and finally can't survive the rush of the long river year after year, and the figure dissipates from the world. She passed down a sword-throwing technique for Qinggong Mountain, which was specially tailored for Qi practitioners who were not swordsmen. However, it was stipulated that only one disciple of Qinggong Mountain could study this sword in a generation. As small as flowers and leaves, as large as rivers and mountains, you can throw like a flying sword. In fact, at the bamboo hut, Dou Finxiao threw stones and bamboo leaves before using this sword-throwing technique. Of course, it was first handed down by Qin Zhuo, playing in the world for thousands of years. In fact, this dragon slasher is not only in a situation like Jiaxing and Bai Basong. After Jinghao straightened up, he kept sitting on the ground. Qin Zhuo tutade. No wonder that silly Nizi would choose you as the owner of the mountain. She's not good, but she's clever. Get up. I've been kneeling on the ground for a long time. Doesn't my knee hurt? Jinghao just stood up. No one can help him be so humbly in front of this person. Ask the sword left and right, no matter how high the swordsmanship is, only Jinghao will be asked. But this fascinating predecessor in front of him was able to make the entire Qinggong mountain and the hundreds of monks on the mountain earth-shaking in the palm of his hand. Qin Zhuo temporarily changed his mind and ordered, "You just keep Qinggongshan, but in the future there may be a friend of mine who will be a guest there. Remember to treat me well. If I lose my courtesy, I will ask you." "That's right, your disciple who is imprisoned, I think it's okay, so just continue to be his mountain master. If you don't want to, just forget it." Yes, it is his good fortune to have a disciple in the younger generation, and it is the honor of Jinghao to get into the eyes of the immortal monarch. See, the senior turned around to leave. Jinghao hurriedly bent over and clasped his fist. "Dare to ask Xianxia's friend on the mountain what surname is very famous, can he have a Dao name? Lest the younger generation will meet a real person in the future but don't recognize it." Qin Zhuo walked away and said with a smile, "My good brother who looks like a boy in Tsing-yi with the road number of the Dragon King of the Luopa Mountain. If you see him later you will recognize it at a glance." Jinghao always bowed his head and said in a deep voice, "I will follow the edict of the emperor." When the scholar in the green shirt disappeared suddenly, Jinghao continued to bend over for a while and slowly got up. An ascending realm with gold branches and jade leaves and meridians, almost flawless Dao body, was actually sweating involuntarily. It's just that Jinghao's heart is unavoidable. "I don't know who Little Dragon King is. Who is the senior on the mountain?" The group left the house in Liaozhou Island and walked to the ferry. Li Baoping was going to take the ferry to the Confucian temple to copy the Sheeping Stone Sutra. Li Huai got a big head when he heard it and didn't dare to refuse, so he thought of buying a few transcripts with Jingsheng to get through with a fool, and make sure to read it more later. Before leaving the house, Lu Qiqing took out a piece of white cloud paper unique to Baidi City, wrote an invitation letter on it and put it on the table. Of course, it was to invite the previous 8 money girl who didn't know her name or name to visit the Lioli Pavilion in Baidi City to enjoy the scenery when she had time. Her brother Lu would definitely welcome her by sweeping the couch. Li Huai was lying at the table at the time, shook his head as he watched and took the courage to persuade the senior Lu, "The wording in the letter, don't be so blunt, unspoken and not implicit enough." While waiting for the ferry on the shore, Lu Qiqing was not surprised that Qin Pingon disappeared out of thin air. "Come and go in a hurry, you are busy." Daoist Nin sneered and said, "You are young and work hard and you don't know what to do all day long." Li Huai complained, "I said this to my brother in front of you, don't you give me face, Lao Nin, if you are so mixed up, You want eat and drink spicy. Taoist Nin immediately bowed his head and smiled and spoke in a low voice and said in one go, Master, I have changed my way to praise Chen Ping's responsibility. There is something in the words. Gu Qingsong came swiftly against the wind, his figure crashed to the ground, the wind was violent, and there were many people who were stumbling over the trainers waiting for the ferry at the ferry. Just waiting to see the person's face clearly, they all pretended to be traveling along the water, and quickly moved away, hiding far away. Lao Zhozi looked around and still felt that only the awe-inspiring Taoist person was qualified to have a chat with himself. As for the bitey city Lu Daochun, what kind of fancy, why not just marry Zheng as a lady-centered? Gu Qingsong hurriedly asked, Friend Nin, where is the kid? Where is the slippery soul? When Taoist Nin heard this, he felt refreshed and said in a pleasant manner with this fellow, Gu Dao, you said that boy, if one is not paying attention, he will be gone. God knows where to go. If you have something to do with him, I can help with the conversation. Gu Qingsong cursed, what a kid, hiding from himself. Li Baoping looked at the old man who was talking increasingly ugly. Gu Qingsong noticed her gaze, he stared, but he endured it. After all, she was from a little girl's family and she looked really pleasing to the eye. Such a spirited girl is not common, so this old Zhozi only played after less than a success. He said, look at what? Gu Qingsong felt a little bit when he said something. I always feel like I missed something important but I can't remember. Close at hand, fishing for the moon in the water is generally futile. Lu Qicheng couldn't help but screamed and he stopped talking. He just changed his mind and didn't dare to remind him, so he learned from the old brother Long once. His mother, when I return to Panshui County, I will ask Brother Long Bo for advice on the supernatural power of water. Li Baoping shifted his gaze and called out to brother. It turned out that there was a scholar in Russian. Gu Qingsong or Xianxia was dull and speechless. Some things he has guesses but he dare not think about it. If you get it right, then the scholar you had previously worked with will be half of your master's brother. Bai Yujing is the head teacher, accepts apprentices on behalf of the teacher, and teaches two younger brothers, Yu Dou and Lu Shen. Li Shixing smiled and asked, Xianxia, what did you just say? Gu Qingsong was speechless. Li Baoping said, Brother, senior has this temper, it's nothing. Li Shixing turned his head and nodded with a smile with little treasure bottle. As for the smile to Gu Qingsong just now and the kind smile to Li Baoping, of course they are worlds apart. Li Huai saluted honestly, I have seen Mr. Li. Li Shixing smiled and said, Li Huai, as long as you don't deliberately think about it, you will be fine. Li Huai was confused and nodded. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just do it. He is Li Baoping's elder brother, a scholar and a fellow countryman, so he can't hurt himself. Outside of the book, there are thousands of truths under the world, but in fact we firmly grasp one or two. It is more useful to know the truth than to remember the truth in your head. Li Shixing said with his heart to the fairy, there is a reason to remove some of your thoughts before. It is useless to say more about the truth. Now that the matter is over, I will not repeat the trick, but I will encounter it later. My sister, am going to wrong you and make a detour. Gu Qingsong straightened his waist and said respectfully, don't be wronged. How can you be wronged? Lao Zhozi is not afraid of this person's identity, but sincerely respects this person. If you want to be scared when you walk around the world, you can just have a hard fist. But if you want to be respected, especially if a few people in the world are willing to respect it, it is still impossible to rely on Taoism to be high. This is also the reason why the old Zhozi is willing to take a high look to the younger generation of monks, and to Lu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect of Luzhou in northern Zhu alone. Otherwise, even if the second uncle Yu Dou, known as the Invincible, stood here, Gu Qingsong asked himself, just as uneasy. Even Gu Qingsong had already prepared a draft. When did he go to Bai Yujing in the Qingming world, and when he met Yu Dou he had to ask him a question in the first sentence. The second uncle went to the catch and release pavilion. Now why don't you just drop by and fight with Chen Qing? Is it too respectful of the old sword repairman, or is it impossible to fight? Lao Zhozi hit the chief inspector. The scholar also made a fuss. Gu Qingsong said goodbye, but instead of Yufeng leaving the ferry, he threw a leaf into the water, turning it into a flat boat and going downstream with the water. Since I can't see Chen Pingyan, I hurry to accompany Mrs. Gui, lest she be unhappy. Li Shixing walked to Li Baoping and said softly, I was at the house before and I was messing around, please pay attention later. Li Baoping said, there is a little uncle here, what am I afraid of? Li Shixing smiled and said, yes, yes, it doesn't matter whether the eldest brother is there anyway. Li Baoping smiled and narrowed his eyes. Lu Qiqing was envious. If he was such a big brother, let alone the awe-inspiring world, he could lie down and wander around in the Qingming world. Li Shixing turned his head and asked, Pavilion Master Lu, shall we talk? Lu Qiqing's heartstrings were tense and he said with a dazed expression, where is my brother in Panshui County? Why should I lead the way for Mr. Li? Don't talk to the master teacher if you are killed. If you want to talk, just find your senior brother. When you arrive in Panshui County, you can talk to you. Chess, Taoism, longevity, and knowledge of the 14 realms and 15 realms are all casual. Li Shixing smiled and said, yes. It's just that Lu Qiqing was dragged away, crossing an extremely long arc, and fell directly from the side of Parrot Island into a house in Panshui County. Lu Qiqing, who fell heavily to the ground, simply lay on the ground in a daze. Li Shixing then heard a heartfelt voice and replied with heartfelt words. Okay, 100 years later in Baidi City and Bai Yujing, play a game with Mr. Zheng. Then Li Shixing smiled and looked at the tender Taoist who didn't follow the rules. The Taoist Nin regretted his intestines, so he shouldn't be absolutely wrong and shouldn't eavesdrop on this conversation. Not everyone can say this to Jing Juzhong. For things like on the Great Wall of Jianqi, someone said to ask Qin Qing about the sword and then Qin Qing agreed. It's almost like this. As for who, is it true that Qin Qing Du Tao Ting makes a difference? Of course not, they were all hacked to death with a few random swords and it was over. Li Shixing smiled and said, it's easy to write characters and difficult to write. Tao Ting Taoist fellows still need to be cautious. Li Huai knew it must be the old Nen, who was around him again, hitting Taoist Nin's ribs with an elbow and whispered, be more regular. Taoist Nin said angrily, be reasonable and reasonable. You have to be more disciplined. Li Shixing smiled. The tender Taoist is relieved. When the ferry stopped and a group of people boarded the ferry, the Taoist Nin stood beside Li Huai honestly, feeling that he was still standing next to his son and felt more comfortable. Earlier, Beidasheng Han Qiaosei Yufeng rushed to Parrot Island, visited Baozhai, and bought a mountain treasure suitable for ghost practice. The price is not cheap, the things are good, but they are too expensive to wait for her to arrive. Has not been able to sell. Furthermore, in the vicinity of the Confucian temple, the monk openly bought a ghost repair tool which was a bit out of date and taboo. However, Han Qiaosui glanced at the thing and bought it again, but no one thought it was a bit weird. The sister of the city lord of Baidi City was a well-known confounder with Lu Qi and Qinggong Taibao. Jinghao is a way of cultivation with a high realm, many spells, and a wide range of magical powers. As long as it is not a battle of great disparity, if one party has endless methods and learns from the Taoism, it will naturally take advantage. It's just that compared to the turmoil surrounding the Confucian temple, Han Qiao's handwriting is like a very small water drift, completely unnoticeable. Han Koziai returned to the house in Panshui County and threw the object to Gukin, who was still playing music alone, and asked, I can't put the book in Jianhu? Gukin shook his head and smiled, behave and show it to yourself. Han Qiaosa didn't even feel that there was any contradiction in this statement. The fanatic Gukan in the eyes of others at this moment in Han Qiaosa's eyes, is beautiful jade. Gukan put away the chess pieces on the chessboard, not to mention the slowness of playing chess, even slower to get the pieces together, and Han Qiaosa was anxious for him. Then suddenly a pink robe fell from the sky. After falling to the ground, Lu Qiqing began to pretend to be dead and Han Qiaoyi glanced outside the room. Yeah, don't you ask your brother to complain this time? Lu Qiqing bored and said, leave me alone, enjoy the scenery. In a courtyard elsewhere in the house, Jing Juzhong was standing under the eaves, and his eldest disciple Fu Su stood aside. Jing Juzhong smiled and said, the moon is faint and windy and the foundation is rainy. The situation in the world is getting brighter. Instead of going to the riverside to participate in that meeting, Jing Juzhong will show more context than going to the riverside. Jing Juzhong glanced at the sky, relaxed a bit. Fu Su said, Master, I want to learn from Dong Sanging and travel through the wild world alone. It may take at least 100 years. The implication was that he didn't care about the layout of the master and Baidi City, and he used the sword alone to practice cultivation. As for the next collision between the two worlds, he will only look at the situation. Jing Juzhong nodded and said, why not? Good anglers seek pleasure, bad anglers seek fish. In the wild world, Jin Chui City quietly changed its owner. It was Yuan Hu, the city owner of the fairy girl, willingly, and the matter was extremely hidden. Beta Shengjing is in the middle. It is equal to the vast world, the next city first.